One of the heaviest stones ever lifted in prehistoric Europe is sitting inside Menga dolmen. The roof block alone weighs close to 180 tons. That is heavier than a modern blue whale skeleton or a fully loaded passenger aircraft engine system. The people who moved it lived more than 5,000 years ago. They had no steel tools, no cranes, no hydraulic systems, and no advanced wheeled transport. Yet the monument still stands almost intact today. Nothing about Menga dolmen fits the normal image of Neolithic Europe. Archaeology traditionally describes the Iberian communities around 3,700 BCE as early farming societies with limited technology. But Menga looks less like a primitive tomb and more like a massive engineering project requiring planning, surveying, structural knowledge, and large-scale labour coordination. The monument lies near Antequera in southern Spain. From the outside it appears simple, almost hidden beneath a grassy mound. Inside, the scale changes completely. The chamber stretches roughly 27 metres long and nearly 6 metres high in some sections. Giant upright stones support enormous roof slabs positioned with remarkable balance. Several of those stones rank among the largest ever used in European megalithic architecture. The first mystery is transportation. Geological studies show that many stones were quarried kilometres away from the site. Moving blocks weighing more than 100 tons across uneven terrain without modern machinery is an enormous challenge even today. Experimental archaeologists have recreated ancient transport methods using ropes, wooden rollers, sledges and large teams of workers. Those methods can move smaller megaliths successfully, but Menga exists on a completely different scale. As weight increases, friction and instability increase dramatically. A single shift in balance could crack the stone instantly or collapse the transport system beneath it. Researchers estimate that moving the largest blocks may have required hundreds of synchronized workers operating with near-perfect coordination. Some theories suggest giant earth ramps and timber frameworks were used, but no definitive evidence of those systems survives. The lifting process may be even harder to explain. Raising stones weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons into position without cranes would require precise control over pressure and balance. Archaeologists believe the builders likely elevated the stones, gradually using packed earth, timber supports, and incremental lifting techniques. But no reconstruction has fully demonstrated how prehistoric communities could place roof slabs this massive with the level of accuracy visible at Menga. Inside the chamber, another unusual feature appears. 3 central pillars stand beneath the roof stones, distributing the immense weight more evenly across the structure. Modern structural analysis shows the design is surprisingly efficient. Instead of concentrating pressure on weak points, the monument redirects the load through carefully balanced support systems into the ground below. That level of engineering becomes even more surprising considering the monument's age. Menga predates classical Greece by more than 2,000 years and was already ancient before the Roman Empire even existed. Yet its builders understood practical principles of stone stability and load distribution well enough to create a structure capable of surviving for over 5 millennia. The orientation of the monument creates another major archaeological mystery. Most prehistoric European monuments align with astronomical events such as solstices or lunar cycles. Menga does something very different. Its entrance points almost directly toward Peña de los Enamorados, a massive mountain formation shaped like the profile of a human face lying across the landscape. This is highly unusual in European megalithic architecture. Researchers believe the mountain itself may have been sacred to the builders. Instead of focusing on the sky, the monument appears connected to the surrounding landscape. Archaeologists later discovered prehistoric cave art within the mountain, strengthening the theory that the area already held ritual importance long before the dolmen was built. Some experts now argue that Menga was not simply a burial chamber, but part of a larger ceremonial system linking stone, landscape, death, and ancestry together. If true, it would represent one of the earliest examples of monumental landscape planning in prehistoric Europe. Another mystery lies beneath the floor of the chamber itself. Archaeologists discovered a deep vertical shaft extending nearly 20 meters underground. Most European dolmens contain only burial spaces, making this feature extremely rare. Digging that deeply through hard rock using only stone tools would have required enormous effort and technical control. Researchers still debate its purpose. Some believe it was linked to groundwater or ritual purification ceremonies. Others think it symbolized a connection to the underworld or ancestral spirits beneath the earth. Whatever its purpose, the engineering challenge alone is astonishing. Workers would have needed to prevent collapse, remove debris, and maintain stability while excavating downward through dense geological material. The monument also raises major questions about prehistoric society itself. Constructing Menga likely required hundreds of workers over many years. Quarry operations, food supplies, transport systems, and coordinated labour all had to function together. Yet the communities responsible were not large empires like Egypt or Mesopotamia. They were supposedly small agricultural societies without centralised governments. That contradiction has become increasingly important in archaeology. Older theories claimed monumental engineering only appeared after the rise of powerful states and organised bureaucracies. Menga challenges that idea directly. It suggests prehistoric societies may have been far more organised and technically capable than historians once believed. The survival of the monument adds even more mystery. Over 5,000 years, Menga endured erosion, climate changes, and seismic activity, while much younger structures collapsed long ago. Modern laser scans reveal subtle positioning adjustments in the stones that help redirect gravitational pressure and increase long-term stability. Archaeologists can analyse the stones, calculate the weight, and estimate the labour force, but they still cannot fully explain how Neolithic builders achieved this level of engineering with the tools officially available to them. Every theory eventually reaches the same conclusion. The monument appears far too advanced for what conventional history expects from prehistoric Europe. That is why Menga Dolmen remains one of the most unsettling archaeological sites in Europe. The mystery is not whether humans built it. The mystery is how a society from the Stone Age managed to create something so massive, so stable, and so technically sophisticated that even today, thousands of years later, modern researchers are still struggling to fully understand it. Chan Chan should never have existed. A massive city made almost entirely from mud was built beside one of the driest coastlines on Earth, in an environment where even modern agriculture struggles without artificial irrigation. Yet beginning around the 9th century, the Chimu civilization transformed this desert landscape on the northern coast of Peru into the largest adobe city ever constructed in human history. At its peak, Chan Chan covered nearly 20 square kilometers and may have supported more than 60,000 people. From above, the city looks less like an ancient settlement and more like a gigantic engineered complex. Huge rectangular compounds divide the landscape into carefully organized sectors, connected through narrow corridors and ceremonial plazas. But the deeper archaeologists studied the site, the more impossible it began to look. The greatest mystery surrounding Chan Chan is water. The region receives almost no regular rainfall. Some nearby areas average less than 5 millimeters of rain annually. Without irrigation, sustaining a large population here should have been impossible. Yet archaeological evidence shows the Chimu maintained extensive agriculture, capable of feeding tens of thousands of people for centuries. To achieve this, they constructed enormous canal systems carrying water from rivers flowing down from the Andes Mountains. Some canals stretch for dozens of kilometers across unstable desert terrain before reaching agricultural zones around the city. Maintaining water flow over such distances required extremely precise engineering. If the slope became too steep, erosion would destroy the canal walls. Too shallow, and the water would stop moving entirely. Modern engineers studying surviving sections found evidence of controlled gradients and long-term modifications, suggesting the Chimu continuously adjusted the system over generations. This was not primitive irrigation. It was large-scale hydraulic engineering operating in one of the harshest environments in South America. But moving water was only part of the problem. The real mystery is how the city survived water at all. Chan Chan was built primarily from adobe bricks made of mud mixed with organic fibers. Under normal conditions, adobe structures can last in dry climates, but northern Peru is periodically devastated by El Niño events, powerful climate disruptions that bring catastrophic flooding to the desert coast. Geological evidence proves several major El Niño episodes struck the region during the Chimu period. Sediment layers inside parts of the city show that severe flooding repeatedly damaged Chan Chan. In theory, these storms should have destroyed large sections permanently. Yet many walls survived for more than 600 years. This durability continues to confuse archaeologists and conservation scientists. Material analysis revealed that Chimu adobe was not uniform. Different sectors of the city used different clay mixtures depending on structural purpose. Some walls contained denser mineral compositions believed to improve resistance against moisture and cracking. Certain foundations were also unusually thick, helping structures survive earthquakes along the Pacific coast. What makes this even stranger is that some original Chimu walls have proven more durable than modern restoration attempts. In several areas, 20th century repairs deteriorated faster than the ancient adobe beside them. This has led some researchers to believe the Chimu possess sophisticated empirical knowledge of soil composition and environmental engineering that is still not fully understood today. The size of the walls creates another major puzzle. Many compounds inside Chan Chan were surrounded by walls reaching 9 to 12 meters high and extending for hundreds of meters. Constructing structures of this scale using wet adobe should have caused collapse before the material fully dried. The lower layers would have struggled to support the immense weight above them. Archaeologists believe the Chimu may have built walls gradually in thin horizontal stages, allowing sections to dry over time. Others suggest temporary reinforcement systems using reeds or wooden supports. But almost no direct evidence survived because organic materials decomposed centuries ago. The result is a strange situation where one of the largest earthen cities in world history still lacks a complete explanation for how its monumental architecture was physically constructed. The surfaces of Chan Chan add another layer of mystery. Many walls are covered with repetitive carvings of fish, pelicans, waves, and geometric patterns stretching across enormous distances with remarkable consistency. Maintaining nearly identical proportions without modern measuring systems suggests a high level of planning and standardization. Marine imagery dominates the city because the Chimu economy depended heavily on the Pacific Ocean. Historical evidence suggests they controlled extensive fishing networks and maritime trade routes along the coast. For the Chimu, the ocean was not only a source of food but also a symbol of political and religious power. Beneath these artistic patterns, archaeologists uncovered evidence of an extremely controlled society. Chan Chan was divided into giant enclosed compounds called ciudadelas. Each functioned almost like a separate administrative city containing elite residences, storage rooms, ceremonial plazas, and restricted passageways. Access through many corridors was tightly controlled, suggesting strong social hierarchy and centralized authority. Excavations also revealed enormous storage systems capable of holding large quantities of tribute goods such as maize, dried fish, ceramics, textiles, and valuable materials collected from across the Chimu Empire. This was not a loose tribal settlement. It was a highly organized state operating on massive scale. Then archaeologists uncovered one of the darkest discoveries ever associated with the ancient Americas. Near Chan Chan, at a site called Huanchaquito las Lamas, researchers discovered the remains of more than 140 sacrificed children, alongside over 200 juvenile llamas. The event dates to around the 15th century during the final decades of the Chimu civilization. The evidence was disturbing. Many skeletons showed cut marks across the chest, suggesting ritual sacrifice. Footprints preserved in ancient mud indicated that groups of children and animals were led toward the site during wet conditions, likely caused by severe flooding. Most researchers believe the sacrifice was connected to an extreme El Niño event that devastated the Chimu world. Their civilization depended completely on carefully balanced water systems. Too little water caused famine. Too much water destroyed canals, agriculture, and adobe architecture simultaneously. This may explain why Chan Chan feels different from many ancient cities. It was not simply a ceremonial centre or royal capital. It was a civilization constantly fighting against environmental collapse. Ironically, despite its size and sophistication, the Chimu Empire fell rapidly to the Inca around 1470. Some historians believe the Inca did not need to destroy Chan Chan directly. Instead, they may have targeted the irrigation system supplying the city. In a desert empire built entirely around hydraulic engineering, controlling water meant controlling survival itself. After the Spanish conquest, much of Chimu knowledge disappeared permanently. Unlike civilizations such as the Maya, the Chimu left behind no complete writing system explaining how their society functioned. Most of what is known today comes entirely from archaeology. Canals, walls, ceramics, storage rooms, and skeletal remains buried beneath the desert sand. That silence may be the greatest mystery of all. A civilization capable of constructing one of the largest adobe cities in history somehow vanished, while leaving almost no direct explanation behind. Even with modern satellite imaging, engineering analysis, and archaeological reconstruction, researchers still cannot fully explain how Chan Chan was built, maintained and sustained for centuries in an environment where it should never have survived in the first place. But the people responsible were the Chanka, a civilization that left behind almost no written history, no surviving technical records, and no detailed explanation of how they transformed one of the harshest mountain environments in South America into a massive high-altitude complex now known as Sondor. The site stands more than 3,200 meters above sea level in Peru's Apurimac region near Andahuaylas. Even today, reaching the ruins requires navigating steep mountain terrain, where landslides, unstable slopes and thin air make large-scale construction extremely difficult. Yet long before steel tools, engines or modern transport systems existed in the Andes, the builders of Sondor reshaped the summit itself. Archaeologists studying the site have identified artificially leveled sectors, defensive terraces, ceremonial platforms, stair systems, and retaining walls integrated directly into the mountain ridge. The engineering challenge was enormous. Large portions of the original terrain had to be excavated, stabilized, and reinforced in an active seismic zone where earthquakes regularly damage modern structures. The most disturbing question surrounding Sondor is simple. How did the Chanka manage to flatten part of a mountain with the technology available at the time? Geological studies show the ridge contains hard Andean rock formations that are extremely resistant to erosion and manual shaping. Modern excavation in similar terrain requires heavy drilling equipment, cutting machinery, and reinforced stabilization systems. But the Chanka had no iron industry comparable to later industrial civilizations. Archaeological evidence across pre-Columbian Peru suggests they mainly relied on stone hammers, bronze tools, abrasion techniques, and controlled fracturing methods. Despite those limitations, portions of Sondor display surfaces unusually level for high-altitude mountain construction. Several terraces appear deliberately cut into the slope rather than naturally adapted from existing terrain. This is where Sondor begins to separate itself from ordinary archaeological sites. Many ancient cities were built on mountains. Sondor looks more like the mountain was partially redesigned to support the city. The retaining systems are equally difficult to ignore. The Andes sit along the Pacific Ring of Fire, one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. Peru experiences frequent earthquakes capable of destabilizing entire hillsides. Modern engineers use reinforced foundations, steel anchoring systems, and deep geological surveys before constructing on steep mountain slopes. Yet several sectors of Sondor have survived centuries of seismic activity, using little more than carefully positioned stone. Researchers believe the Chanka builders understood something fundamental about pressure distribution and slope stabilization. Many walls were constructed using dry stone techniques, meaning no mortar was used to bind the stones together. Instead, individual rocks were positioned to absorb and redistribute stress. During seismic movement, the structures could shift slightly without collapsing completely. Similar principles later appeared in major Inca sites such as Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, but Sondor predates the height of Inca imperial architecture. Some archaeologists now argue that engineering traditions often credited entirely to the Inca may actually have evolved from earlier Andean cultures, including the Chanka. The location itself raises another problem. Sondor was built in an isolated position where transporting construction material would have been extremely dangerous. Some walls stand near abrupt drops with almost no margin for error. Every stone had to be moved uphill through rugged terrain without wheeled vehicles or large domesticated transport animals, comparable to horses or oxen. The Inca road system did not yet dominate the region during the early Chanka period, meaning logistics depended heavily on manpower. At high altitude, even basic physical labour becomes significantly more exhausting because oxygen levels decrease as elevation rises. Modern physiological studies show that reduced oxygen directly affects endurance, recovery time, and carrying capacity. Yet the Chanka still managed to build a multi-level complex across unstable mountain terrain. Water management may be even more impressive. Mountain fortresses face a constant contradiction. High elevations offer strategic visibility and defense, but reliable water control becomes extremely difficult. During dry seasons, water scarcity threatens long-term occupation. During rainy seasons, uncontrolled runoff can destroy terraces and trigger catastrophic erosion. Archaeologists working at Sondor have identified traces of drainage alignments and possible hydraulic control features built into sections of the site. If these systems originally functioned as intended, they required advanced understanding of seasonal rainfall behavior and mountain hydrology. One failed drainage channel could destabilize an entire slope, and yet major portions of the terrace system remain intact hundreds of years after abandonment. At the center of Sondor lies one of its most mysterious structures, a raised ceremonial platform commonly identified as an ushnu. Similar ritual platforms appear across several Andean civilizations and are often associated with political authority, religious ceremonies, and astronomical observation. The structure at Sondor overlooks surrounding sectors from an elevated position, suggesting it served as the symbolic center of the complex. Some researchers believe the platform may have been aligned intentionally with celestial events. Across the Andes, ancient cultures closely monitored solar movement for agricultural and ceremonial purposes. In places like Machu Picchu and Chanquillo, architectural alignments connected structures to solstices, equinoxes, or seasonal cycles. Preliminary studies at Sondor suggest certain sightlines may correspond with solar positioning during specific times of the year. But because the Chanka left behind no decipherable written system, archaeologists cannot fully determine whether these alignments were deliberate astronomical calculations or simply consequences of the surrounding topography. That uncertainty defines almost every part of Sondor. the Chanca civilization itself remains partly hidden behind the shadow of the Inca Empire. Spanish chroniclers describe the Chanca as one of the greatest military threats the Inca ever faced. According to historical accounts, the Chanca nearly destroyed Cusco before being defeated by the future Emperor Pachacuti during the 15th century. That victory transformed the Inca from a regional power into an expanding empire. But after the Chanca defeat, much of their identity was gradually absorbed, rewritten, or erased. Unlike the Maya, they left no large surviving body of inscriptions. Unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, there are no detailed technical texts explaining construction methods, political systems, or engineering knowledge. What survives instead are mountain ruins like Sondor, and those ruins suggest a civilization far more sophisticated than historical records usually acknowledge. The layout of the site indicates that Sondor was not purely military. Defensive corridors exist throughout the complex, but ceremonial sectors occupy some of the highest and most visually dominant positions. This combination has led archaeologists to believe the mountain may have served both strategic and sacred purposes simultaneously. In Andean belief systems, mountains were often viewed as living spiritual entities connected to weather, fertility, and divine power. These sacred mountains, known as apus, played central roles in religious life. Constructing monumental architecture directly into a mountain ridge may therefore have represented more than engineering. It may have symbolized political control fused with spiritual authority. Far beyond the Nile Valley, buried deep inside Egypt's western desert, lies a place that should never have supported civilization for long. Dakhleh Oasis sits more than 350 kilometers from the Nile, surrounded by one of the driest landscapes on Earth. Modern temperatures in the region regularly climb above 45 degrees Celsius during summer, while annual rainfall is often measured in mere millimeters. Yet archaeological evidence shows that human communities survived here continuously for thousands of years, constructing cities, temples, irrigation systems, cemeteries, and trade routes in a place that appears fundamentally hostile to permanent life. What makes Dakhleh Oasis truly mysterious is not a single monument or artifact, but the scale of engineering adaptation hidden beneath the desert itself. The oasis first drew major archaeological attention during surveys conducted in the 19th and 20th centuries, but the real significance of the region only became clear after systematic excavations by institutions such as the Dakhleh Oasis project, launched in the late 1970s. Archaeologists soon realized that the oasis preserved evidence from multiple eras layered on top of each other, including the Old Kingdom of Egypt, the Roman occupation, early Christianity, and Islamic settlement periods. Sites such as Kellis, Balat, and Deir el-Hagar reveal that Dakhleh had once been far more than an isolated desert refuge. It functioned as a fully connected civilization hub deep inside the Sahara. One of the greatest mysteries of Dakhleh Oasis is how ancient populations managed water in an environment where rain was nearly non-existent. Today, scientists know the oasis depends heavily on the Nubian sandstone aquifer system, one of the world's largest underground freshwater reserves, stretching beneath parts of Egypt, Libya, Chad, and Sudan. Some of the water stored within the aquifer fell as rain tens of thousands of years ago during wetter climatic periods. What archaeologists still struggle to explain is how ancient engineers located and exploited these underground sources with such precision long before modern geology existed. Excavations have uncovered ancient wells reaching impressive depths, along with evidence of complex irrigation systems designed to maximize every available drop of water. In some locations, Roman-era hydraulic technology appears surprisingly advanced for such a remote region. Channels were carefully angled to maintain water flow across agricultural fields without causing rapid evaporation. Certain wells continued functioning for centuries despite constant exposure to sand intrusion and extreme temperature variation. Researchers from geological studies conducted in the Western Desert have noted that some ancient water extraction points align remarkably well with highly productive underground reservoirs identified only through modern hydrological mapping. Whether this knowledge came from generations of environmental observation or from techniques now lost remains unclear. Equally mysterious is the survival of Dakhleh's architecture itself. Across the oasis, archaeologists discovered settlements built primarily from mud brick, a material normally associated with fragility and erosion. In theory, mud brick structures should deteriorate rapidly under harsh environmental stress. Extreme daytime heat followed by cold desert nights creates constant cycles of thermal expansion and contraction capable of cracking weak construction material within decades. Yet many structures in Dakhleh remain standing for more than 1,000 years, while some foundations date back nearly 4,000 years. At sites like Balat, researchers identified administrative buildings from Egypt's Old Kingdom constructed with remarkable precision using locally produced mud brick. Laboratory analysis revealed that ancient builders carefully controlled the ratio of clay, silt, straw, and mineral content within each brick. Some samples appear to contain unusually high salt and gypsum concentrations that may have increased durability. Archaeologists also noticed that wall thicknesses were optimized for thermal insulation, allowing interior temperatures to remain significantly cooler than the outside environment. Modern desert architecture still uses similar principles, but the sophistication of these ancient systems raises major questions about how much environmental engineering knowledge existed in isolated desert communities thousands of years ago. The city of Kellis presents another extraordinary archaeological mystery. Buried beneath desert sands for centuries, Kellis emerged as one of the most important discoveries in Roman Egypt. Unlike monumental sites focused mainly on temples or royal tombs, Kellis preserves something much rarer: everyday life. Archaeologists uncovered thousands of written documents, including letters, contracts, tax records, school exercises, and religious texts written in Greek, Coptic, and other ancient languages. The dry climate preserved ink and papyrus with astonishing clarity. These texts revealed that Kellis was not a poor desert outpost struggling for survival. It possessed organized agriculture, active trade networks, textile production, and connections extending across the Roman Empire. Imported ceramics, glassware, and luxury goods discovered at the site demonstrate that caravans regularly crossed enormous desert distances, carrying valuable materials into regions that appear almost inaccessible even today. Some trade routes linked Dakhleh with the Nile Valley, while others extended westward toward Libya and deeper into trans-Saharan networks. This raises one of the oasis's greatest logistical mysteries. Crossing the Sahara without modern navigation is extraordinarily dangerous. Temperatures can become lethal, landmarks constantly shift under wind-driven sand movement, and water sources are separated by hundreds of kilometers. Yet ancient caravan systems managed to move food, wine, pottery, textiles, and possibly precious minerals across these deserts with remarkable consistency. Archaeologists have identified ancient road traces and caravan stations, but the precise navigation methods used by traders remain debated. Some researchers believe desert travelers relied heavily on astronomical positioning, while others argue that accumulated environmental memory passed through generations allowed caravans to recognize subtle terrain patterns invisible to outsiders. Another major mystery surrounding Dakhleh Oasis involves climate history. Geological and paleo-environmental evidence indicates that the Sahara was not always the hyper-arid desert seen today. Thousands of years ago, much of North Africa experienced wetter conditions during what scientists call the African humid period. Fossil remains, ancient lake beds, pollen records, and sediment analysis suggest that regions now covered by sand once supported grasslands, wildlife, and seasonal lakes. The transition from green landscape to extreme desert dramatically altered human survival across the region. Dakhleh Oasis may represent one of the clearest examples of long-term human adaptation to climate collapse. Archaeological layers show shifting settlement patterns as water availability changed over centuries. Some communities disappeared entirely, while others reorganized around increasingly sophisticated water management systems. Researchers studying ancient climate records argue that Dakhleh offers valuable insight into how civilizations respond to environmental instability, resource scarcity, and desertification. The oasis also contains deeply unusual burial sites and naturally preserved human remains. Unlike the elaborate royal mummification associated with the Nile Valley, many bodies discovered in Dakhleh underwent partial or entirely natural preservation caused by the desert environment itself. Extremely low humidity rapidly removed moisture from corpses before decomposition could fully occur. Some burials preserved hair, skin, textiles, and even internal biological material after nearly 2,000 years. These remains became scientifically important for another reason. Bioarchaeologists studying skeletons and tissue samples found evidence of diseases including tuberculosis, nutritional deficiencies, and parasitic infections. Ancient DNA analysis has also provided clues about migration and population movement between the Nile Valley and remote desert communities. In some cemeteries, researchers discovered burial practices blending Egyptian, Roman, and early Christian traditions together, showing how multiple civilizations overlapped within the oasis over time. Religious transformation in Dakhleh is itself surrounded by archaeological intrigue. Temples dedicated to Egyptian gods continued functioning during the Roman occupation, while Christianity later spread through the region with surprising strength. Excavations uncovered churches, monasteries, and Christian manuscripts deep within areas once dominated by pharaonic traditions. This coexistence of belief systems suggests that the oasis remained culturally connected to broader Mediterranean civilization despite its isolation. Stone walls climb a mountain ridge in the Peruvian Andes where the wind never fully stops. At more than 3,200 meters above sea level, Sondor appears less like a ruined city and more like a section of the mountain itself, reshaped by human hands. Archaeologists identify the site as one of the most important ceremonial and defensive centers associated with the Chanca civilization, a powerful culture that challenged the rising Inca Empire during the 15th century. Yet despite its historical importance, Sondor remains one of the least understood ancient sites in South America. Unlike Machu Picchu or Sacsayhuaman, it receives relatively little global attention, even though several of its engineering features continue to raise difficult archaeological questions. The mystery is not simply who built Sondor. The greater mystery is how a civilization with limited metallurgy and no wheeled transport transformed an isolated mountain summit into a fortified ceremonial complex capable of surviving centuries of earthquakes, erosion, and violent Andean weather. The ruins are located in the Apurimac region of Peru near the modern city of Andahuaylas. The site occupies a strategic mountain ridge surrounded by steep valleys and rugged terrain. From the summit, visibility stretches across large sections of the surrounding landscape, allowing control over important movement routes through the Andes. Archaeological surveys suggest the site expanded between the 12th and 15th centuries during the rise of the Chanca people. Spanish chroniclers later described the Chanca as fierce warriors who nearly destroyed the Inca state before ultimately being defeated by Pachacuti. Much of Chanca history disappeared after that defeat, leaving only fragments recorded by Inca and Spanish sources. Because the Chanca left no surviving written system comparable to alphabetic scripts, sites like Sondor have become some of the only remaining evidence of their technological and cultural capabilities. One of the greatest mysteries at Sondor involves the mountain itself. Large portions of the summit were artificially flattened to create ceremonial plazas, defensive terraces, and elevated platforms. Modern visitors often underestimate the difficulty of this transformation because erosion has softened some edges over time. But geological studies of the ridge show that builders were working directly against hard volcanic and sedimentary rock formations typical of the Andes. Even with modern machinery, reshaping mountain terrain at high altitude is an enormous logistical challenge. The labour required would have involved cutting stone, removing debris, stabilising slopes, and constructing retaining systems capable of preventing collapse during seasonal rains and earthquakes. Archaeologists estimate that thousands of cubic metres of material may have been displaced during the creation of the ceremonial sectors alone. What makes the engineering even more difficult to explain is the absence of advanced metal tools. The Chanca operated before large-scale iron technology in the Andes. Most known Andean civilizations relied primarily on stone tools, bronze implements, hammerstones, and abrasion techniques for shaping rock. Yet parts of Sondor display unusually level surfaces and carefully stabilized terraces that suggest long-term planning rather than simple expansion over time. Several retaining walls follow the natural mountain contours with surprising precision. Similar engineering principles appear at major Inca sites, but Sondor predates the peak of Inca imperial architecture. This has led some researchers to argue that many techniques commonly associated with the Inca may have deeper regional origins tied to earlier Andean cultures such as the Chanca. The defensive design of Sondor is another major archaeological puzzle. The site was constructed on terrain so steep that transporting construction materials alone would have been extremely dangerous. Many walls stand beside sharp drops where a single mistake could have been fatal. Despite this, the builders created interconnected stairways, narrow defensive corridors, elevated observation points, and stone platforms integrated directly into the mountainside. Some terraces remain stable after centuries of seismic activity in one of the most earthquake-prone regions on Earth. Peru sits along the Pacific Ring of Fire, where tectonic activity regularly generates destructive earthquakes. Modern engineering in the Andes requires deep structural reinforcement to resist slope failures. Yet many of Sondor's stone walls survived using techniques developed hundreds of years before modern structural geology existed. Researchers studying ancient Andean construction often point to the importance of dry stone masonry, where stones are carefully fitted together without mortar. While Sondor does not contain the massive polygonal stone blocks seen at Sacsayhuaman, several sectors demonstrate impressive stabilization methods. Stones were arranged to distribute pressure across uneven terrain while allowing slight movement during seismic events. This flexibility reduced catastrophic cracking. Similar principles are now recognized in earthquake-resistant engineering. The precision was not perfect in a modern sense, but it was sophisticated enough to survive in a hostile geological environment where many later colonial structures collapsed. Water management may represent an even greater mystery. High-altitude mountain sites constantly struggle with erosion, rainfall runoff, and seasonal water shortages. Archaeologists believe Sondor once included hydraulic features designed to redirect water away from ceremonial and residential areas. Traces of channels and drainage alignments remain visible in some sectors. If these systems functioned effectively, they would have required careful understanding of slope dynamics and seasonal rainfall patterns. Even minor miscalculations could have triggered landslides capable of destroying terraces and walls. The Andes experience intense seasonal contrasts, with heavy rains capable of rapidly eroding exposed surfaces. Yet portions of Sondor's terraces remain remarkably intact centuries after abandonment. At the centre of the site stands one of its most enigmatic structures, often identified as an ushnu, a ceremonial platform associated with ritual and political authority in Andean cultures. Elevated above surrounding sectors, the structure appears positioned to dominate both the physical landscape and ritual activities below. Some archaeologists argue that its orientation may contain astronomical significance. In many Andean civilizations, architecture was linked to solar cycles, mountain alignments, and celestial observation. Certain sightlines at Sondor appear to correspond with seasonal solar positions, though the evidence remains debated. The problem is that without written records from the Chanca themselves, archaeologists cannot fully reconstruct the symbolic meaning of the site. This uncertainty has fueled ongoing speculation about the true purpose of Sondor. Was it primarily a fortress, a ceremonial centre, a political capital, or all three simultaneously? The layout suggests multiple functions. Defensive corridors imply military concerns, while ceremonial platforms point towards religious significance. Some historians believe the Chanka intentionally built Sondor on a dramatic mountain ridge, because elevation itself carried sacred meaning in Andean cosmology. Mountains, known as apus in Andean belief systems, were often viewed as powerful spiritual entities connected to weather, fertility, and divine authority. Constructing monumental architecture directly into a mountain may therefore have represented both political control and sacred integration with the landscape. Another major mystery surrounding Sondor is how little survives from the Chanka civilization despite their historical importance. According to colonial-era chronicles, the Chanka nearly defeated the Inca before Pachacuti reorganized the Inca state into a militarized empire. Some accounts describe massive battles involving tens of thousands of warriors. After the Chanka defeat, many settlements were absorbed into the expanding Inca system. In some cases, earlier structures were modified or repurposed. This means archaeologists studying Sondor face a difficult challenge: separating original Chanka features from later Inca influence. The destruction of indigenous records during the Spanish conquest only deepened this historical void. Modern archaeological work at Sondor has revealed evidence of long-term occupation, ceremonial activity, and strategic planning, but many questions remain unresolved. Excavations have uncovered ceramics, defensive structures, and ritual spaces, yet no discovery has fully explained the site's engineering complexity. The logistical challenge alone is staggering. Every stone, tool, and resource had to be transported through mountainous terrain without modern roads, cranes, or wheeled vehicles. High-altitude labour also places severe stress on the human body due to lower oxygen levels. Even today, large-scale construction projects in the Andes require specialised planning and machinery. Ancient builders achieved monumental results using manpower, local materials, and accumulated environmental knowledge passed through generations. Kellis is not one of the famous ancient cities people instantly recognise. There are no giant pyramids towering above the desert, no colossal statues carved into cliffs, and no legends of lost gold hidden beneath its ruins. Yet for archaeologists, Kellis may be one of the most disturbing archaeological discoveries ever uncovered in Roman Egypt. Because unlike many ancient cities that survived only as fragments of stone, Kellis preserved something far more dangerous to history: evidence of ordinary human life almost completely frozen in time. The ancient city lies deep inside Egypt's Dakhleh Oasis, more than 700 kilometers southwest of Cairo, surrounded by one of the harshest desert environments on Earth. Today the site is officially known as Ismant el-Karab, but in antiquity it was called Kellis. The city flourished primarily between the 1st and 4th centuries AD during Roman control of Egypt. For centuries, shifting sands buried much of the settlement, hiding its streets, houses, temples and documents beneath layers of desert sediment. Modern excavation campaigns beginning in the late 20th century revealed something archaeologists rarely encounter in the ancient world: an almost intact record of daily civilization preserved not by technology, but by extreme aridity. What makes Kellis extraordinary is not simply the survival of ruins. Entire neighbourhoods built mostly from mud brick remained standing after nearly 2,000 years. In most climates, mud brick architecture disintegrates rapidly once abandoned. Rainwater, moisture, plant growth, and temperature fluctuations usually reduce such cities to shapeless mounds within centuries. Yet at Kellis, walls several meters high still stand. Doorways remain visible, staircases survive. Interior rooms can still be identified. Some houses even preserve traces of plaster coatings and pigments. Archaeologists studying the site discovered that certain structures resisted erosion far better than expected for sun-dried mud brick construction. This created one of the first major mysteries surrounding Kellis. Ancient builders in the oasis appear to have understood methods of thermal control and structural stabilization far beyond what most people associate with desert settlements of the Roman era. The walls were often exceptionally thick, sometimes exceeding 1 meter in width. Streets were narrow, minimizing direct solar exposure. Many homes contained central courtyards that promoted passive airflow. Researchers comparing temperatures inside reconstructed mud brick environments found that thick earthen walls could reduce internal temperatures significantly compared to exterior desert heat, functioning almost like natural insulation systems. Modern passive cooling architects in North Africa and the Middle East still use similar principles today. The mystery is not that ancient people understood climate adaptation, but how refined and standardized these techniques became in such an isolated settlement. Some scholars also suspect that the mud brick formula itself may have contributed to the city's survival. Analyses of surviving bricks revealed mixtures containing clay, straw, mineral salts, and organic fibers. Certain samples show unusually high durability against cracking caused by thermal expansion. In the Dakhleh Oasis, daytime temperatures can exceed 40 degrees Celsius before dropping dramatically at night. Repeated expansion and contraction normally destroy mud brick over long periods, yet many Kellis walls endured for over 15 centuries. Archaeologists still debate whether the builders intentionally engineered the material composition for desert endurance, or whether environmental conditions alone preserved the city. But the true archaeological shock of Kellis was not its architecture. It was the discovery of thousands of ancient written documents preserved almost intact by the desert climate. Papyrus fragments, wooden tablets, letters, legal contracts, tax records, business accounts, school exercises, and religious manuscripts emerged from houses, refuse dumps, and abandoned rooms across the city. In humid regions, organic writing materials rarely survive more than a few centuries. At Kellis, the desert acted like a natural preservation chamber. The result was one of the most detailed archives of ordinary life ever recovered from Roman Egypt. For historians, this transformed Kellis into something far more valuable than a ruined settlement. It became a direct window into the mechanics of an ancient society. Archaeologists could suddenly reconstruct trade systems, food distribution, family relationships, education, taxation, and even private emotions through personal correspondence. Some letters discuss grain shipments and debt payments. Others contain complaints about delayed deliveries, requests for clothing, or discussions about illness and travel. Instead of seeing the Roman world only through emperors and monuments, Kellis exposed the routines of ordinary citizens living at the edge of the empire. The city also revealed evidence of a religious movement that almost vanished from human memory. Among the most important discoveries at Kellis were texts connected to Manichaeism, an ancient religion founded in the 3rd century AD by the Persian prophet Mani. At its peak, Manichaeism spread across an enormous geographic range stretching from the Roman Empire to Central Asia and China. Some historians believe it became one of the largest organized religions in the ancient world. Yet within centuries, persecution and political suppression nearly erased it entirely. Very few Manichaean texts survived history. Many were deliberately destroyed, but Kellis preserved one of the largest collections ever discovered. Archaeologists uncovered hymns, prayers, theological writings, and private religious letters belonging to members of the Manichaean community living inside the oasis. These discoveries radically changed scholarly understanding of the religion. Before the Kellis excavations, much of what historians knew about Manichaeism came from hostile outside sources. Suddenly, researchers had direct evidence written by believers themselves. This created another mystery. Why did such a remote desert settlement become a significant centre for a religion that spread across continents? Some scholars suggest the oasis trade routes allowed ideas to move through the desert more efficiently than historians once believed. Others believe isolated communities like Kellis offered protection for minority religious groups escaping imperial pressure. The city's position in the Western Desert may have made it both connected and hidden at the same time. The trade networks themselves remain another unresolved puzzle. Kellis survived in an environment that appears almost uninhabitable. The settlement depended on groundwater extraction, caravan transport and oasis agriculture far from the Nile River. Yet archaeological evidence indicates sustained economic activity for centuries. Pottery from different regions, imported goods, and administrative records show the city maintained connections with broader Roman Egypt. Satellite imaging and desert surveys have identified traces of ancient caravan routes crossing areas now considered nearly impossible to traverse without modern navigation. Transporting supplies through such terrain would have required advanced logistical coordination. Water management was especially critical. Even small disruptions in oasis hydrology could threaten the survival of the entire settlement. Archaeologists discovered evidence of wells, irrigation systems, and agricultural planning adapted to the fragile desert environment. Some researchers argue that Roman-era oasis settlements like Kellis possessed more sophisticated environmental management systems than previously assumed. Yet despite centuries of survival, Kellis eventually disappeared. One of the strangest aspects of the site is the absence of evidence for catastrophic destruction. Many ancient cities show clear signs of warfare, invasion, earthquake collapse or fire. Kellis does not. Excavations revealed no major burn layers, no mass destruction horizon, and no evidence of sudden military annihilation. Instead, the city appears to have been abandoned gradually during the late 4th century AD. The reason remains uncertain. Climate change may have reduced water availability in the oasis. Economic instability during the later Roman Empire could have weakened desert trade systems. Political changes and shifting religious dynamics may also have contributed. Some historians suggest regional trade routes simply collapsed, isolating the settlement beyond recovery. But no single explanation fully accounts for the abandonment. Kellis did not die violently. It faded slowly into the desert until the sands erased it from memory. Stone terraces cling to the cliffs of the Taurus Mountains in southern Turkey, more than 1,200 meters above sea level. Wind moves through empty arches where monks once walked 15 centuries ago. Below the monastery, narrow valleys disappear into layers of fog and limestone ridges. The place is called Alahan Monastery, and even today archaeologists still struggle to explain how such a massive religious complex was constructed in terrain this hostile during the 5th century AD. The site appears isolated, almost unreachable, yet the scale of its engineering rivals some of the most ambitious Byzantine religious centres of its era. Historians believe construction began during the reign of the Byzantine Emperor Leo I around the late 5th century and continued into the 6th century under Emperor Zeno, who himself was born in nearby Isauria. But the deeper researchers examine the ruins, the more mysterious the monastery becomes. Alahan was not discovered in the modern sense like a buried Egyptian tomb or a lost jungle city. Local communities in the Taurus Mountains always knew the ruins existed. However, systematic archaeological interest only intensified during the 19th and 20th centuries when European travellers described the monastery as one of the most extraordinary early Christian sites in Anatolia. British archaeologist Michael Gove later conducted major excavations during the 1950s and 60s, revealing the enormous scale of the complex. What emerged was not a simple mountain monastery. Instead, Alahan appeared to be an immense pilgrimage centre, built across dangerous mountain slopes where construction alone should have been nearly impossible. The first mystery begins with location. The monastery stretches across steep cliffs overlooking the Goksu Valley. an area surrounded by fractured limestone formations and unstable terrain. Even with modern roads, transporting heavy stone blocks into the mountains remains difficult today. Yet Byzantine builders somehow hauled thousands of tons of carved limestone onto elevated terraces more than 1,500 years ago. Some columns at the site weigh several tons each. Archaeologists still debate the exact transportation methods used. There is no evidence of advanced wheeled transport infrastructure leading directly to the monastery. Pack animals alone would not have been enough for many of the larger architectural elements. Some researchers believe temporary wooden ramps and pulley systems were constructed along the mountain face, but no physical traces survive. The engineering problem becomes even more serious when examining the precision of the stonework itself. Many surviving walls show remarkably tight stone joints with minimal mortar gaps. Decorative carvings around windows and arches remain geometrically balanced despite centuries of earthquakes and erosion. Several architectural historians have compared the masonry quality at Alahan to elite urban Byzantine construction, rather than a remote provincial monastery. This creates a major contradiction. The region surrounding Alahan was mountainous and sparsely populated during late antiquity. Producing craftsmanship of this level would have required highly trained masons, specialized tools, organized labor forces, and enormous financial support. The question is why imperial resources were invested into a monastery hidden deep within the Taurus Mountains. The Western Church at Alahan reveals some of the most sophisticated details. Carved capitals display intricate vine patterns, crosses, birds, and symbolic motifs associated with early Christian theology. Some carvings show stylistic influences from Syria and northern Mesopotamia, while others resemble late Roman decorative traditions. This mixture suggests Alahan was connected to major trade and pilgrimage networks across the eastern Mediterranean. Archaeologists discovered evidence of covered walkways, bathing facilities, monastic housing, ceremonial courtyards, and large cistern systems. The complexity indicates that the site may have accommodated hundreds of travelers and pilgrims rather than a small isolated religious community. One of the greatest archaeological mysteries at Alahan involves water. The monastery was constructed in a dry, mountainous environment where natural freshwater sources were limited. Yet excavations uncovered an elaborate hydraulic system cut directly into the limestone bedrock. Channels collected rainwater from rooftops and terraces before directing it into storage cisterns. Some reservoirs remain partially intact after 15 centuries of exposure to harsh climate conditions. Engineers studying the site noted that several channels were carved with calculated gradients, allowing gravity to maintain controlled water flow without stagnation. The precision required for such hydraulic planning suggests advanced practical knowledge of water management. The durability of the water system is even harder to explain. Seasonal temperature differences in the Taurus Mountains can produce severe expansion and contraction within limestone structures. Repeated freezing and heating cycles normally fracture ancient reservoirs over long periods of time. Yet portions of Alahan's cistern network survived multiple earthquakes and centuries of weathering. Similar hydraulic durability is seen at certain Roman and Nabatean sites, but Alahan stands out because of its isolated mountain environment. Some archaeologists believe Byzantine builders intentionally selected specific limestone densities to reduce cracking. Others argue that the monastery's engineers adapted earlier Roman hydraulic principles that are now poorly documented in surviving texts. Earthquakes present another major mystery. Southern Anatolia lies within a tectonically active region affected by the collision of the Anatolian, Arabian, and African plates. Numerous destructive earthquakes struck the eastern Mediterranean throughout late antiquity and the medieval period. Despite this, substantial sections of Alahan's arches, columns and structural walls remained standing for more than 1,500 years. Modern structural engineers studying Byzantine architecture observed that some buildings at Alahan appear designed to distribute weight through flexible load paths rather than rigid vertical pressure alone. The builders may have intentionally integrated the natural mountain rock into the structural foundation to reduce seismic stress. If true, it would demonstrate a surprisingly advanced understanding of earthquake-resistant architecture centuries before modern seismic engineering. The monastery's ceremonial pathway may be its most visually mysterious feature. Pilgrims approaching the Eastern Church pass through a long colonnaded route lined with carved stone decoration. The pathway creates a deliberate psychological effect. As visitors moved higher into the complex, mountain cliffs gradually closed around them while the valley disappeared behind the stone arcades. Architectural historians believe this was intentional symbolic design, meant to separate pilgrims from the physical world before entering sacred space. But creating such a route required enormous planning, because the mountain terrain had to be reshaped through excavation and terracing. Even today, parts of the pathway cling dangerously close to steep drops. Religious symbolism at Alahan also raises unanswered questions. Several carvings depict crosses surrounded by solar patterns and geometric motifs, more commonly associated with older regional traditions. Some scholars argue these symbols reflect continuity between pre-Christian Anatolian beliefs and Byzantine Christianity. Others suggest the monastery intentionally absorbed local artistic traditions to attract converts from surrounding mountain communities. Archaeological evidence shows Isauria, the broader region around Alahan, had a reputation in Roman history for rebellion and cultural independence. Building an enormous imperial monastery in this territory may have been partly political, designed to strengthen Byzantine control over isolated populations. The scale of labour required at Alahan remains difficult to calculate. Estimates based on surviving architecture suggest thousands of tons of stone were quarried, shaped, transported, and assembled during construction. Quarry marks found near the monastery indicate that some stone blocks were cut directly from surrounding cliffs, reducing transportation distances. However, many decorative elements appear to have been produced by highly skilled artisans who likely travelled from major Byzantine urban centres. Organising such a workforce in mountainous terrain would have required stable supply routes for food, tools, timber, and water. Historians believe construction may have continued in phases for decades, perhaps even generations. Then there is the mystery of abandonment. By the medieval period, Alahan was largely deserted. Historical records do not provide a precise explanation. Several possibilities exist. Arab-Byzantine conflicts destabilized Anatolia during the 7th and 8th centuries. Trade and pilgrimage routes shifted. Earthquakes may have damaged sections of the complex beyond repair. Climate changes could also have affected water access in the mountains. Yet the sudden silence surrounding the monastery remains strange considering its former importance. Unlike Constantinople or major Byzantine cities, Alahan faded into obscurity with remarkably little documentation. The Flannan Isles are a remote group of rocky islands west of the Outer Hebrides of Scotland. The largest island, Ailean Moor, is surrounded by steep cliffs and relentless Atlantic weather. Long before the lighthouse existed, local fishermen avoided staying overnight there. Stories circulated about strange voices in the wind and unseen presences moving across the rocks after dark. Most historians consider these stories simple superstition, but after the events of 1900, the islands gained a far darker reputation. The lighthouse itself was completed in 1899 by the Northern Lighthouse Board after years of difficult construction. Everything had to be transported across dangerous seas and hauled up cliffs exposed to constant storms. By December 1900, the station was staffed by 3 men: Principal Keeper James Duckett, Assistant Keeper Thomas Marshall, and Occasional Keeper Donald MacArthur. All 3 were experienced and familiar with the harsh conditions of the North Atlantic. The first indication that something was wrong came on December the 15th, when the passing steamer Arctur noticed the lighthouse lamp was dark during severe weather. Because storms made landing impossible, no one reached the island for several days. Finally, on December 26th, the relief vessel Hesperus arrived at Alahan Moor. What the crew discovered immediately felt wrong. No keeper waited at the landing platform. No signal flags flew from the station. A relief keeper named Joseph Moore climbed the steep path toward the lighthouse alone, while the island remained completely silent except for the sound of crashing waves below the cliffs. Inside the station, everything appeared strangely normal. The lamp had been cleaned and refilled, the beds were unmade, the kitchen was orderly. Contrary to many later legends, there was no confirmed evidence of a half-eaten meal abandoned on the table. Yet the most important fact remained unchanged. All 3 keepers were gone. Investigators soon discovered signs of severe storm damage near the island's western landing area. A storage box positioned high above sea level had been smashed apart. Iron railings were bent. Supplies had been scattered across the rocks. Reports even claimed that a massive boulder had been displaced by the force of the sea. These details suggested that an enormous wave had struck the cliffs with tremendous power. The official investigation was led by Robert Muirhead of the Northern Lighthouse Board. His conclusion was straightforward. Marshall and MacArthur likely went outside during bad weather to secure equipment near the western landing. Ducat may then have left the lighthouse to assist them. At some point, all 3 men were swept into the Atlantic by a massive wave. Even today, that explanation is considered the most likely. Rogue waves in the North Atlantic are real and extremely dangerous. Modern oceanographic research has confirmed that isolated waves can rise unexpectedly to enormous heights, especially around steep coastal cliffs where wave energy becomes concentrated. But the official theory never fully ended the mystery. Lighthouse protocol normally required 1 keeper to remain inside the station at all times. Why would all 3 men leave the lighthouse together during dangerous conditions? Why were some of the men reportedly missing their heavy weather coats, suggesting at least 1 may have rushed outside unexpectedly? And why would experienced keepers place themselves near the exposed western landing during a violent storm they understood better than almost anyone else? Part of the mystery's lasting reputation comes from the alleged entries in the lighthouse logbook. According to later retellings, Thomas Marshall described terrifying winds unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. One famous story claimed that Donald MacArthur, known as a hardened and aggressive seaman, had been crying during the storm. Another claimed the men were praying together as the weather worsened. However, historians still debate whether these dramatic logbook entries ever truly existed. No verified original record containing these exact words survives today. Many researchers believe the story was exaggerated over time through newspapers, poems, and later retellings. Still, the legend transformed the disappearance from a maritime accident into something far more unsettling. The idea that 3 experienced men became terrified while trapped alone on a remote island in the middle of the Atlantic. Over the decades, countless theories emerged. Some suggested murder followed by suicide. Others believed an unexpected rogue wave struck the cliffs without warning. Paranormal explanations soon followed as well, fueled by the island's old folklore and the eerie atmosphere surrounding the abandoned lighthouse. yet no theory has ever been supported by definitive evidence. What makes the Flannan Isles mystery so disturbing is not violence, but absence. There were no bodies, no final message, no clear sign of what happened during those final hours. The ocean simply erased 3 men from existence and left behind only silence. Cold rains swept across the northern frontier of Roman Britain as one of the most powerful military forces of the ancient world disappeared into history. No surviving Roman text clearly explains their fate. No confirmed battlefield has ever been found. No official account records their final stand. Yet for nearly 2,000 years, historians have continued asking the same question. What happened to the 9th Legion? Known as Legio IX Hispana, the 9th was not an obscure military unit. It was one of Rome's oldest and most respected legions, a force that had fought under Julius Caesar during the Gallic Wars, before becoming deeply involved in the Roman conquest of Britain after AD 43. A Roman legion was not a small army. It consisted of roughly 5,000 heavily trained infantry soldiers, supported by engineers, cavalry, medics, and logistical staff. Rome documented military activity obsessively. Troop numbers, promotions, supplies, and victories were carefully recorded across the empire. For an entire legion to vanish from surviving records is extremely unusual. The 9th Legion became heavily associated with Britain during the 1st century AD, one of the most unstable provinces in the empire. Rome controlled much of southern Britain, but the farther north its armies advanced, the more dangerous the landscape became. Dense forests, freezing weather, marshlands, and hostile tribal territories created conditions that conventional Roman warfare struggled to dominate. The legion itself had already suffered severe losses during the revolt of Queen Boudicca, around AD 60 or 61. Ancient historian Tacitus recorded that much of the legion's infantry was destroyed while attempting to relieve the Roman settlement of Camulodunum, modern Colchester. Although the rebellion was eventually crushed, the disaster proved something deeply unsettling. Britain could destroy Roman armies. Over the following decades, Rome continued pushing farther north into territories that now form northern England and southern Scotland. This is where the mystery surrounding the 9th Legion truly begins. For many years, historians believed the legion was annihilated somewhere in northern Britain during the early 2nd century AD. The theory emerged because the legion suddenly disappears from Roman records after around AD 108, when inscriptions confirm its presence at Iberacum, modern York. After that point, references to the legion become strangely silent. No surviving Roman historian describes its destruction. No emperor commemorated its victories afterward. It was as if thousands of soldiers simply vanished beyond the edge of the Roman world. The mystery became even darker when historians looked at what happened next. Around AD 122, Emperor Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall, a massive defensive wall stretching roughly 117 kilometres across northern England. Instead of continuing the conquest of northern Britain, Rome suddenly shifted toward containment and defence. Some historians began wondering whether catastrophic military losses in the north, possibly involving the 9th Legion, had convinced Rome to stop expanding deeper into hostile territory. The image was haunting. Thousands of Roman soldiers marching north into cold fog, forests and hostile lands never to return. But modern archaeology complicated the mystery even further. In the 19th century, inscriptions connected to the 9th Legion were discovered at Nijmegen in the modern Netherlands. These findings suggested that at least part of the legion may have survived after the period when historians believed it had already been destroyed in Britain. If the legion still existed after leaving Britain, then the traditional story collapses completely. This discovery opened several competing theories. One possibility is that the legion was later transferred east and destroyed during Rome's wars against the Parthian Empire. Rome suffered devastating defeats in the east during the 2nd century AD, and entire military formations occasionally disappeared during brutal campaigns far from reinforcement. Another theory connects the legion to the Jewish revolts against Roman rule, particularly the Bar Kokhba revolt between AD 132 and 136. Ancient sources describe enormous casualties during the conflict, with entire regions devastated by war. Some historians believe the 9th Legion may have been destroyed there and quietly removed from military records afterward. There is also the possibility that the legion was not violently destroyed at all. Roman legions were sometimes disbanded, reorganized, or merged after suffering severe losses or political disgrace. Yet even this explanation raises disturbing questions. Why are surviving records so incomplete? Why was one of Rome's oldest legions never clearly reassigned or officially dissolved in surviving military lists? Why does its history simply fade into silence? That silence is what transformed the 9th Legion into one of history's greatest military mysteries. Unlike myths built entirely on legend, this mystery is rooted in genuine historical gaps. Rome was one of the most bureaucratic empires in human history. It recorded taxes, military payments, construction projects, and troop deployments across 3 continents. Yet somewhere within that enormous system, the fate of thousands of soldiers disappeared. The psychological power of the mystery lies not only in death, but in erasure. Roman culture glorified military memory. Victories were carved into monuments and celebrated publicly across the empire. But the 9th Legion seems to vanish almost unnaturally from history itself. Today, after nearly 2,000 years, the fate of Legiogo IX Hispana remains unresolved. Archaeologists continue searching for the new evidence, inscriptions, and battle sites that could finally explain what happened. But somewhere between ruined forts, fragmented records, and the cold northern frontier once feared even by Rome, one of the empire's greatest military forces disappeared, and history never found them again. December the 5th, 1872. In the cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean near the Azores Islands, sailors aboard the merchant ship DEI Gratia spotted a vessel drifting strangely through rough seas. Its sails were damaged but still partially raised. The ship moved slowly, almost aimlessly, as if no one remained at the helm. Captain David Morehouse ordered a boarding party to investigate. What they found would become one of the darkest mysteries in maritime history. The ship was completely abandoned. No crew, no passengers, no bodies. The vessel was the Mary Celeste, an American brigantine that had departed New York Harbor nearly a month earlier, carrying more than 1,700 barrels of industrial alcohol bound for Genoa, Italy. On board were Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 experienced crewmen. Every single person had vanished without a trace. What made the case terrifying was the condition of the ship itself. The Mary Celeste was not destroyed, it was not sinking. Food and drinking water remained on board in large quantities. Valuable belongings, navigational instruments, and cargo were still largely untouched. There were no signs of piracy, no evidence of violence, and no indication of a struggle. It looked as though everyone aboard had simply disappeared in the middle of ordinary life. The ship itself already carried a strange history before the mystery began. Originally built in Nova Scotia in 1861 under the name Amazon, the vessel had experienced repeated misfortunes throughout its early years. Several captains connected to the ship suffered illness, financial ruin, or sudden death. Ownership changed multiple times before it was eventually renamed the Mary Celeste. Yet Captain Benjamin Briggs was not considered reckless or inexperienced. He was known as a disciplined and highly respected sailor with years of command experience. Friends described him as intelligent, cautious, and deeply religious. The fact that he brought his wife and a young daughter aboard strongly suggests he trusted both the ship and the voyage. On November 7, 1872, the Mary Celeste departed New York Harbor. 8 days later, the DEI Gradual left from the same port on a similar route. Captain Morehouse personally knew Briggs, which made the later discovery even more disturbing. When the boarding crew entered the Mary Celeste, they discovered signs that something had gone wrong, but not enough to explain complete abandonment. One lifeboat was missing. A rope hung from the side of the ship. Water had entered the hold, but not at levels dangerous enough to sink the vessel. One of the ship's pumps appeared partially disassembled, which may have led the crew to believe the flooding was worse than it actually was. The final entry in the captain's logbook was dated November 25th, placing the ship near Santa Maria Island in the Azores. That meant roughly 10 days remained completely unaccounted for. Something happened during those missing days. But nobody knows what. Over the next century and a half, investigators proposed countless theories. Piracy was one of the earliest explanations, but it quickly collapsed. Nothing valuable had been stolen. The cargo remained on board. There were no weapon marks, no blood, and no bodies. Mutiny also seemed unlikely. The crew had no known history of violent behaviour, and once again the complete absence of physical evidence created major problems for the theory. Some suggested the ship encountered a waterspout, rogue wave, or violent storm that terrified the crew into abandoning ship temporarily. Others believed a seaquake may have caused panic, but experienced sailors understood the danger of leaving a large vessel for a small open lifeboat in the middle of the Atlantic. Most captains would only abandon ship if remaining aboard guaranteed death. One of the most accepted modern theories focuses on the industrial alcohol cargo. When investigators examined the ship, they found several barrels empty. Researchers later proposed that alcohol fumes may have leaked into the cargo hold, creating pressure strong enough to produce a loud explosion-like blast without leaving burn marks or major fire damage. In 2006, experiments supported the possibility of such an event. According to this theory, Captain Briggs may have feared the ship was about to explode. The crew could have evacuated into the lifeboat temporarily while staying connected to the vessel by rope. But if rough weather or strong currents suddenly separated them from the ship, the Mary Celeste would have drifted away, leaving everyone stranded in the open ocean. It is one of the few explanations that accounts for the missing lifeboat, the lack of violence, and the intact condition of the vessel. But even that theory leaves terrifying questions unanswered. Why was no trace of the lifeboat ever discovered? Why were no bodies ever recovered? And why would an experienced captain abandon a ship that was still capable of sailing? The emotional power of the Mary Celeste mystery comes from the image itself. A full-sized ship drifting silently across the Atlantic Ocean with no human presence aboard. Cabins untouched. Supplies still waiting to be used. Personal belongings left exactly where they had been placed. An entire group of people erased without explanation. More than 150 years later, the Mary Celeste remains one of history's most haunting ghost ship mysteries because it feels impossible. Most maritime disasters leave behind wreckage, bodies, or evidence of violence. The Mary Celeste left behind almost nothing except silence. And somewhere beyond those final logbook entries, the fate of Captain Benjamin Briggs, his family and his crew disappeared forever into the Atlantic Ocean. The village of Woolpit was small, isolated, and surrounded by dense woodland during the 12th century. Its name likely came from the deep wolf pits once dug to trap predators roaming eastern England. Yet Woolpit became connected to one of the strangest and darkest mysteries ever recorded in medieval history, after villagers discovered 2 children standing near those pits sometime during the reign of King Stephen. The children looked completely unfamiliar to the villagers. Their skin carried a distinct green coloration. They spoke an unknown language no one could identify. Their clothing appeared strange, and they seemed terrified and confused. According to the medieval accounts, the villagers brought them food, but the children refused nearly everything offered to them. Only after finding raw broad beans did they finally begin eating. What makes the case extraordinary is that it was documented by two respected medieval chroniclers, William of Newburgh and Ralph of Coggeshall. Neither man treated the story as simple folklore. William of Newburgh in particular was known for criticising exaggerated supernatural claims, yet even he admitted the event was difficult to explain. Over time, the children slowly learned English. The boy became ill and died not long after being baptised. The girl survived, adapted to English society, and eventually explained where they claimed to have come from. According to her, they came from a place called St. Martin's Land, a strange world where the sun never fully shone and where everything existed in permanent twilight. She also claimed everyone there had green skin like theirs. For centuries, the story became one of England's most famous medieval legends. Some believed the children came from an underground kingdom. Others imagined they were supernatural beings or visitors from another world. Modern internet theories turn them into extraterrestrials or dimensional travellers, but historians searching for a realistic explanation uncovered something potentially far darker. One of the strongest theories suggests the children may have been Flemish refugees. During the 12th century, Eastern England contained large Flemish migrant communities. Political instability and violence during the civil war known as the Anarchy led to repeated persecution and massacres of Flemish settlers in some regions. Historians believe the children may have been orphan survivors who became separated from their families while fleeing violence. Under this interpretation, the mystery changes completely. Their unknown language may simply have been Flemish. Their confusion may have been psychological trauma. Even St. Martin's Land may have referred to the nearby area of Fornham St. Martin, where Flemish communities once lived. What medieval villagers interpreted as a story from another world could actually have been the fragmented memories of displaced children, trying to explain catastrophe in terms they understood. The strange green skin also has possible medical explanations. Researchers have suggested the children may have suffered from severe malnutrition or iron deficiency anemia, conditions capable of producing pale greenish skin tones in extreme cases. This theory is supported by the fact that the girl's green coloration reportedly faded after she received proper food and care. But the descriptions remain unsettling because medieval chroniclers repeatedly emphasized how unnatural the color appeared. They did not describe the children as merely pale or sick. They specifically described them as green. The death of the boy adds another disturbing layer to the story. Most retellings focus entirely on the surviving girl, but the original accounts quietly mention that the boy weakened and died shortly after entering English society. Historians cannot determine whether illness, starvation, disease exposure, or trauma caused his death. In the harsh conditions of medieval Europe, displaced children rarely survived for long. And because only the girl eventually learned English, almost the entire mystery survives through the testimony of a single traumatized child. That detail may be the darkest part of the entire story. Modern psychology has shown that children experiencing severe trauma often reconstruct memories symbolically rather than literally. Darkness becomes a land without sunlight. Distant sounds become strange underground echoes. Familiar places become impossible worlds. If the green children truly survived violence or displacement, then their story may have been transformed by fear, hunger, and confusion long before medieval chroniclers recorded it. The setting of Woolpit itself only intensified the eerie atmosphere. Imagine the scene described in the chronicles: two starving children with green skin emerging beside ancient wolf traps in the middle of rural England during one of the most violent periods in the country's history. Even without supernatural explanations, the imagery feels deeply unnatural. What keeps the green children of Woolpit alive after more than 800 years is not the possibility that they came from another dimension. It is the possibility that medieval history accidentally preserved evidence of something real and tragic. Refugee children carrying the psychological scars of violence that nobody around them could understand. The people of medieval England had no concept of trauma, refugee crises, or psychological shock. Faced with frightened children speaking an unfamiliar language and describing a world without sunlight, they interpreted the event through folklore and religion because they had no other framework available. And that may be why the mystery still feels so disturbing today. The green children of Woolpit are terrifying not because they seemed inhuman, but because they were most likely completely human. Children lost between history and myth, transformed into one of the darkest mysteries medieval Europe ever recorded. Summer arrived brutally in Strasbourg in the year 1518. The streets were crowded, the air heavy, and the city already exhausted by famine, disease, and fear. Then, sometime in July, a woman later identified in historical records as Frau Trophäa walked into the street and began to dance. There was no festival taking place. No musicians followed her. No celebration filled the city square. Yet witnesses claimed she continued moving for hours without stopping, then through the night, then into the next day. At first, people believed she'd simply lost her mind, but within days others joined her. One after another, men and women reportedly began dancing uncontrollably through the streets of Strasbourg. Contemporary accounts described bodies twisting in exhaustion beneath the summer heat, while crowds gathered in disbelief. Some dancers allegedly screamed in pain. Others collapsed from fatigue only to rise again moments later and continue moving. According to several chroniclers from the period, the number of afflicted eventually reached into the hundreds. More than 5 centuries later, historians still cannot fully explain what happened. The event became known as the Dancing Plague of 1518, one of the strangest and darkest mass phenomena ever recorded in European history. The most terrifying part of the mystery is that the dancers did not appear joyful. This was not ritual celebration or organized performance. Many descriptions portray people trapped inside movements they could not control. Witnesses reportedly saw feet swollen and bleeding from constant motion. Bodies shook from exhaustion. Some later accounts claimed individuals died from heart failure, strokes, or complete physical collapse, although modern historians debate the exact number of deaths because surviving records remain incomplete. What is certain is that authorities in Strasbourg believed the situation was serious enough to demand immediate intervention. Their response only made the nightmare stranger. Instead of isolating the dancers, city officials accepted the advice of local physicians, who concluded the afflicted suffered from what they called hot blood. According to this theory, the victims needed to continue dancing until the condition left their bodies naturally. Historical records indicate authorities arranged special areas where dancers could move freely. Musicians were reportedly hired. Stages may even have been constructed. The result was catastrophic. Rather than stopping the outbreak, the spectacle appeared to intensify it. More people joined, crowds grew larger. Strasbourg effectively turned into a city watching human beings dance themselves toward collapse, while musicians played nearby under official approval. Eventually, the authorities abandoned the strategy. Some sufferers were transported to religious shrines associated with Saint Vitus, a Christian figure connected in medieval belief with nervous disorders and involuntary movement. Rituals were performed in hopes of ending what many citizens viewed as a supernatural curse. Over time, the phenomenon gradually faded, yet the explanation vanished with it. The world surrounding Strasbourg helps explain why the event became so terrifying. Early 16th century Europe existed in a constant state of instability. Famine repeatedly devastated populations. Disease outbreaks were common. Religious fear dominated daily life. People interpreted illness and disaster not through modern science, but through divine punishment, demonic influence, or curses. Entire communities lived under immense psychological pressure. Historians note that Strasbourg had endured years of hardship before the outbreak. Grain prices rose sharply. Malnutrition spread through poorer districts. The population had already experienced waves of disease and social tension. Fear was embedded into ordinary life. This background became central to one of the leading modern explanations for the dancing plague. Mass psychogenic illness, sometimes called mass hysteria or collective psychological contagion. According to this theory, the outbreak was not caused by infection or poison, but by extreme stress erupting physically across an already traumatized population. Cases of mass psychogenic illness are real and documented throughout history. Under intense social pressure, groups of people can unconsciously mirror symptoms and behaviors. Episodes involving fainting, shaking, uncontrollable laughter and panic have appeared in multiple cultures, but the Strasbourg incident remains different because of its scale and severity. The dancers were not merely panicking, they were reportedly sustaining violent physical movement for days or even weeks. That level of endurance seems almost impossible for ordinary human beings, particularly during an era of malnutrition and primitive medical care. This is one reason the mystery still unsettles historians today. Even the most accepted explanation leaves disturbing questions unanswered. Another famous theory involves ergot poisoning caused by a toxic fungus growing on rye bread. Ergot contains chemicals chemically related to compounds capable of producing hallucinations and muscle spasms. Medieval Europe experienced outbreaks of ergot contamination known as St. Anthony's Fire, which caused convulsions, paranoia, and terrifying physical symptoms. Some researchers suggested contaminated grain triggered the bizarre behaviour in Strasbourg. Yet this explanation also faces major problems. Severe ergot poisoning usually causes crippling pain and muscle contractions that would likely prevent sustained rhythmic dancing. It also fails to explain why the behaviour spread socially through crowds rather than affecting isolated victims randomly exposed to contaminated food. Over time, many historians moved away from the poisoning theory, although it has never disappeared entirely. The deeper the event is examined, the stranger it becomes. The outbreak existed at the intersection of medicine, religion, fear, and psychology. Medieval citizens believed supernatural forces could physically seize control of the human body. Some feared Saint Vitus himself had cursed the city. In such an atmosphere, terror may have become contagious. Watching neighbours collapse while dancing uncontrollably could have pushed already traumatised people into the same condition. What makes the dancing plague so disturbing is that it attacks something fundamental, the reliability of the human mind. Many historical mysteries involve lost civilizations or unexplained artifacts. Strasbourg presents a different horror entirely. It suggests human beings living under extreme fear and suffering may reach a psychological breaking point capable of reshaping physical behaviour on a massive scale. The people dancing through the streets of Strasbourg were not mythical figures from folklore. They were real individuals recorded in municipal documents and historical chronicles. Something happened in that city during the summer of 1518, powerful enough to terrify authorities, overwhelm physicians, and leave historians arguing for more than 500 years afterwards. And despite centuries of medical progress, nobody can say with complete certainty why an entire city suddenly began to dance. The story began in 1587 during England's earliest attempts to establish a permanent foothold in the New World. a group of approximately 115 settlers arrived on Roanoke Island under the leadership of English artist and Governor John White. Unlike previous expeditions focused mainly on soldiers and exploration, this colony included entire families. Women and children crossed the Atlantic with the expectation of building a lasting settlement. Among them was White's pregnant daughter, Eleanor Dare. Soon after arriving, she gave birth to a baby girl named Virginia Dare, the first English child known to have been born in North America. Her birth was celebrated as a symbol of England's future across the Atlantic. Instead, she would become one of history's most haunting missing persons. The colony faced problems almost immediately. Roanoke was isolated, vulnerable, and dangerously underprepared. Supplies were already low when the settlers arrived. Relations with nearby indigenous communities had deteriorated because earlier English expeditions in the region had committed violent raids and destroyed villages. Food became scarce, and tensions inside the settlement grew worse as summer heat, disease, and uncertainty spread through the colony. The settlers desperately needed reinforcements and supplies from England. Reluctantly, they convinced John White to return across the Atlantic to organise aid. White did not want to leave his family behind, but the colony's survival depended on it. In late 1587, he sailed back to England, expecting to return within months. He would not return for nearly 3 years. Europe was moving towards war. Conflict between England and Spain escalated rapidly after English attacks on Spanish shipping and support for Dutch rebels. By 1588, the threat of invasion by the Spanish Armada forced Queen Elizabeth I to mobilise English ships for national defence. Civilian voyages across the Atlantic became extremely difficult. White attempted multiple times to secure passage back to Roanoke, but naval restrictions, piracy, violent storms, and privateering expeditions repeatedly blocked him. As months turned into years, the colony remained stranded on the edge of an unfamiliar continent with limited supplies and no support. When White finally returned to Roanoke in August 1590, he entered a nightmare. The settlement was completely deserted. No voices, no smoke rising from fires, no signs of life anywhere among the trees and wooden structures. White later described how the houses had not been burned or destroyed violently. Instead, many appeared to have been dismantled carefully, as though the colonists had intentionally prepared to leave. Chests, weapons, tools, and supplies were gone. There were no bodies, no skeletons, no evidence of a battle. The colonists had not simply died where they stood, they had vanished. Then White found the message. The word Croatoan had been carved into a wooden post. Nearby, the partial word CRO had been carved into a tree. Before White departed years earlier, the settlers had agreed on a system of warning signs. If the colony was attacked or forced to flee under danger, they would carve a Maltese cross to indicate distress. White searched carefully, but no cross appeared anywhere in the abandoned settlement. That detail changed everything. The absence of a distress signal suggested the colonists may not have been massacred suddenly. Perhaps they had relocated willingly. Croatoan referred to a nearby island south of Roanoke, now associated with Hatteras Island, as well as the indigenous Croatoan people who lived there. White immediately believed the settlers might have moved to the island in search of food and protection. But he never confirmed it. A violent storm struck almost immediately after his arrival. White's crew refused to continue searching farther along the coast, fearing shipwreck among the dangerous shoals and hurricanes of the Outer Banks. Forced back to sea, White left North America forever without learning what happened to his daughter, granddaughter, or the rest of the colony. Over the next 4 centuries, Roanoke transformed into one of the most debated disappearances in history. Historians, archaeologists, climatologists, and writers proposed countless theories, yet none solved the mystery completely. The most widely accepted explanation today is that at least some colonists integrated with nearby indigenous communities. Archaeological excavations on Hatteras Island uncovered European artifacts dating to the late 16th century, including pottery fragments, gun parts, metal tools, and jewellery linked to English settlements. Some historians believe surviving colonists gradually assimilated into Croatoan communities after abandoning Roanoke. Later, English reports even described indigenous individuals with grey eyes or partially European features, though these accounts remain controversial and impossible to verify fully. Another theory suggests the colonists moved inland and were later killed during regional conflicts. Years after Roanoke disappeared, leaders of the Jamestown colony heard claims that Chief Powhatan's forces had destroyed settlements containing Europeans living among rival tribes. Some researchers consider these accounts possible evidence connected to Roanoke. Others argue the reports were unreliable political stories shaped by fear and colonial propaganda. Environmental disaster may also have played a major role. Scientific studies of tree rings from ancient cypress forests reveal that the Roanoke colony arrived during one of the worst droughts in the region in nearly 800 years. Between 1587 and 1589, coastal North Carolina suffered severe water shortages and agricultural collapse. In a fragile colony already dependent on outside supplies, such conditions could have been catastrophic. Starvation, disease, and desperation may have forced survivors to scatter across unfamiliar territory in search of food. Some theories are even darker. A few historians have explored the possibility of cannibalism during the colony's final months, pointing to similar survival behaviour later documented at Jamestown. Others proposed secret Spanish attacks against English settlements, though no solid evidence has ever confirmed Spanish involvement. The lack of physical remains allowed speculation to grow endlessly, because almost every scenario remained possible. What makes Roanoke uniquely terrifying is not simply that people disappeared, it is the scale of the silence surrounding them. Most historical disasters leave evidence behind. Entire ancient cities buried by volcanic eruptions preserve skeletons in ash. Shipwrecks scatter debris across ocean floors. Battlefields leave weapons and graves. Roanoke left almost nothing. The colony appears to have dissolved into the landscape itself, erased by storms, forests, shifting coastlines and time. Even modern archaeology has failed to close the case. In 2012, researchers studying a map created by John White discovered hidden markings beneath a patch on the document that appeared to indicate a secret inland fort location. Excavations in that region uncovered 16th century English artifacts, reigniting hopes that traces of the missing colonists had finally been found. Yet the discoveries only created new debate. Some scholars argue the objects belonged directly to Roanoke survivors. Others believe they arrived later through trade networks. Every excavation produces another clue but never a final answer. The morning of June 30th, 1908 began like any other in the remote Siberian wilderness. Reindeer herders moved across the forest near the Podkamanaya Tunguska River, while hunters prepared for another quiet summer day inside one of the most isolated regions on Earth. Then, without warning, the sky exploded. Witnesses described a blazing object tearing across the atmosphere brighter than the sun itself. Some said it appeared blue-white, while others described it as fiery red. Moments later came a flash so intense that people hundreds of kilometers away believed their clothes were burning. Then the shockwave arrived. The ground shook violently, windows shattered across distant settlements, and tremors were recorded as far away as Europe. In the forests of central Siberia, more than 80 million trees were flattened across an area exceeding 2,000 square kilometers. Yet when scientists finally reached the site years later, they found something deeply unsettling. There was no crater, no impact scar, no massive meteorite buried beneath the earth, only an enormous wasteland of burned and shattered forest radiating outward from an invisible centre. More than a century later, the Tunguska event remains one of the darkest and most disturbing mysteries in modern history. The explosion occurred at approximately 7:15 in the morning local time on June 30th, 1908. Modern scientific estimates place the energy release between 10 and 15 megatons of TNT, making it roughly 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. The blast wave circled the Earth multiple times and was detected by barometers across Europe, while seismic stations recorded vibrations similar to a moderate earthquake. And yet, despite its immense power, the event left behind almost no conventional evidence of an impact. The remoteness of Siberia delayed scientific investigation for nearly 2 decades. Political instability inside the Russian Empire, combined with the enormous difficulty of reaching the region, meant that the first major expedition did not arrive until 1927. The expedition was led by Russian mineralogist Leonid Kulik, who expected to find a giant meteorite crater hidden inside the forest. Instead, Kulik encountered a landscape unlike anything he had ever seen. Trees across the region had been knocked flat in a radial pattern, all pointing away from a central blast zone, but near the epicenter many trees were still standing upright. Their branches had been stripped away and their bark scorched black, leaving behind what witnesses later described as telegraph poles. This strange pattern strongly suggested that the explosion had occurred high above the ground, rather than on impact. Today, most scientists believe the Tunguska event was caused by an airburst, an asteroid or comet fragment exploding in the atmosphere before reaching the surface. As the object entered Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speed, pressure and heat built up inside it until it catastrophically detonated several kilometers above Siberia. But even this explanation leaves disturbing unanswered questions. No large fragments of the object were ever conclusively recovered. Tiny microscopic particles rich in nickel and iron were later discovered in the soil and nearby peat bogs, supporting the meteor hypothesis, but nothing resembling the remains of a large asteroid has ever been found. Some researchers argue the object may have been a stony asteroid that completely vaporized in the atmosphere, while others suggest it was a fragile icy comet whose composition left little surviving material behind. The absence of definitive evidence opened the door to decades of speculation. Some theories bordered on the bizarre. In the 1960s, Soviet scientists proposed that a miniature black hole may have passed through Earth. Others suggested an antimatter collision inside the atmosphere. One theory claimed the explosion resulted from natural gas erupting from beneath the Siberian crust. Another linked the event to experiments supposedly conducted by inventor Nikola Tesla, although there is no credible evidence supporting this claim. The most sensational theories involved extraterrestrial technology, because no crater existed, and because the explosion resembled a controlled aerial detonation. Some writers claimed an alien spacecraft may have exploded or intentionally self-destructed above Earth. While mainstream science rejects these ideas, the mystery surrounding Tunguska ensured they survived for decades in popular culture. What makes the event especially terrifying is how close humanity may have come to catastrophe. The explosion occurred over one of the least populated regions on Earth. Had the object arrived only a few hours later, Earth's rotation could have placed a major European city directly beneath the blast zone. Scientists have estimated that an explosion of similar magnitude above a densely populated urban area would kill hundreds of thousands, possibly millions, within seconds. The Tunguska event demonstrated something profoundly unsettling about Earth's vulnerability. A relatively small cosmic object, perhaps only 50 to 60 meters wide, unleashed destruction comparable to a thermonuclear weapon, and humanity had absolutely no warning. The event also transformed scientific understanding of asteroid threats. Before Tunguska, many researchers underestimated the danger posed by smaller near-Earth objects. Modern planetary defense programs now monitor thousands of asteroids capable of regional devastation, yet even today many potentially dangerous objects remain undetected until they pass relatively close to Earth. In 2013, the Chelyabinsk meteor exploded over Russia with an energy release estimated at roughly 500 kilotons. Far smaller than Tunguska, but still powerful enough to injure more than 1,000 people, mostly from shattered glass caused by the shock wave. The Chelyabinsk event provided modern scientists with a chilling glimpse of what Tunguska may have looked like on a much larger scale. But perhaps the darkest aspect of Tunguska is not the explosion itself, it is the silence afterward. For thousands of years, objects from deep space have crossed Earth's orbit unnoticed. Most burn harmlessly in the atmosphere, some do not. Tunguska revealed how fragile civilization truly is against forces originating far beyond human control. One object entered Earth's atmosphere over Siberia in 1908 and changed an entire forest into a wasteland within seconds. No army caused it, no nation predicted it, no technology stopped it. Even now, more than a century later, scientists still debate exactly what exploded above Tunguska that morning. An asteroid, a comet, something stranger. The forest never gave a complete answer, and somewhere beyond Earth, countless other objects continue moving silently through the darkness. Somewhere inside the rare manuscript archives of Yale University lies a book that no one on Earth has ever been able to read. Its pages are filled with flowing handwriting, strange diagrams, impossible plants, astronomical charts, and naked figures standing in pools connected by elaborate green tubes. For more than a century, cryptographers, historians, linguists, code breakers, and artificial intelligence systems have attempted to decipher it. Every attempt has failed. The manuscript is known simply as the Voynich manuscript, and even after hundreds of years nobody knows who wrote it, what language it contains, or why it exists at all. The manuscript is named after Wilfrid Voynich, a Polish book dealer who purchased it in 1912 from a Jesuit college near Rome. At first glance, it appeared to be another medieval scientific text, but the deeper scholars looked, the stranger it became. The book contains more than 200 pages written in an unknown script composed of characters that do not match Latin, Greek, Arabic, Hebrew, or any recognized writing system from the medieval world. The text flows with remarkable consistency. Certain symbols repeat in predictable patterns. Words appear to obey grammatical structures. Statistical analysis has shown that the writing behaves similarly to real human language rather than random nonsense, yet no translation has ever been verified. For decades, many historians suspected the manuscript might simply be an elaborate forgery, created centuries after the Middle Ages. That theory weakened dramatically in 2009 when researchers at the University of Arizona performed radiocarbon dating on the parchment itself. The results placed the manuscript between 1404 and 1438. The vellum was genuinely medieval. The ink and pigments also appear consistent with materials available during the 15th century. This discovery transformed the mystery completely. If the manuscript was a hoax, then someone in medieval Europe had created one of the most sophisticated intellectual deceptions in recorded history, centuries before modern cryptography even existed. One of the darkest aspects of the Voynich manuscript is its illustrations. The manuscript appears divided into several sections, each dedicated to a different subject. The largest section contains botanical drawings, but the plants shown inside the book do not fully correspond to any known species. Some resemble real herbs or flowers, yet their roots, leaves and stems appear unnaturally combined, almost as if they were assembled from multiple plants into entirely fictional organisms. Medieval herbals often stylized plants, but the Voynich illustrations go far beyond normal artistic distortion. Researchers have searched for exact matches for decades without success. Another section contains astronomical and astrological diagrams. Circular star charts, zodiac symbols, and strange cosmological wheels dominate the pages. Some diagrams resemble medieval astronomical models, but others contain structures that historians still cannot interpret. Several pages feature women emerging from or standing inside interconnected pools of green liquid, linked by pipe-like structures. Their meaning remains completely unknown. Some researchers believe the imagery could relate to medieval medicine or alchemy. Others argue it may represent symbolic rituals connected to fertility, astrology, or occult traditions. No explanation has achieved consensus. The manuscript became even more famous during the 20th century because of the people who failed to decode it. During both world wars, elite cryptographers examined the text, including some associated with military intelligence. Among those who studied the manuscript were professional codebreakers accustomed to deciphering enemy encryption systems. Even they could not determine whether the text concealed an actual message or merely imitated the appearance of language. Later, computer scientists used statistical modeling and machine learning algorithms to analyze the script. Some studies concluded that the manuscript exhibits properties too sophisticated to be random gibberish. Other researchers suggested it may represent a meaningless pseudo-text carefully engineered to resemble authentic language. The debate continues today. One of the most disturbing possibilities is that the manuscript may encode a real language that has completely disappeared from history. Unlike ordinary ciphers, which can often be broken through substitution analysis, the Voynich script resists every known approach. Certain words only appear in specific sections, others repeat with patterns resembling grammatical rules. The text has low levels of correction, suggesting the author wrote fluently rather than inventing symbols page by page. If the manuscript truly records a real language or coding system, then it may represent knowledge from a forgotten intellectual tradition that vanished without leaving any other surviving records. The manuscript's historical ownership only deepens the mystery. At one point, it likely belonged to Emperor Rudolf II of the Holy Roman Empire, a ruler obsessed with alchemy, astrology, and occult science. Rudolf collected strange artifacts, mechanical devices, and forbidden texts inside his court in Prague during the late 16th century. According to later accounts, he may have purchased the manuscript for an enormous sum because he believed it was written by the English philosopher Roger Bacon, a medieval scholar famous for experimental science and rumoured esoteric knowledge. However, no evidence definitively connects Bacon to the manuscript itself. Throughout history, theories surrounding the Voynich manuscript have ranged from scientific to deeply unsettling. Some researchers believe it may contain encrypted medical knowledge. Others argue it could be a coded alchemical manual intended to conceal dangerous information from outsiders. A few theories claim it was created as a sophisticated scam designed to deceive wealthy collectors fascinated by occult learning. But perhaps the most haunting possibility is also the simplest, that the manuscript was written by someone whose language, worldview, and system of knowledge disappeared so completely that modern civilization can no longer recognize it. What makes the Voynich manuscript perfect for the darkest mysteries in history is not merely that it remains unsolved. History is filled with unsolved crimes and missing people. The Voynich manuscript feels different. It creates the terrifying impression that humanity has encountered a message from the past, but lacks the ability to understand it. Every page suggests meaning. Every diagram appears intentional. Every line of text looks coherent. Yet the manuscript stands like a sealed door in the middle of recorded history, refusing to open no matter how advanced modern science becomes. More than 600 years after it was created, the Voynich manuscript remains one of the only books in the world that can be seen by anyone, studied by anyone, photographed in extreme detail, and analysed by powerful computers, yet still cannot truly be read by a single human being. A small island off the coast of Nova Scotia has consumed more than 2 centuries of obsession, millions of dollars, and multiple human lives. No confirmed treasure has ever been recovered there. No definitive explanation has ever been accepted. Yet people continue digging into the same collapsing ground as if something beneath the island was never meant to be found. This is the mystery of the Oak Island Money Pit. The story began in 1795 when a teenager named Daniel McGuinness noticed a strange circular depression beneath an old oak tree on Oak Island. According to early accounts, the area also showed signs of previous human activity, including what appeared to be marks from a block and tackle system attached to a tree branch. McGuinness and 2 friends began digging. A few feet below the surface, they uncovered a layer of oak logs placed horizontally across the shaft. About every 10 feet, another wooden platform appeared. The deeper they dug, the stranger the pit became. Later excavation teams reported finding layers of charcoal, putty, and coconut fibre buried underground. Coconut fibre was especially unsettling because coconut trees do not grow anywhere near Nova Scotia. If those reports were accurate, somebody had transported tropical material thousands of kilometres to a remote island long before modern transportation existed. In 1804, the Onslow Company continued excavating the site and reportedly reached nearly 90 feet before disaster struck. The shaft suddenly flooded with seawater. Pumps failed to stop the water, and workers believed they had triggered some kind of hidden flood system connected to the ocean. That moment transformed Oak Island from a treasure story into something far darker. Over time, investigators began developing the theory that artificial tunnels connected the money pit to nearby beaches. Excavations near Smith's Cove reportedly uncovered stone-lined channels packed with coconut fibre and eelgrass. Some believed these structures acted as primitive filters, allowing seawater to flow into the pit while preventing sand from blocking the tunnels. If true, the engineering would have been extraordinary for its time. Constructing underground flood tunnels beneath a coastal island would have required knowledge of tidal pressure, drainage systems, structural stability, and long-term reinforcement. Even modern excavations on Oak Island have struggled against flooding and collapsing ground. The idea that such a system may have existed centuries ago became one of the greatest mysteries surrounding the island. As the legend grew, so did the obsession. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, dozens of excavation companies attempted to solve the mystery using increasingly advanced technology. Steam engines, industrial drills, pumps, explosives, sonar equipment, and deep drilling operations were all brought to the island. Again and again, the same pattern repeated itself. Shafts collapsed, water surged in, tunnels disappeared beneath mud and debris before they could be fully explored. The island slowly became associated with death. In 1897, a worker died after an explosion caused by gas deep underground. The most tragic accident occurred in 1965, when 4 men from the Restore excavation team died after entering a shaft contaminated with toxic hydrogen sulfide gas. One worker collapsed inside the pit and the others died trying to rescue him. These deaths help fuel one of Oak Island's darkest legends, the belief that 7 people must die before the island reveals its secret. So far, 6 deaths are commonly connected to the money pit. Part of what makes Oak Island so disturbing is that evidence does exist, just never enough to provide a clear answer. Fragments of parchment have reportedly been recovered from deep underground. Metal traces, including small amounts of gold detected in water samples, have been identified during modern investigations. Human bone fragments discovered during drilling operations were later analysed and appeared to come from individuals of both European and Middle Eastern ancestry. Yet none of it proves the existence of treasure. Every clue only deepens the mystery. Over the years, theories surrounding Oak Island became increasingly extreme. Some researchers believed the island once hid the treasure of Captain Kidd. Others connected the site to the Knights Templar, suggesting that religious artifacts or secret documents may have been buried there centuries ago. More controversial theories claimed the island concealed lost Shakespeare manuscripts or priceless royal treasures. No theory has ever been proven. Modern historians and archaeologists remain divided over what Oak Island truly represents. Some believe early discoveries were exaggerated by treasure hunters seeking investors. Others argue that at least part of the island contains genuine engineered structures dating back centuries. Even today, no one fully agrees on whether the famous flood tunnels were artificial systems or simply natural seawater intrusion into unstable underground cavities. That uncertainty is exactly why the mystery survives. Unlike many historical enigmas eventually explained by science or archaeology, Oak Island remains trapped between fact and legend. There is no final answer. No discovery large enough to silence the debate. Only generations of failed excavations and the growing feeling that something important may still exist beneath the island. For more than 200 years, people have descended into the same dark shaft believing they were close to uncovering the truth. Every generation arrives with better technology than the last. Every generation leaves with the same unanswered question. What was hidden beneath Oak Island, and why was it protected so carefully that even centuries later, the island still refuses to reveal its secret? The summer heat in Alexandria was already unbearable when construction workers in the Sidi Gaba district struck stone nearly 5 meters beneath the streets in July 2018. At first, it looked like another buried fragment of the ancient city, something common in Alexandria, where modern buildings stand directly above layers of Greek, Roman and Egyptian ruins. But as excavation continued, archaeologists realized they were staring at something far more disturbing. Buried beneath the earth was a colossal black granite sarcophagus, unlike almost anything previously discovered in the city. It measured approximately 2.65 meters long, over 1.5 meters wide, and nearly 2 meters high. The coffin alone weighed close to 30 tons, its lid weighed several more. But size was not what truly unsettled archaeologists. What shocked them was the seal. The mortar between the lid and the body of the sarcophagus appeared almost completely intact. For more than 2,000 years, no one seemed to have opened it. In Egypt, untouched burials are extraordinarily rare. Tomb robbers stripped most ancient graves centuries ago, often within years of burial. Alexandria suffered even worse destruction than many Egyptian cities. Earthquakes shattered entire districts. Foreign invasions looted temples and tombs. Fires destroyed archives and monuments. Later, the modern city expanded directly over the ancient one, burying enormous sections of history beneath concrete and asphalt. Yet somehow, This gigantic black coffin remained hidden and undisturbed beneath the streets of a crowded Mediterranean city. The discovery immediately triggered speculation across the world. The atmosphere surrounding the sarcophagus felt deeply unnatural. It was oversized, almost aggressively plain, and constructed from black granite quarried near Aswan, hundreds of kilometers to the south. Transporting stone of that scale in antiquity required extraordinary engineering. Ancient Egyptian builders had mastered the movement of massive blocks using sled systems, river barges, ramps, ropes, and coordinated labor teams. But even by their standards, an object this large represented enormous expense. Someone had invested tremendous resources into creating this coffin, yet almost nothing on the sarcophagus explained who that person was. There were no grand royal inscriptions, no cartouches identifying a king, no elaborate funerary prayers carved into the surface. Ancient Egyptian elite tombs were usually designed to preserve identity forever. Names and titles covered walls and coffins because memory itself was considered essential for survival in the afterlife. This sarcophagus was strangely silent. It looked expensive enough for royalty, yet anonymous enough to feel hidden. That contradiction became one of the darkest aspects of the discovery. The burial chamber surrounding the coffin only deepened the mystery. It was relatively modest compared to the scale of the sarcophagus itself. Normally important tombs featured elaborate architecture, decorated walls, ceremonial corridors, or protective chambers. Here, the coffin dominated everything around it. The chamber felt less like a monument and more like a container built specifically to isolate what was inside. Theories spread rapidly. Some believed the coffin could contain the remains of a forgotten Ptolemaic ruler. Others wondered whether it belonged to a military commander or noble family, erased from historical records. More sensational claims suggested a connection to the lost tomb of Alexander the Great, whose burial location remains one of archaeology's greatest unsolved mysteries. Historians dismissed that idea almost immediately, but the speculation exploded online because the discovery possessed all the elements of a modern myth. A sealed black coffin hidden beneath Alexandria for 2 millennia. Then archaeologists decided to open it. The moment quickly became one of the most watched archaeological events of the decade. Heavy machinery was required to lift the multi-ton granite lid. As the seal finally broke, a terrible odour reportedly escaped from inside the coffin. Archaeologists soon discovered why. Instead of treasure or a perfectly preserved mummy, the sarcophagus contained a dark reddish-brown liquid partially filling the interior. Human bones were submerged beneath it. Images from the excavation spread across the internet within hours. The liquid looked almost black in some photographs and deep red in others, creating an atmosphere closer to horror fiction than archaeology. Social media immediately transformed the discovery into a global fascination. Some users joked about curses and apocalyptic consequences. Others claimed the liquid was ancient blood or some unknown chemical substance. In reality, Egyptian authorities later explained that groundwater and sewage had likely seeped into the sarcophagus through small cracks over centuries, mixing with decomposed organic material from the bodies inside. Scientifically, the explanation made sense. But emotionally, the image remained deeply disturbing. A giant sealed black coffin opened after 2,000 years, revealing human skeletons submerged in dark, contaminated liquid beneath one of history's most legendary cities. Inside were the remains of 3 individuals. The skeletons were heavily damaged due to prolonged exposure to liquid and decomposition. Researchers determined that at least one skeleton may have belonged to a woman, while another appeared to show evidence of serious trauma to the skull, possibly caused by an arrow or violent impact. But despite analysis, the identities of the dead remain unknown. No major funerary treasures were recovered. No inscriptions conclusively explained who they were or why they had been buried together inside such an enormous sarcophagus. That absence of answers transformed the discovery into something darker than a typical royal tomb excavation. Instead of solving a historical mystery, the sarcophagus exposed how completely history can erase people. Whoever these individuals were, someone once considered them important enough to bury inside one of the largest granite coffins ever discovered in Alexandria. Yet over time, even their names disappeared. Some historians proposed that the burial may have belonged to members of a military family connected to the Ptolemaic army. Others suggested victims of political violence. During the Ptolemaic period, Alexandria was a city of immense wealth, but also relentless instability. Assassinations, dynastic struggles, riots, and power struggles were common. Political enemies often vanished from official records entirely. If the people inside the coffin had once held influence, history may have deliberately forgotten them. The psychological impact of the discovery also revealed something ancient about human fear itself. Across civilizations, sealed tombs provoke a strange mixture of fascination and dread. Ancient Egyptians believed disturbing the dead carried spiritual consequences. Long before modern stories about mummy curses, tomb robbers themselves often feared entering sealed burial chambers. The dead were not viewed as passive remains, they were believed capable of revenge. The black sarcophagus awakened those instincts in the modern world. Millions followed the excavation online, almost as if waiting for something catastrophic to emerge. The internet filled with warnings not to open it. Memes joked about ancient plagues escaping into the world. The reaction sounded irrational, yet it reflected something deeply human, the persistent feeling that some doors should remain closed forever. More than 13,000 feet above sea level, in the Peruvian Andes, an ancient stone complex clings to the edge of a mountain where almost nothing should have been built. Steep cliffs fall into the Apurimac Canyon below. Violent winds move through the ridges year-round. Oxygen levels are dramatically lower than at sea level. Even today, reaching Wakra Pukara requires hours of climbing across narrow mountain trails. Yet centuries ago, an entire ceremonial and defensive complex was constructed here from stone, with a precision that continues to raise difficult archaeological questions. The name Wakra Pukara roughly translates to Horn Fortress, a reference to the two towering rock formations rising above the site like giant stone horns. But the deeper mystery is not the name, it is the location itself. Why would an ancient civilization choose one of the harshest and most inaccessible mountain environments in the region to construct a monumental complex, requiring enormous labor, engineering, and long-term planning? Archaeologists believe the site may have originated with the pre-Inca Canchis culture before later being expanded by the Inca Empire sometime during the 15th century. That alone creates the first major mystery. If parts of the complex predate the Inca, then sophisticated high-altitude engineering was already being practiced in this region before the empire reached its peak. Some terraces, retaining walls and ceremonial sectors appear integrated directly into the natural mountain in ways that suggest multiple construction phases spanning generations. The mountain was not flattened or reshaped. Instead, the builders adapted themselves to the terrain with unusual precision. This becomes especially difficult to explain when examining the geography surrounding the site. Wakra Pukara was not built on a broad plateau like Machu Picchu. It was constructed along steep ridges and unstable slopes, vulnerable to erosion, landslides, and earthquakes. Building on terrain like this presents serious structural problems even for modern engineers. Load distribution becomes unpredictable. Rainwater accelerates slope failure. Temperature swings create cracks inside stone. At over 4,000 meters in elevation, workers also face chronic oxygen reduction that dramatically limits physical endurance. Yet the builders developed retaining systems capable of stabilizing sections of the mountain itself. Large stone terraces lock into the natural contours of the ridge rather than fighting against them. Instead of forcing geometric symmetry onto the environment, the architecture bends around the mountain's existing shape. Many walls curve subtly with the cliff edge, reducing stress concentration and helping structures absorb seismic movement. This adaptive design philosophy appears repeatedly throughout the Andes, but at Wakra Pukara, it becomes unusually extreme because of the terrain. Peru sits on one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. The Nazca Plate continues to push beneath the South American plate, generating constant tectonic pressure along the Andes. Earthquakes capable of destroying masonry structures are common throughout Peruvian history. Despite this, portions of Wakra Pukara have survived for centuries in a location directly exposed to seismic instability. One reason may lie in the stonework itself. Some walls use tightly fitted masonry that distributes force across multiple contact points instead of concentrating stress in mortar joints. Slight inward inclinations in the walls may also have improved stability during shaking. In several sections, the builders appear to have intentionally integrated bedrock directly into the foundation system rather than constructing separate artificial platforms. This effectively transformed parts of the mountain into structural support. The result was not simply a fortress placed on a mountain. The mountain itself became part of the architecture, but engineering is only part of the mystery. The true purpose of Wakra Pukara remains unclear. At first glance, the location appears military. The site overlooks major valleys and ancient movement corridors through the Andes. Its elevation creates a strong defensive advantage. Narrow access paths would have allowed only small groups to approach at a time. From above, visibility extends for enormous distances across the surrounding region. These are all characteristics associated with defensive strongholds. Yet other parts of the site contradict that interpretation. Several sectors contain ceremonial layouts more consistent with ritual architecture than military occupation. Open plazas, carved stone platforms, and enclosed sacred spaces suggest gatherings, offerings, or astronomical observation rather than long-term troop deployment. Some archaeologists argue that Wakra Pukara may have functioned less as a permanent fortress and more as a sacred ceremonial center protected by defensive geography. This contradiction creates one of the site's most important unresolved questions. If it was primarily military, why build elaborate ceremonial spaces at such altitude? But if it was mainly ritualistic, why choose terrain optimized for defense? The answer may involve how Andean civilizations viewed mountains themselves. In Inca cosmology, mountains were not passive landscapes. They were sacred entities known as apus, believed to possess spiritual power and influence over weather, fertility, and survival. High-altitude sites often served both political and religious functions simultaneously. Control over sacred mountains could reinforce imperial authority while also legitimizing religious power. Wakra Pukara may therefore represent a fusion of military presence, ritual activity, and environmental symbolism rather than fitting neatly into a single category. The horn-shaped rock formations above the complex deepen this possibility. These towering natural structures dominate the entire site visually. Rather than removing or avoiding them, the builders positioned major architectural sectors directly beneath the stone horns, almost as if the natural mountain formation itself was the center of the complex. This raises another question. Was the location chosen because of strategic value alone, or because the mountain already possessed sacred meaning long before construction began? Some researchers have also explored possible astronomical alignments at the site. Across the Andes, solar observation played a major role in agricultural and ceremonial life. The movement of sunlight across mountains, ridges, and stone markers often determined ritual calendars and seasonal transitions. At Wakra Pukara, certain architectural orientations appear aligned with sunrise and sunset positions during significant solar events. While evidence remains debated, the possibility adds another layer to the mystery. The fortress may not simply have watched the valleys below, it may also have watched the sky. Water management presents another major puzzle. High mountain environments create severe logistical problems for long-term occupation. Water sources are limited, agricultural production is difficult. Sudden weather shifts can isolate entire regions. Maintaining a permanent population at this elevation would have required careful planning and infrastructure. Some drainage channels and terrace systems suggest advanced understanding of runoff control and erosion prevention. Seasonal rainwater appears to have been redirected away from vulnerable sectors of the site to prevent slope collapse. This was critical because uncontrolled water flow could rapidly destroy cliffside structures. The precision of these drainage solutions becomes even more impressive considering the environmental conditions. During the rainy season, the Andes experience intense erosion pressure. Freeze-thaw cycles crack exposed stone repeatedly. Wind speeds increase dramatically along canyon edges. Yet large sections of the complex continue to survive despite centuries of exposure. In many ways, the environment that should have destroyed Wakra Pukara instead reveals the sophistication of its construction. And then there is the question of labor. Every stone, terrace and platform had to be transported, shaped and positioned in one of the harshest landscapes in the region, without wheeled transport, without iron tools, without modern lifting systems. Some estimates suggest that physical work performed above 4,000 meters can reduce human efficiency dramatically because of oxygen deprivation alone. Building monumental architecture under those conditions would have required extraordinary coordination and social organization. This creates the final mystery surrounding Wakra Pukara. The site appears too complex to have been symbolic alone, yet too isolated to function as a major population center, too defensive to be purely ceremonial, yet too ritualistic to operate as a conventional fortress. It exists in a strange category between sacred sanctuary, mountain observatory, political monument and engineered survival system. Thousands of human bodies were once left exposed on top of circular stone towers in the deserts of ancient Persia. No graves, no cremation, no tombs. Within hours, vultures stripped the flesh from the corpses under temperatures that could exceed 40 degrees Celsius. Days later, only bleached bones remained beneath the sun, yet the system was not created for brutality. It was designed as one of the oldest large-scale environmental death systems in human history, and the engineering behind it still raises questions modern science cannot fully ignore. Outside Yazd, massive circular ruins known as the Towers of Silence still stand above the desert. For more than 1,000 years, followers of the ancient Zoroastrian religion carried their dead to these structures, instead of burying or burning them. To most civilizations, death meant graves or fire. To the Zoroastrians, both were forms of contamination. Earth was sacred, fire was sacred, water was sacred. A corpse, once the soul departed, was believed to become impure and dangerous. Burying the dead polluted soil, cremation polluted fire, throwing bodies into water poisoned rivers and wells. Ancient Persia faced a problem few civilizations ever tried to solve in this way. How do you eliminate human remains without corrupting nature itself? Their answer was the Dakhma. At first glance, the towers appear primitive, thick circular walls, bare stone interiors, open sky above, but every part of the design was engineered around decomposition, climate and biological control. The towers were built on elevated hills, far from cities where heat, sunlight and desert wind remained constant throughout the year. Many followed nearly identical geometry, suggesting standardized construction principles passed across generations. Some structures exceeded 25 meters in diameter, with walls designed to survive centuries of erosion and seismic stress in one of the harshest climates on Earth. Inside, the platform was divided into concentric rings for men, women and children. At the center lay a deep ossuary pit where the remaining bones were eventually collected. Specialized corpse bearers carried bodies into the tower because ordinary people were forbidden from touching the dead directly. Once placed on the stone surface, the bodies were left completely exposed to scavenging birds, especially vultures. Historical accounts describe the process happening with terrifying efficiency. In extreme desert heat, most soft tissue could disappear within hours. Intense ultraviolet radiation and dry air rapidly dehydrated whatever remained. Eventually, the bones were pushed into the central pit, where they slowly fragmented over time. The disturbing reality is not that the system existed, it is how well it worked. Long before microscopes, bacteria, or germ theory, the builders created a passive body disposal system that minimized groundwater contamination and reduced many conditions associated with disease spread. Beneath some ossuary pits, layers of charcoal, sand, and lime acted as filtration systems. Rainwater passing through the remains was naturally filtered before reaching the soil below. Modern researchers have noted that the design unintentionally aligns with several principles now recognized in sanitation science. Ancient Persians did not understand microbes, yet they developed a system that isolated decomposition from populated areas, while using heat and exposure to suppress bacterial survival. The climate itself became part of the mechanism. Summer temperatures around Yazdi regularly rise above 40 degrees Celsius. Humidity remains extremely low, Wind moves constantly across the rocky hills. Modern forensic studies show that dry heat and ultraviolet exposure significantly accelerate dehydration and reduce microbial activity during decomposition. The towers exploited all of it. Circular geometry maximized sunlight across the entire platform while reducing shaded areas where moisture could remain trapped. Raised outer walls prevented large animals from entering while allowing vultures to descend freely from above. The structures effectively transformed the desert into a biological machine powered entirely by natural forces. No fuel was required. No underground cemeteries had to be maintained. No forests were consumed for cremation fires. The dead simply disappeared into sunlight, wind, and scavengers. Some historians argue the towers were purely religious structures shaped only by doctrine. Others believe centuries of observations slowly refined the system into a highly specialized form of environmental engineering. The people who built them clearly understood patterns of decay. They understood isolation. They understood how climate altered decomposition. In some ways, the Towers of Silence resemble ancient sanitation systems disguised as sacred architecture. European travelers who witnessed the towers centuries ago described scenes that sounded almost unreal. Rings of bodies exposed beneath circling vultures, silence broken only by desert wind, bleached bones covering the stone floor beneath the sun. Because outsiders were rarely allowed inside the towers, the sites developed a reputation as forbidden places tied to death rituals and hidden knowledge. But compared to many burial systems used elsewhere in history, the Dakmas may actually have produced less environmental contamination. Medieval cemeteries in crowded cities frequently polluted groundwater and intensified outbreaks of disease. The Towers of Silence kept decomposition isolated above ground and far from urban populations. But the system depended on one critical component: vultures. Without scavenging birds, the towers could not function correctly, and during the 20th century, that balance began collapsing. Across Iran and India, vulture populations declined catastrophically due to poisoning, habitat destruction, and veterinary chemicals such as diclofenac, which proved lethal to scavenger species. Suddenly, a funerary system refined across centuries could no longer complete its process efficiently. Bodies remained exposed for longer periods. Public health concerns increased. Expanding cities also pushed closer toward ancient tower sites. Many Dakmas were eventually abandoned or permanently shut down. The collapse revealed something even stranger. The system itself had not failed. The ecosystem around it had failed first. The Towers of Silence were never isolated buildings. They functioned as part of a larger environmental network involving climate, geography, scavenger species, solar exposure, and controlled isolation. Remove one part and the entire mechanism breaks apart. That realization has led some researchers to view the towers not simply as religious monuments, but as evidence of an ancient civilization deeply adapted to its environment in ways modern society rarely considers. Today, the towers remain empty above the desert hills of Persia. Their stone walls still resist erosion after centuries of heat and wind. Drone footage reveals massive circular platforms overlooking silent landscapes, where thousands of human bodies once vanished beneath the sky. Modern civilization hides death underground behind concrete-sealed coffins and polished cemeteries. Ancient Persia exposed it directly to nature and turned decomposition into a controlled environmental process. That is what makes the Towers of Silence so unsettling. They force a modern world to confront a possibility few expect from ancient civilizations: that people living thousands of years ago may have understood ecological contamination, biological decay, and environmental balance far better than history once assumed. Gwalior Fort is covered in turquoise tiles that were never supposed to survive this long. More than 500 years of extreme heat, monsoon rain, ultraviolet radiation, dust storms, and violent temperature shifts should have destroyed them centuries ago. Yet parts of the fortress still flash blue-green across the sandstone cliffs of central India, as if the colour itself refused to disappear. That is the real mystery of Gwalior Fort. Not the walls, not the battles, the colour. The fortress stands on an isolated sandstone plateau in present-day Madhya Pradesh, stretching roughly 3 kilometers across a steep ridge, rising more than 100 meters above the surrounding plain. Travelers once described it as one of the strongest fortresses in India, but among the massive gates and defensive walls, something appears strangely out of place. Long horizontal bands of glazed turquoise tiles run across the outer surfaces of the fort. Rows of ducks, elephants, floral patterns, and geometric forms still remain visible despite centuries of exposure. The effect is almost surreal. Medieval military architecture is not supposed to look like this. Most ancient pigments fade because their chemical structure slowly breaks apart under heat, oxygen, and ultraviolet light. Organic dyes disappear first. Minerals survive longer, but even mineral-based color eventually weakens. Glazed ceramics are more durable, yet medieval glazing was notoriously unstable. Small variations in kiln temperature could completely alter the final color. Too much heat could darken the glaze. Too little could leave it weak and porous. A slight imbalance in copper compounds or cobalt minerals could turn brilliant turquoise into muddy green, black, or grey. Ancient craftsmen had no digital thermometers, no controlled industrial furnaces, and no modern chemical analysis. Everything depended on experience. Yet the craftsmen behind Gwalior Fort somehow produced thousands of tiles with remarkably consistent coloration. That consistency becomes even stranger when the environment is considered. The fort's walls absorb intense solar radiation throughout the day, then cool rapidly at night. This cycle creates constant thermal expansion and contraction. Modern ceramic engineers know how destructive this process can be. When different materials expand at different rates, microscopic fractures begin forming inside the glaze and adhesive layers. Over time, the surface separates, cracks, and falls away. This is especially dangerous when ceramic material is attached to sandstone, a relatively porous rock highly vulnerable to weathering. In many historical sites around the world, exterior glazed surfaces deteriorated within centuries. Entire decorative layers vanished. But at Gwalior, significant portions remained attached to the walls long after they should have failed. Researchers still debate exactly how these tiles were manufactured and fixed to the surface. Some historians believe the technology was influenced by Persian and Central Asian ceramic traditions, where turquoise glazing became highly associated with monumental architecture. Across Iran and parts of Central Asia, blue-green domes and glazed surfaces became signatures of advanced medieval craftsmanship. But the appearance of similar technology on a massive Indian military fortress raises difficult questions. How was the knowledge transferred? Through merchants, migrating artisans, royal patronage, specialized workshops? No detailed technical records survive explaining the process used at Gwalior. The people who understood the exact firing conditions, mineral mixtures, and bonding methods disappeared centuries ago. The tiles themselves reveal an uncomfortable level of sophistication. Producing turquoise glaze required controlling chemical reactions inside the kiln with extraordinary precision for the period. Copper-based glazing can produce beautiful turquoise under carefully balanced oxidizing conditions, but minor fluctuations during firing easily ruin the result. Cobalt compounds can intensify blue coloration, yet cobalt was expensive and difficult to refine. Medieval kilns were inconsistent by nature. Heat distribution inside ancient furnaces varied dramatically depending on airflow, fuel quality, chamber design, and firing duration. Achieving uniform coloration across thousands of tiles should have been extremely difficult. Yet the surviving sections suggest a level of production control far beyond what most people imagine medieval workshops could achieve. Some sections of the fort still preserve tile surfaces with visible gloss. This detail matters because gloss indicates that the glaze layer remained chemically stable despite centuries of environmental assault. Ultraviolet radiation gradually damages many colored surfaces by breaking molecular bonds. Moisture penetrates microfractures and accelerates erosion. Dust carried by seasonal winds acts like sandpaper over long periods of time. In theory, the turquoise surfaces should have become dull, heavily cracked, or nearly colorless centuries ago. Instead, traces of intense blue-green still emerge from the walls. Under direct sunlight, the contrast between the pale sandstone and the ceramic bands creates a visual effect so striking that early travelers described the fortress almost like a mirage above the landscape. The scale of the decoration deepens the mystery further. This was not a small ceremonial chamber protected from weather. The glazed bands were integrated into the exterior architecture itself. Large areas of exposed fortification carried ceramic ornamentation directly into one of the harshest possible environments for preservation. That decision seems irrational, unless the builders possessed enormous confidence in the durability of their materials. Modern restoration experts often struggle to preserve ceramic surfaces, even with advanced conservation technology. Yet medieval builders installed thousands of vulnerable-looking glazed elements onto open defensive walls and somehow achieved survival measured not in decades, but in centuries. Then there is the problem of adhesion. Ancient mortars usually weaken long before the decorative material itself. Water penetrates microscopic gaps, salts crystallize beneath the surface, and repeated thermal cycling slowly forces materials apart. In many historical structures, tiles detach completely even when fragments of the glaze survive, but parts of Gwalior Fort's ceramic work remain anchored to the sandstone with remarkable persistence. This suggests the possibility of an unusually advanced bonding technique or mortar composition adapted specifically for extreme environmental stress. Some researchers speculate that mineral additives may have improved flexibility and resistance to cracking. Others argue that the geometry of installation distributed stress more effectively than expected, but without surviving workshop manuals or detailed contemporary descriptions, the exact method remains uncertain. The imagery across the turquoise bands introduces another layer of mystery. Elephants, ducks, stylized animals, and repeating geometric forms stretch across defensive architecture that otherwise appears brutally military. Why decorate a fortress on this scale? One explanation is political theatre. The colour transformed the fort into a visual statement of wealth, technological power, and royal prestige visible from enormous distances. Under the intense Indian sun, the reflective turquoise surfaces would have flashed brightly against the stone, creating an effect impossible to ignore. In a world where colour itself was expensive and difficult to preserve, covering massive walls with stable turquoise ceramic may have been a deliberate demonstration of control over rare knowledge. The fortress eventually endured invasions, dynastic collapse, warfare, neglect, and centuries of weathering. Many original surfaces disappeared. Large portions of the ceramic decoration were damaged or lost entirely. Yet enough survived to expose a problem historians still cannot fully resolve. Medieval craftsmen working without industrial chemistry produced exterior glazed surfaces durable enough to resist an environment that destroys most colour. They mastered firing conditions capable of generating stable turquoise across large architectural installations. They attached ceramic material to exposed sandstone walls in ways that remained functional for centuries, and then the precise technical knowledge behind the process vanished. Today, tourists often see the turquoise bands as simple decoration, but the closer the material is examined, the stranger it becomes. Every surviving fragment represents successful chemical engineering performed without modern science. Every remaining glossy surface represents thermal stability achieved without industrial control systems. Every attached tile represents an ancient solution to stresses that modern restoration experts still battle today. Stone explains why Gwalior Fort survived. Stone alone does not explain the colour. The turquoise tiles were never supposed to outlive centuries of heat, monsoon rain, ultraviolet exposure, and structural stress. Yet they remain embedded in the walls like traces of a material technology history only partially remembers. Somewhere in the medieval workshops that once operated beneath this fortress, craftsmen learned how to force minerals, heat, chemistry, and architecture into a balance precise enough to survive half a millennium. Then the knowledge disappeared, leaving only fragments of blue-green light still burning against the sandstone cliffs of Gwalior. Sea cliffs along the southwestern coast of Paphos hide an underground structure that should not still exist. Beneath the dry Mediterranean soil of Tombs of the Kings lies an enormous necropolis carved directly into solid limestone, more than 2,000 years ago. Massive courtyards descend into the earth. Stone columns rise from the bedrock itself. Corridors vanish into shadow beneath the surface. Nothing here was assembled block by block. The complex was excavated downward from living rock with a level of symmetry and structural control that still raises questions today. Despite earthquakes, coastal humidity, salt erosion, and centuries of abandonment, much of the system remains standing. The greatest mystery of the Tombs of the Kings is not who was buried there. It is how this underground architecture survived at all. The necropolis dates mainly to the Hellenistic and early Roman periods, roughly between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE, when Cyprus stood under the influence of the Ptolemaic kingdom and later Rome. Archaeologists estimate the complex extends across thousands of square meters near the ancient city of Nea Paphos. Yet the title Tombs of the Kings is misleading. No confirmed king was ever buried there. Most evidence suggests the tombs belong to elite officials, aristocrats, and powerful families connected to the administration of Paphos. The name emerged centuries later because the structures looked too monumental to belong to ordinary people. Even today, entering the site feels less like descending into graves and more like entering buried palaces. What makes the complex extraordinary is the method of construction. Ancient builders did not transport giant stones into underground chambers. They removed entire sections of rock from the earth itself. In several tombs, central courtyards were cut deep into the limestone, while surrounding walls, stairways, and Doric columns were intentionally left standing as part of the original bedrock. This required an astonishing level of planning. A single major miscalculation could fracture support points or destabilize ceilings permanently. Unlike surface construction, mistakes underground cannot easily be corrected. Every cut changes the pressure distribution inside the stone around it. Modern engineers understand how dangerous underground excavation can become even with laser mapping and reinforced support systems. Yet the builders of the Tombs of the Kings achieved geometric alignment, using only ancient measuring techniques, iron tools, and manpower. Several chambers maintain nearly symmetrical layouts, despite being carved entirely by hand. Some columns preserve proportional relationships associated with classical Greek architecture. Archaeologists studying the site have noted how carefully the builders controlled spacing and load distribution inside relatively soft coastal limestone. The precision becomes even more difficult to explain when considering the scale of excavation. Thousands of tons of stone had to be removed without collapsing the structures above. The location itself deepens the mystery. Cyprus sits within an active seismic region influenced by tectonic interactions between the African and Eurasian plates. Historical records describe destructive earthquakes across the island for centuries. Limestone near coastal environments is especially vulnerable to cracking, water penetration, and salt erosion. In many ancient Mediterranean sites, moisture slowly destroys underground chambers over time through mineral expansion and structural weakening. Yet large sections of the Tombs of the Kings remain remarkably intact after more than 2 millennia. Some stairways, pillars, and carved surfaces still preserve their form, despite constant environmental pressure. This has led researchers to examine whether the builders understood more about natural stress distribution than previously assumed. Certain chambers appear designed with thick residual stone masses intentionally left between rooms. Some ceilings curve slightly rather than remaining flat, reducing fracture pressure over large spans. In a few areas, support geometry resembles primitive load management principles found in much later underground engineering. There is still debate over whether these features were deliberate structural decisions or simply practical outcomes of excavation methods. But the survival of the complex suggests the builders understood the limits of the stone with remarkable accuracy. Another unresolved question involves airflow and moisture control. Several tombs contain open courtyards exposed to sunlight from above, while burial chambers extend deeper into darkness around them. Archaeologists believe these open spaces may have improved ventilation and reduced humidity underground. Small channels cut into certain surfaces may have directed water away from sensitive chambers during rainfall. Some areas remain unexpectedly dry compared to nearby exposed structures. This is important because enclosed underground environments near the sea normally accumulate condensation over time. Moisture becomes trapped. Salt crystals expand, stone weakens, yet parts of the complex resisted these processes for centuries. Some researchers suspect the builders unintentionally created natural climate regulation systems through geometry alone. Others argue the placement of courtyards and entrances shows deliberate environmental understanding. The mystery is intensified by the fact that many details of the original surface structures above the tombs are gone, making it difficult to reconstruct how air and drainage originally functioned. What survives today may only represent part of a larger engineered system already destroyed by time. The architecture itself creates another puzzle. Many tombs resemble houses for the living rather than chambers for the dead. Peristyle courtyards surrounded by columns mirror elite Hellenistic residences across the eastern Mediterranean. Doorways, ceremonial spaces, and symmetrical layouts suggest these underground structures were designed to imitate status and authority even after death. But reproducing monumental domestic architecture underground required enormous labour for almost no practical benefit. The deeper archaeologists study the site, the more the necropolis appears less like a cemetery and more like an attempt to build an eternal parallel world beneath the earth. The scale of labour involved remains difficult to calculate precisely. Excavating solid limestone using ancient iron chisels and hammers would have required enormous coordinated manpower over long periods. Workers had to remove debris through narrow shafts and stairways while preserving structural integrity at every stage. Experimental archaeology suggests that carving even small underground chambers by hand can take months or years depending on stone hardness. The tombs of the kings contain multiple large courtyards, corridors, burial rooms, and ceremonial spaces across the site. The total excavation time may have extended across generations. Yet unlike massive pyramids or surface temples, underground projects provide little visual political power during construction. Most of the work disappears beneath the earth. This raises another question. Why invest such extraordinary resources into hidden architecture? The answer may involve beliefs about the afterlife, elite identity, or ceremonial traditions now lost to history. But no surviving text fully explains why these tombs required such scale and precision. Centuries of reuse added more layers to the mystery. Evidence suggests parts of the necropolis were entered repeatedly during Roman and Byzantine periods. Some chambers contain signs of modification, ritual activity, or later occupation. Looters disturbed many burials long ago, removing artifacts that might have explained the site more clearly. Fires blackened portions of certain interiors. Christian symbols appeared in isolated areas centuries after the original construction. The underground city of the dead never truly remained sealed. It evolved through time as different civilizations entered the chambers and left traces behind. Even now, archaeologists continue discovering details hidden within the limestone. Tool marks reveal sequences of excavation. Microscopic erosion patterns expose how water moved through chambers over centuries. Structural analysis shows which areas were intentionally reinforced through residual rock placement. Yet the central mystery remains unchanged. The tombs of the kings were carved into vulnerable coastal stone in a seismic zone more than 2,000 years ago, using ancient tools and human labour alone. Against probability, much of the complex survived. Most ancient ruins collapse because time eventually overwhelms engineering. Wood rots, mortar fails, stone fractures. Underground systems near the sea are especially fragile. But the tombs of the kings endured invasions, earthquakes, erosion, theft, abandonment, and environmental pressure while preserving entire architectural spaces beneath the surface. The achievement forces an uncomfortable possibility. Ancient builders may have understood excavation geometry, structural balance, and environmental behavior far better than modern assumptions allow. The greatest mystery is not hidden treasure or lost royalty. It is the engineering itself. Somewhere beneath the limestone of ancient Paphos, forgotten builders created an underground world that still resists destruction after more than 20 centuries. And the longer it survives, the harder it becomes to explain how they accomplished it at all. One of the driest deserts on Earth should not contain a functioning underground water system built nearly 2,000 years ago. Yet beneath the cracked terrain near Nazca, Peru, a network of ancient tunnels still carries water across the desert, exactly as it did centuries before the rise of modern engineering. The Cantayoc aqueducts are not simply ruins. They are a hydraulic system that still works, and the deeper archaeologists study them, the more difficult the technology becomes to explain. The Nazca civilization emerged along the southern coast of Peru around 2,000 years ago, in an environment that should have made large-scale settlement almost impossible. Some parts of the Nazca Desert receive only a few millimeters of rain per year. Rivers appear seasonally and disappear again into dry earth. Surface agriculture on a large scale should not have survived there for centuries. Yet the Nazca people supported growing populations, cultivated cotton, maize, beans, squash, and maintained ceremonial centers across the region. Something beneath the desert was sustaining life. That something was hidden underground. The Cantayoc aqueducts consist of subterranean channels, stone-lined tunnels, reservoirs, and spiral access shafts known as puquios. Some extend for hundreds of meters beneath the desert surface. Others connect to deeper underground water sources fed by Andean runoff, traveling invisibly through geological fault systems. The engineering appears simple from above, but the closer researchers examine it, the more sophisticated the system becomes. The first mystery is the most fundamental one. How did the Nazca civilization locate underground water in one of the harshest deserts on the planet without modern surveying equipment? Modern hydrogeologists use satellite imaging, seismic analysis, electrical resistivity surveys, and drilling data to map subterranean aquifers. The Nazca possessed none of these technologies. They had no iron tools, no written technical manuals, no advanced mathematics preserved in texts, and no machines capable of deep geological exploration. Yet they consistently identified water-bearing zones beneath massive stretches of barren terrain with extraordinary precision. Some researchers believe the Nazca followed vegetation patterns or subtle surface depressions. Others argue they understood the movement of seasonal runoff descending from the Andes. But none of these explanations fully account for the scale and accuracy of the system. The underground channels were not randomly dug trenches eventually striking water by accident. They were engineered with continuity, planning, and controlled gradients over long distances. A mistake of only a few degrees in elevation could have rendered entire sections useless. That leads directly to the second mystery: slope control. Every ancient hydraulic civilization faced the same engineering problem. Water must move slowly enough to prevent erosion, but fast enough to avoid stagnation. Roman aqueducts solved this using carefully calculated gradients, often dropping only a few centimeters over hundreds of meters. The Cantayoc system appears to achieve a similar balance underground, inside unstable desert geology, without modern instruments. Researchers measuring surviving tunnels discovered remarkably consistent inclines. If the slope became too steep, the water would accelerate and damage the channels. Too shallow, and sediment buildup would choke the system. Yet the Nazca maintained functional flow through long subterranean routes cut beneath rock and compact desert soil. They accomplished this without laser levels, optical surveying devices, or steel measurement tools. Even more puzzling is the construction environment itself. Underground excavation in dry desert terrain is extremely dangerous. Soil collapse, pressure shifts, and seismic activity can destroy tunnels quickly. Southern Peru is one of the most earthquake-prone regions in the Americas due to tectonic interaction between the Nazca Plate and the South American Plate. Modern infrastructure in the region still suffers structural damage from earthquakes, yet portions of the Cantayoc aqueducts have survived for more than a millennium. Part of that survival may come from the materials. Builders reinforced sections using rounded river stones fitted into retaining walls and roofs, supported with huarango wood, an exceptionally dense desert hardwood resistant to rot and environmental stress. But material choice alone does not explain the endurance. Many ancient structures built with strong materials still collapsed centuries ago. Cantayoc survived repeated seismic cycles, erosion, flooding events, and temperature extremes while continuing to transport water. Some engineers believe the tunnels survive because of flexibility rather than rigidity. Unlike modern concrete channels, which often crack under stress, the Cantayoc structures distribute pressure through layered stone construction that absorbs movement gradually. In other words, the system may survive precisely because it was built without modern rigid engineering methods. But the most visually strange part of the system remains the spiral shafts. Seen from above, the pukios appear almost unnatural against the desert floor. Giant stone spirals descending into darkness. Some are wide enough for people to walk into. Others narrow as they descend toward underground channels below. Archaeologists traditionally interpreted them as maintenance access points, allowing workers to clean sediment and repair tunnels. Yet many researchers suspect they served additional purposes. One theory proposes the spirals acted as aerodynamic structures. Their curved shape may have directed wind downward into the underground system, increasing airflow and helping move water through pressure differences. If true, the pukios were not merely access wells. They were components of a passive hydraulic ventilation machine built nearly 2,000 years ago. The idea remains debated because direct experimental confirmation is difficult, but airflow measurements inside some surviving tunnels show unusual ventilation behavior. The geometry may not be decorative at all. It may represent practical fluid engineering integrated directly into the architecture. This is where Cantayoc becomes more than an ancient irrigation network. It begins to resemble environmental engineering far beyond what most people associate with pre-industrial societies in the Americas. The Nazca civilization is often remembered for the Nazca lines, enormous geoglyphs etched into the desert visible fully only from the air. But the aqueducts may actually represent a more advanced technical achievement. Creating massive surface figures is impressive. Constructing an underground hydraulic system capable of sustaining civilization in a hyper-arid desert for centuries is something entirely different, and there may be a connection between the two. Both the Nazca lines and the aqueducts required precise understanding of terrain, geometry, and long-distance spatial planning. One manipulated the desert surface, the other manipulated what lay beneath it. Some archaeologists believe both projects may have emerged from the same elite knowledge system, perhaps controlled by specialized engineers, priests, or coordinated labor groups capable of managing landscape-scale construction. The real scale of labor involved remains another mystery. Excavating tunnels through compact desert ground without iron tools would have required enormous human effort. Stone had to be removed manually. Ventilation during construction would have been limited. Structural collapses could have killed workers underground. Yet the system expanded across multiple valleys and connected large agricultural zones. There is also the question of knowledge transmission. Hydraulic systems this complex usually require accumulated technical experience over generations. Roman aqueducts evolved through centuries of engineering refinement. Persian qanats spread through vast regional traditions of underground water management. But much of Nazca technical knowledge disappeared. No surviving texts explain their surveying methods, construction calculations, or maintenance procedures. The civilization declined around the 6th century AD, likely due to environmental instability, floods, and ecological stress intensified by deforestation. And yet the infrastructure they left behind outlived them. That may be the strangest part of the entire mystery. Many modern water systems require constant energy input, mechanical pumps, electronic monitoring, and continuous maintenance. Cantayoc relies almost entirely on gravity, geology, airflow, and design. No engines, no electricity, no concrete megastructures, just stone, wood, tunnels, and a deep understanding of how water moves beneath a dead landscape. Some of the aqueducts still provide water today. That fact forces an uncomfortable comparison. Countless modern infrastructure systems built within the last century already suffer catastrophic deterioration. Concrete fails, pipes corrode, reservoirs dry out. Yet an underground system engineered by a civilization without steel, engines, or modern science continues operating in one of the harshest climates on Earth. The Cantayoc aqueducts challenge one of the most common assumptions about ancient civilizations, that technological sophistication always moves in a straight line from primitive to advanced. The Nazca may not have possessed an industrial machinery or modern physics, but they understood terrain, water pressure, underground flow, structural endurance, and environmental adaptation with a level of precision that still surprises engineers today. And beneath the silent desert of Nazca, the system continues to move water through darkness exactly as it did centuries before the modern world even existed. Stone walls rise from the desert floor of northwestern New Mexico, in a place where almost nothing about large-scale civilization should have worked. Water was limited, timber was scarce, summers were brutal, winters could freeze the canyon at night. Yet more than 1,000 years ago, a society with no metal tools, no draft animals, and no wheeled transport constructed one of the most complex ceremonial centers in ancient North America. At the center of that mystery stood the Great Kiva of Pueblo Bonito, a massive circular structure built partly underground, engineered with a level of planning that still raises questions archaeologists cannot fully answer. Pueblo Bonito was constructed in Chaco Canyon between roughly AD 850 and 1150. From above, the complex resembles a giant D-shaped megastructure stretching across the canyon floor. It contained more than 600 rooms and rose as high as 4 or 5 stories in some sections. For centuries, archaeologists debated whether it was a city, a palace, a trade hub, or a ritual center. But the deeper excavations went, the stranger the site became. Many rooms showed little evidence of everyday living. Some lacked hearths entirely. Others appeared sealed for long periods of time. Instead of functioning like a normal settlement, Pueblo Bonito increasingly looked like something more controlled, ceremonial, and centralized. Then came the Great Kiva. Buried partly beneath the surface, the structure measured nearly 19 meters across. Thick stone walls formed a perfect circle around a massive interior chamber. In the center sat a fire pit. Beneath the floor were mysterious vaults, long rectangular cavities built with careful symmetry. Ventilation shafts directed airflow into the chamber through engineered channels. Deflectors placed near the fire pit controlled how oxygen moved through the room. The entire structure suggests a sophisticated understanding of airflow and enclosed space designed centuries before formal engineering science existed in the region. What the vaults were actually for remains uncertain. Some archaeologists believe they supported a raised wooden floor. Others think they were connected to ceremonial symbolism. A more controversial interpretation suggests they helped stabilize the structure against shifting ground or controlled airflow during large gatherings. No consensus exists, but the precision of the design is undeniable. The Great Kiva was not improvised architecture, it was planned. The deeper mystery is how such a structure was physically built in the first place. The roof alone should not have been possible under the conditions of Chaco Canyon. Reconstructions suggest the Great Kiva once supported enormous timber beams spanning the chamber overhead, yet Chaco Canyon itself contained very few large trees. Modern studies using dendrochronology traced much of the wood to mountain forests located more than 70 kilometers away, including the Chusca Mountains and the San Mateo Range. Some estimates suggest over 200,000 timber pieces were transported into the canyon over several centuries. No horses pulled them, no oxen dragged them, no wheeled carts carried them. Every beam may have been transported by human labor across rough desert terrain under extreme temperatures. Even modern researchers struggle to explain the logistics efficiently. The amount of coordination required implies organized labor systems, resource management, and long-distance planning on a scale many once believed impossible for societies in the ancient American Southwest. And the engineering did not stop with timber. The masonry itself reveals unusual sophistication. Pueblo Bonito used a core and veneer construction method in which rubble and mortar filled the inner wall, while carefully shaped sandstone blocks formed the exterior. Some walls reached nearly 1 meter thick. Many remained standing after almost 1,000 years, despite temperature swings, erosion, and structural stress. Certain sections display alignment accuracy that appears deliberate rather than accidental. Windows, doorways, and walls correspond closely with solar and lunar events. This is where the astronomical mystery begins. Researchers discovered that parts of Pueblo Bonito align with cardinal directions and seasonal solar cycles. More intriguingly, some alignments may correspond to the lunar standstill cycle, an astronomical event occurring roughly every 18.6 years when the moon reaches its most extreme rising and setting positions on the horizon. Tracking such a cycle would require generations of sky observation. It suggests that the builders were recording celestial patterns across decades, possibly integrating those calculations directly into architecture. That changes the entire meaning of the site. Pueblo Bonito may not have been simply a settlement. It may have functioned as a giant ceremonial machine tied to the sky itself. The Great Kiva strengthens that possibility. Acoustic studies inside circular ceremonial chambers throughout the ancient world have shown that curved stone architecture can amplify low-frequency sound and create unusual resonance effects. The Great Kiva's shape, depth, and enclosed design may have intentionally enhanced chants, drums, or speech during rituals. A speaker standing near the center could project sound outward through the chamber in ways that felt unnatural to surrounding participants. If true, then the structure was engineered not only for visibility or ceremony, but for controlled sensory experience. The canyon surrounding Pueblo Bonito adds another layer to the mystery. Ancient roads spread outward from Chaco Canyon in multiple directions. Some were astonishingly straight, cutting across cliffs, mesas, and difficult terrain rather than following easier natural paths. Certain roads reached widths of more than 9 meters, yet many did not connect clearly to major settlements or economic centers. Why construct massive roads through hostile desert terrain if they led nowhere important? One theory proposes that the roads were ceremonial pathways rather than commercial infrastructure. Another suggests they symbolized political authority extending outward from Chaco Canyon. More radical interpretations argue that the roads themselves were part of ritual movement tied to astronomy and pilgrimage. No explanation fully accounts for the scale of labor invested in them. Excavations also uncovered evidence of surprisingly distant trade networks. Remains of scarlet macaws, tropical birds native to Mesoamerica, appeared within Pueblo Bonito. Chemical analysis revealed traces of cacao inside ceremonial vessels, a substance associated with elite ritual consumption hundreds of kilometers farther south. These discoveries imply long-distance cultural exchange across enormous distances centuries before European contact. But perhaps the most unsettling discovery came from DNA analysis. Researchers studying elite burials inside Pueblo Bonito found evidence suggesting a powerful matrilineal dynasty may have controlled the site for generations. Authority may have been inherited through the female bloodline in a highly organized ceremonial hierarchy. This transformed interpretations of Chaco society from a loose collection of villages into something closer to a structured political and religious system. And then, suddenly, it declined. By the 12th century, the system sustaining Pueblo Bonito began collapsing. Severe drought struck the region during what scientists call the medieval climate anomaly. Tree ring data indicates prolonged periods of environmental stress. Deforestation around the canyon intensified. Food production weakened. Water became increasingly unreliable. But climate alone may not explain the abandonment. Large centralized systems are fragile. The more complex the infrastructure becomes, the more vulnerable it is to disruption. Pueblo Bonito depended on long-distance timber transport, coordinated labor, ceremonial authority, and regional influence. Once those systems weakened, the entire structure of Chaco society may have begun unraveling rapidly. Construction slowed, roads fell silent, ceremonial activity faded. Eventually, the Great Kiva was abandoned beneath the desert sky. Wind cuts across the desert of southern Turkmenistan, carrying dust over the broken walls of Nisa. At first glance, the ruins do not look like the center of a superpower. The walls are made mostly of earth. The towers are shattered. Entire sections have collapsed back into the sand. Yet more than 2,000 years ago, this was one of the most important strongholds in Central Asia, a royal fortress linked to the rise of the Parthian Empire, the civilization that repeatedly stopped Rome at the height of its expansion. Historians describe Parthia as one of the few powers ancient Rome genuinely feared, but unlike Rome, Egypt, or Greece, Parthia almost vanished from popular memory. And in the middle of that disappearance stands Nisa, a desert fortress filled with engineering mysteries, unexplained wealth, and evidence of a civilization far more sophisticated than most people realize. The site lies near modern Ashgabat at the edge of the Karakum Desert. Ancient Nisa was divided into 2 zones, including a heavily fortified royal compound now called Old Nisa. Archaeologists believe this fortress may have served as an early dynastic center for the Arsacid kings, the rulers who transformed Parthia from a regional power into an empire stretching from Mesopotamia to Central Asia. What makes the site unusual is not simply its size, but the scale of planning hidden beneath its ruined surface. The outer defensive walls once reached heights estimated at more than 10 meters, reinforced by massive towers and thick mud brick construction. Even after centuries of erosion, earthquakes, invasions, and desert winds, large sections still remain standing. That alone presents a major archaeological puzzle. Mud brick architecture was common across ancient dry regions, but structures built primarily from earth are not expected to survive intact for over 2 millennia. Modern concrete buildings can begin suffering structural degradation within decades if exposed to severe environmental stress. Yet Nazca endured repeated cycles of heat expansion, sand abrasion, and seasonal moisture changes while preserving major defensive features. Researchers studying the fortress discovered that the builders used carefully layered mud brick systems with unusually thick foundations and dense packing techniques. Some sections reveal evidence of engineered drainage and stabilizing layers beneath the walls, reducing ground movement and erosion. The construction appears less like primitive desert architecture and more like a deliberately optimized system designed for long-term survival in an extreme climate. The scale of labor involved creates another mystery. Tens of millions of mud bricks may have been required for the main fortifications alone. Producing that volume demanded enormous quantities of water, clay, straw, and coordinated manpower in a region where resources were limited and temperatures could exceed 40 degrees Celsius. Ancient engineers somehow maintained logistical systems capable of sustaining large-scale construction in one of the harshest landscapes in Eurasia. The question is not whether they could build walls. The question is how an empire often dismissed as less advanced than Rome organized projects of this scale so efficiently. The mysteries deepened during excavations in the 20th century. Soviet archaeologists began uncovering rooms packed with fragments of luxury artifacts, unlike anything expected from an isolated desert fortress. Among the most famous discoveries were ivory rhytons, ceremonial drinking vessels carved with astonishing precision. Some featured Greek mythological imagery. Others combined Hellenistic artistic traditions with Persian and Central Asian design elements. The craftsmanship was so refined that many scholars initially struggled to believe they had been produced in Parthian territory at all. Ivory itself posed a major problem. Elephants did not exist in the deserts surrounding Nazca. The material had to be imported across enormous distances, likely through trade routes stretching toward India or farther west. That means the Parthians were connected to international commerce networks capable of transporting fragile luxury materials across thousands of kilometers long before the Silk Road reached its later peak. Nazca was not an isolated frontier outpost. It was plugged into a transcontinental system of wealth movement, cultural exchange, and political influence. Some of the rhytons display levels of detail comparable to elite Hellenistic art from the Mediterranean world. Fine facial expressions, symmetrical carving, and complex relief scenes required specialized tools and highly trained artisans. But Parthia has long existed in a strange blind spot within ancient history. Greek and Roman writers often portrayed the empire as barbaric or culturally inferior, partly because Parthia stood in direct opposition to Rome for centuries. The discoveries at Nazca challenge that narrative. They reveal a civilization capable of blending multiple artistic systems into something entirely new. That cultural fusion appears throughout the fortress. Architectural layouts show Iranian defensive traditions mixed with Hellenistic spatial planning. Decorative fragments reveal Greek influence adapted into Parthian symbolism. Military history adds another layer to the puzzle. The Parthians developed cavalry tactics that devastated Roman armies. Their mounted archers and heavily armoured cataphracts created a style of warfare radically different from the infantry-centred system Rome depended on. At the Battle of Carrhae in 53 BC, Roman forces under Marcus Licinius Crassus suffered one of the worst defeats in Roman military history. Ancient sources describe thousands of Roman soldiers killed or captured by a force using mobility, ranged attacks, and tactical deception to dismantle the Roman formation piece by piece. The empire that accomplished this was headquartered not in marble cities like Rome, but in desert strongholds such as Nazca. That contrast creates one of the site's deepest mysteries. Why did a civilization powerful enough to halt Rome leave behind relatively little monumental stone architecture compared to other ancient empires? Part of the answer may lie in environment and strategy. Stone was scarce in many Parthian regions, while mud brick allowed faster construction and better thermal insulation against desert heat. But there may also have been a philosophical difference. Roman power was projected through permanence and visual domination. Parthian power may have prioritized mobility, adaptable infrastructure, and control over trade corridors rather than symbolic urban gigantism. Excavations uncovered large storage areas containing massive ceramic vessels and administrative ceilings. suggesting centralized systems for storing goods and tracking resources. Some archaeologists believe Nisa functioned partly as a royal treasury or ceremonial storage complex. Thousands of seal impressions indicate bureaucratic procedures far more organized than earlier assumptions about Parthian administration. This was not a loose tribal confederation surviving through cavalry raids. It was an empire managing taxation, storage, trade, diplomacy, and military operations across enormous territories. The fortress may also have held dynastic significance beyond administration. Certain halls appear designed for ritual or royal ceremonies, though their exact function remains debated. Some researchers propose that Nisa served as a sacred center connected to the legitimacy of the Arsacid dynasty itself. If true, the site was not simply military infrastructure. It was political theatre, treasury, fortress, archive, and ceremonial complex combined into a single fortified desert citadel. Yet despite all this, much about Nisa remains unclear. Large portions of the site are still poorly understood. Many structures cannot be definitively identified. The full extent of the fortress has likely not been uncovered. Archaeologists continue debating how different sections were used and how the city evolved over time. Even the reasons for its eventual decline remain partly uncertain. Political shifts within the Parthian Empire, changing trade dynamics, invasions, and the rise of the Sasanian Empire all probably contributed, and what once existed politically. The fortress proves that one of antiquity's greatest powers built advanced defensive systems, maintained enormous logistical networks, mastered long-distance commerce, and produced luxury art of extraordinary sophistication. But because much of that civilization was constructed from earth instead of marble, history allowed it to disappear more easily. Kellis is one of the most mysterious ancient structures ever discovered in South America. Long before the rise of the Inca Empire, massive stone walls and astronomical alignments appeared high in the Andes beside Lake Titicaca, at an altitude where large-scale construction should have been nearly impossible. The temple seems to function like a giant solar observatory, carefully aligned with the movement of the sun during solstices and equinoxes. Even today, archaeologists still debate how an ancient civilization without iron tools, wheeled transport, or powerful draft animals managed to build such a precise ceremonial complex using stones weighing more than 100 tons. Located within the ancient city of Tiwanaku in western Bolivia, Kellis stands nearly 3,850 meters above sea level near Lake Titicaca. The ruins attracted international attention during the 19th century, when explorers encountered giant carved stones partially buried beneath the ground. Major excavations began in the early 20th century under Austrian researcher Arthur Poznański, who spent decades documenting the site. Modern archaeology generally dates Tiwanaku between 500 and 1000 CE, but Poznański argued the astronomical alignments were so precise that the original structure could be thousands of years older. His conclusions remain controversial, yet they helped turn Kellis into one of the most debated ancient sites in the Americas. The greatest mystery surrounding Kellis is its astronomical precision. Stone pillars around the temple appear aligned with the rising and setting positions of the sun during important seasonal events. During solstices, sunlight passes directly through specific gateways and between monoliths, in ways that strongly resemble an advanced observatory. Archaeologists believe the temple may have functioned as a giant calendar used to predict seasonal changes critical for agriculture. In the harsh environment of the Andes, where temperatures could destroy crops overnight, accurately tracking solar cycles may have been essential for survival. This precision is often compared with ancient observatories such as Stonehenge in England and Chichen Itza in Mexico. What makes Kellis unusual is that it was constructed at extreme altitude using enormous stone blocks. Some of these stones weigh more than 100 tons and were transported from quarries located many kilometers away. The Tiwanaku civilization left no evidence of wheeled transport for heavy construction, and the Andes had no horses or oxen capable of pulling such weight. Yet the stones were shaped with remarkable accuracy, including flat surfaces, sharp angles, and carefully carved joints. The engineering becomes even more mysterious at nearby Pumapunku, which is closely connected to the Kalasasaya complex. Archaeologists there discovered perfectly cut H-shaped blocks carved from extremely hard andesite stone. Some surfaces appear almost machine-made. Experimental archaeologists believe these shapes could have been produced using stone tools and abrasive techniques, but many engineers still question how such consistency was achieved more than 1,000 years ago. The precision is often compared with the later Inca stonework at Sacsayhuaman, although Tiwanaku predates the Inca by centuries. One of the most famous discoveries inside Kalasasaya is the Gateway of the Sun, a giant monolithic gateway carved from a single block of andesite weighing around 10 tons. At its centre is a mysterious figure known as the Staff God, surrounded by rows of strange symbols and winged beings. Researchers still disagree about the meaning of these carvings. Some believe they represent a religious cosmology, while others argue they form part of a sophisticated solar calendar. No complete interpretation has ever been universally accepted. Excavations throughout the 20th century uncovered buried monoliths, ceremonial platforms, drainage systems, and evidence of repeated rebuilding phases. Archaeologists also discovered that some stone blocks were connected using metal clamps shaped like an eye. Chemical analysis showed these clamps were made from copper-based alloys mixed with arsenic or nickel, proving that Tiwanaku engineers possessed surprisingly advanced metallurgical knowledge. Producing such alloys required controlled smelting temperatures and sophisticated craftsmanship rarely associated with ancient Andean civilizations of that period. Another mystery involves the survival of the civilization itself. Tiwanaku existed in one of the harshest environments in the ancient world, yet archaeologists uncovered evidence of raised field agriculture, canals, and water control systems capable of protecting crops from frost. Satellite surveys revealed massive agricultural networks extending far beyond the ceremonial centre. Some scientists believe these systems supported tens of thousands of people, transforming the Altiplano into one of the most advanced engineered landscapes in the ancient Americas. Romandolia were never meant to survive for 2,000 years. These gigantic Roman storage vessels could hold thousands of litres of wine or olive oil, yet many remained buried underground almost completely intact long after the Roman Empire collapsed. Some were so large that they had to be installed permanently into ships before the vessels even entered the sea. Others still preserve chemical traces of ancient liquids inside their clay walls today. What archaeologists discovered was not simply pottery, but evidence of an industrial-scale storage system that may have been centuries ahead of its time. Roman dolia have been discovered throughout the ancient Roman world, especially in Italy, Spain, southern France, and North Africa. Large examples were uncovered near Pompeii, Ostia, and Roman agricultural estates connected to wine and olive oil production. Underwater archaeology later revealed entire Roman cargo ships carrying dolia beneath the Mediterranean Sea. The first major excavations began around Pompeii during the 19th century, where volcanic ash preserved Roman storage buildings in remarkable condition after the eruption of the Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE. Later, marine excavations uncovered dolia ships, merchant vessels specially designed to transport these enormous ceramic containers across long trade routes. At first, archaeologists believed they were simply oversized jars, but as more discoveries appeared, researchers realized the Romans may have created one of the ancient world's earliest large-scale commercial storage systems. The biggest mystery surrounding Roman dolia is how the Romans successfully manufactured them at all. Many dolia stood over 2 meters tall with walls several centimeters thick. Creating ceramic containers of that scale should have been extremely dangerous because large clay structures normally crack or explode during firing due to uneven heat expansion. Yet Roman workshops repeatedly produced massive vessels capable of surviving transport, burial, earthquakes, and centuries of environmental damage. Modern studies show Roman craftsmen carefully mixed clay with volcanic sand and mineral-rich materials to reduce thermal stress. Some analyses found highly uniform internal structures inside the ceramic walls, suggesting surprisingly advanced preparation techniques for the ancient world. Even more mysterious is their durability. Many excavated dolia remained structurally stable after nearly 2,000 years underground. Archaeologists often compare this mystery to Roman concrete, another ancient material whose long-term strength still fascinates engineers today. The Romans may have possessed practical material knowledge far more advanced than historians once believed. One of the strangest features of dolia is that many were intentionally buried partially underground. Archaeologists originally assumed this was only done to support the enormous weight of the containers, but later research suggested another reason: temperature control. By placing dolia into the earth, the Romans created naturally stable storage conditions where wine and olive oil stayed cooler during Mediterranean summers. Underground temperatures fluctuate far less than surface heat, creating a primitive refrigeration effect without technology. Chemical residue inside some vessels suggests the Romans understood how stable temperatures affected fermentation and preservation. This system resembles later European wine cellars and even passive cooling systems used in ancient Persia. The mystery is that the Romans appear to understand environmental control centuries before modern thermodynamics or refrigeration science existed. Some of the most unusual Roman shipwrecks ever discovered were vessels designed specifically to carry dolia. Unlike smaller amphorae, dolia were too massive to move once filled. Certain Roman cargo ships therefore contained permanent ceramic installations fixed directly into the hull. Archaeologists found wrecks where giant dolia were locked into wooden support frames before the ship even launched. This created enormous risks because each filled vessel could weigh several tons. If cargo shifted during storms, the ship could easily become unstable. Yet underwater discoveries show the Romans repeatedly used this system across Mediterranean trade routes. Some shipwrecks reveal carefully balanced cargo layouts that resemble modern container shipping principles. These discoveries suggest Roman trade may have operated on a much larger industrial scale than historians once imagined. Another major mystery emerged when scientists analysed residue trapped inside dolia walls. Even after 2 millennia, researchers detected traces of wine, olive oil, pine resin and garum, the famous Roman fish sauce. Many dolia were coated internally with resin or pitch mixtures that helped waterproof the vessel and reduce contamination. What surprised archaeologists was how sophisticated these coatings were. Different Roman regions used different material recipes, suggesting specialized local knowledge passed between workshops. Some ancient coatings preserved liquids so effectively that researchers still debate exactly how Roman craftsmen optimized them without modern chemistry. Several excavated dolia also showed evidence of long-term reuse, meaning they functioned as permanent industrial infrastructure rather than disposable containers. Excavations at Pompeii revealed dolia embedded directly into Roman food shops and storage rooms frozen in time by volcanic ash. At Villa Regina near Boscofial, archaeologists uncovered large agricultural storage systems connected to wine production. Underwater archaeology later changed the entire field. Mediterranean shipwrecks preserved complete cargo systems still resting on the seabed after nearly 2,000 years. These discoveries allowed researchers to study Roman logistics, maritime engineering and commercial organization in extraordinary detail. Recent chemical and microscopic studies continue uncovering new evidence about Roman manufacturing techniques, trade networks, and preservation technologies. Shahr-i Sokhta contained as a mysterious object buried beside the dead nearly 5,000 years ago. A wooden board game no modern archaeologist fully understands. The board was carefully carved, designed with strange winding spaces, and placed inside a tomb as if it held spiritual or cultural importance beyond simple entertainment. No written rules survived, no explanation was left behind. Yet the craftsmanship and complexity of the game suggest that this Bronze Age civilization possessed advanced strategic thinking long before many famous ancient empires even existed. The board game was discovered at Shahr-i Sokhta, also known as the Burnt City, in southeastern Iran near the Afghanistan border. The city flourished between roughly 3,200 and 1800 BCE, and was one of the largest settlements of the Bronze Age in the region. Italian archaeologists uncovered the game during excavations in the 1970s inside a grave dated to around 2600–2400 BCE. Alongside the board were geometric playing pieces and dice-like objects. Researchers immediately realized the discovery could represent one of the oldest known board games in human history. What made the find even more unusual was the material itself. The board had been made from ebony wood, a luxury material not native to the area. This meant the wood had travelled across massive ancient trade networks stretching through Iran, Mesopotamia, and possibly the Indus Valley civilization. The biggest mystery surrounding the Shahr-i Sokhta board game is that nobody truly knows how it was played. Archaeologists recovered the board and pieces, but no instruction survived. Researchers have spent decades comparing it to the royal game of from Mesopotamia, because both games share similar movement patterns and strategic layouts. But the Shahr-i Sokhta board is different enough that many experts believe it may represent an entirely separate gaming tradition. The board contains 20 spaces arranged in a winding pattern resembling a serpent. In many ancient cultures, snakes symbolized rebirth, immortality, or cosmic cycles. Because the game was buried inside a tomb, some scholars suspect it may have represented a ritual journey connected to the afterlife rather than simple recreation. Others believe the game could have involved gambling, prediction rituals, or military strategy training. Some researchers even think the arrangement of spaces may reflect astronomical cycles or sacred numerical systems used during the Bronze Age. No theory has ever been fully proven. The original rules vanished thousands of years ago. The board game becomes even stranger when compared with other discoveries from Shahr-i Sokhta. Archaeologists found what many consider the world's oldest artificial eyeball inside the skull of a woman buried nearly 5,000 years ago. The prosthetic eye was detailed enough to imitate blood vessels and was held in place with thin golden threads. Researchers also uncovered evidence of ancient brain surgery. One skull showed clear signs of cranial operation, and analysis suggested the patient survived for months afterward, revealing surprisingly advanced medical knowledge for the Bronze Age. Another famous artifact from the city contains sequential painted images that create the illusion of movement when rotated, leading some historians to describe it as one of the earliest forms of animation. These discoveries transform the image of Bronze Age societies. Instead of primitive settlements struggling to survive, Shahr-i Sokhta appears to have been a highly organised urban centre, with advanced trade, medicine, craftsmanship, and symbolic culture. The board game may be the clearest example of that intelligence. Nearly 5 millennia ago, people here were already creating complex strategy games, while maintaining trade routes across thousands of kilometres. Large-scale excavations at Shahr-i Sokhta began in the late 1960s and expanded heavily throughout the 1970s under Italian archaeological teams. Iranian archaeologists later continued exploring the site through multiple excavation seasons. Thousands of graves were uncovered around the city, many containing jewellery, pottery, seals, tools, and imported materials. Researchers also identified workshops for metalworking, textile production, and stone carving, showing that the settlement functioned as a major industrial and commercial centre. Modern surveys later revealed organised city planning with separate residential, industrial and burial districts. Archaeologists even found evidence of water management systems designed to survive the harsh desert environment. Yet despite decades of research, the Shahr-i Sokhta board game remains unsolved. Nobody knows its true rules, its exact purpose, or why it was important enough to accompany the dead into the grave. That silence is what makes the artifact so haunting. Somewhere in the ancient world, thousands of people once understood this game perfectly. Today, their civilization is gone, their language is silent, and the rules disappeared with them. The Parthian Nisa ivory write-ons are unlike almost anything ever uncovered from the ancient world. Buried beneath the ruins of Nisa near the edge of the Karakum Desert, these carved ivory ritual vessels appeared to belong to a civilization that should not have been capable of producing them. Their surfaces contain microscopic details cut into fragile ivory more than 2,000 years ago. Their artistic style combines Greek mythology, Persian symbolism, Central Asian traditions, and techniques that archaeologists still struggle to explain. Even stranger, the technology and craftsmanship behind them seem to vanish almost completely after the fall of the Parthian Empire. Nisa was one of the earliest royal centres of the Parthians, a civilization that rose after the collapse of Alexander the Great's empire and eventually became Rome's greatest eastern rival. The site lies in modern Turkmenistan, close to Ashgabat, where desert winds slowly buried ancient fortresses and ceremonial compounds for centuries. Large-scale excavations began during the Soviet era in the 1940s, when archaeologists uncovered royal storage rooms filled with artifacts hidden beneath collapsed mud-brick architecture. Among the discoveries were dozens of ivory write-ons, ceremonial drinking horns unlike anything previously found in Central Asia. The discovery immediately created confusion among historians. The Parthians were famous for cavalry warfare and military power, yet very little sophisticated Parthian art had survived. Suddenly, archaeologists were staring at objects carved with a level of precision comparable to elite Greek or Egyptian royal workshops. Some write-ons featured gods associated with Dionysian rituals. Others showed griffins, hybrid beasts, lions with wings, or human-animal figures that blended multiple mythologies together. The objects looked simultaneously Greek, Persian, and completely foreign. The greatest mystery surrounding the Nisa write-ons is the technology used to create them. Ivory is one of the most difficult natural materials to carve. It cracks easily under pressure, warps when exposed to heat, and becomes unstable in dry climates like Central Asia. Yet many of the Nisa write-ons survived with astonishing structural integrity after more than 2 millennia underground. Modern microscopic analysis revealed carving marks so fine and consistent that some researchers compared them to cuts made by precision metal tools far more advanced than what historians normally associate with Parthian workshops. Even more mysterious is the way many write-ons were assembled. Several were not carved from single tusks but constructed from multiple ivory sections joined together almost invisibly. The seams are so precise that archaeologists initially believed some pieces were carved from one continuous block. This has led to speculation that Parthian craftsmen may have possessed lost adhesive compounds, advanced polishing techniques, or methods of heating and softening ivory before carving it. Experimental archaeologists have attempted reproductions using known ancient tools, but matching the smoothness and durability of the originals has proven extremely difficult. The source of the ivory itself created another archaeological puzzle. There were no elephants anywhere near Nisa. Chemical and isotopic studies suggest the ivory came from multiple regions. Some pieces appear linked to Indian elephants, while others may trace back to African sources. That means the Parthians were connected to enormous trade networks stretching thousands of kilometers across Asia and possibly into Mediterranean or African markets. This challenges older views that portrayed Parthia mainly as a military empire. Instead, Nyssa suggests the Parthians controlled one of the ancient world's most complex commercial systems long before the Silk Road reached its peak. Another mystery lies in the strange cultural fusion carved into the Rhetons themselves. Greek artistic influence is obvious in the anatomy, flowing drapery, and mythological scenes. Yet many symbols are unmistakably Iranian or Central Asian. Some creatures resemble Achaemenid Persian royal imagery, while others echo Hellenistic art introduced after Alexander's conquest. Archaeologists still debate whether the Rhetons were imported luxury objects, made by foreign craftsmen living in Parthia, or produced locally by an entirely new artistic tradition. What makes this especially strange is how naturally these styles merge together. The Rhetons do not look like copied Greek objects. They look like artifacts from a civilization deliberately combining Eastern and Western religious systems into something new. Some historians believe Nyssa made between Mediterranean and Asian elite culture. In some ways, the artistic blending seen at Nyssa appeared centuries before similar cultural synthesis became common elsewhere along the Silk Road. The location where the Rhytons were found deepened the mystery further. Many were discovered inside what appeared to be sealed ceremonial storage rooms rather than tombs or ordinary residences. Several showed almost no evidence of practical use. Residue analysis found little sign of wine or fermented liquids inside certain vessels, despite Rhytons traditionally functioning as drinking horns. This led archaeologists to question whether the objects were symbolic rather than practical. One theory suggests the Rhytons played a role in royal initiation rituals tied to Parthian kingship. Another proposes connections to ancient Iranian religious ceremonies involving sacred intoxicating drinks similar to the Hyoma rituals mentioned in Zoroastrian traditions. Some researchers even suspect the vessels were diplomatic objects used during elite ceremonies to demonstrate the empire's wealth and global connections. But no surviving Parthian texts fully explain their purpose, leaving the true meaning of the artifacts uncertain. Excavations at Nyssa also revealed how carefully the Rhytons had been protected. Many were buried beneath collapsed architecture that may have intentionally sealed the ceremonial chambers. Some archaeologists believe priests or royal officials deliberately hid the treasures during political instability or invasion. Others argue the objects were already ancient heirlooms by the time they were stored away. The fact that they survived at all may have been pure accident. Nokkala Fortress does not look like an ordinary ancient ruin. Deep in the Caucasus, surrounded by cliffs, rivers and layers of collapsed stone walls, this fortress still stands after nearly 2,000 years of wars, earthquakes and erosion. Byzantine records described it as Archaeopolis, one of the most important military cities of the ancient world. Yet archaeologists still cannot fully explain who built the earliest fortifications, why its defensive system was so unusually advanced, or how much of the ancient city still remains buried beneath the ground. Nokkala is located in western Georgia, near the Takuri River in the Samegrelo region, an area that once controlled trade and military routes between the Black Sea, the Caucasus Mountains, and the Persian world. The ruins had been known locally for centuries, but serious archaeological excavations only began in the early 20th century. After World War II, Soviet archaeologists carried out major excavations and uncovered Byzantine walls, churches, drainage systems, coins from both the Byzantine and Sassanid empires, and large military structures. These discoveries quickly transformed Nokkala into one of the most mysterious archaeological sites in the Caucasus. What makes Nokkala extraordinary is the way ancient builders turned the surrounding landscape itself into a massive defensive weapon. One side of the fortress is protected by steep cliffs, while another is surrounded by the deep waters of the Takuri River. Instead of following the rectangular design common in Roman fortresses, the walls curve along the terrain with highly complex defensive angles. Researchers consider it one of the most sophisticated military systems ever discovered in the ancient Caucasus. The mystery is that many sections of the walls are still standing despite centuries of earthquakes, heavy rainfall, erosion, and violent climate changes. Some parts were built using masonry techniques almost identical to 6th century Byzantine engineering, yet lower foundations appear centuries older and belong to completely different architectural traditions. This has created a major archaeological debate. Some historians believe the Byzantines only rebuilt or expanded a much older fortress already standing on the site. Others argue that the city evolved continuously through multiple civilizations including Lazica, Rome, and earlier Caucasus cultures. Several stone blocks were fitted together with such precision that thick mortar was barely needed, leading some researchers to compare the construction methods to Mycenaean citadels, or even the massive stonework of the Andes. One of the strangest structures at Nokalakevi is the underground stairway and tunnel system, descending toward the Takuri River. Archaeologists believe it may have served as a hidden water access route during sieges, allowing defenders to reach the river without leaving the fortress walls. But the structure itself raises more questions than answers. Many sections are too narrow for large troop movements, while some corridors were carved directly into natural rock with remarkable precision. The steep angles and difficult layout would have made transporting supplies extremely hard, causing some researchers to suspect that the tunnel system may predate the Byzantine fortress above it. Even today, parts of the underground network remain unexplored because of flooding risks and unstable rock formations. Modern ground-penetrating radar surveys have also detected large underground anomalies beneath nearby sections of the site, suggesting that additional structures may still be hidden below the surface. Many historians believe Nokalakevi is the ancient city of Archaeopolis, a fortress repeatedly mentioned in Byzantine accounts of the Lazic War, fought between the Byzantine Empire and Sassanid Persia during the 6th century. According to historical records, Archaeopolis controlled one of the most important military corridors linking the Black Sea region to the interior of the Caucasus. Yet the true scale of the city remains unknown. Archaeologists may have uncovered only a fraction of what once existed there. Excavations revealed Roman-style bathhouses, churches, military warehouses, imported Mediterranean pottery, and coins from multiple empires. These discoveries proved that Nokalakevi was not just a military stronghold, but also a wealthy trade centre connected to distant regions. Geophysical studies suggest that entire residential districts may still remain buried beneath thick layers of soil surrounding the fortress. Some researchers now believe Archaeopolis was far larger than the visible ruins seen today. From the early 20th century to the present, Nokalakevi has been investigated by Georgian, Russian, Soviet and British archaeological teams. Soviet excavations uncovered large military compounds and urban structures, while modern researchers now use digital terrain mapping, structural analysis and ground-penetrating radar to search for hidden sections of the ancient city. What makes the site especially fascinating is that it does not belong to a single civilization. Layers of Colchis, Lazica, Roman, Byzantine and medieval Georgian history all exist on top of one another, creating what archaeologists describe as a living timeline stretching across thousands of years. And despite decades of excavation, the greatest mysteries remain unsolved. Who built the first fortress at Nokalakevi? How old is the underground tunnel system? How much of Archaeopolis is still hidden beneath the earth? And why was this fortress engineered with defensive techniques that appear centuries ahead of many neighbouring cities of its time? Among the cliffs and stone walls of the Caucasus, Nokkalakevi still feels less like a ruined city and more like a buried civilization waiting to be uncovered again. Thousands of ancient tombs connected to the lost kingdom of Goguryeo still remain buried beneath hills across North Korea and northeastern China. Some contain murals whose colours survived more than 1,500 years underground. Others hide massive stone chambers engineered so precisely that their ceilings still stand, despite centuries of earthquakes, freezing winters and soil pressure. But the strangest part is that archaeologists still cannot fully explain how Goguryeo developed construction and painting technologies this advanced before suddenly disappearing in 668 AD. The tombs of Goguryeo are located mainly near the Yalu River region between modern North Korea and China. Goguryeo ruled large parts of Northeast Asia from 37 BC to 668 AD and became one of the strongest kingdoms in the region. More than 10,000 tombs are believed to exist, though only a small number contain preserved murals. Many tombs were first surveyed during the early 20th century, but major excavations expanded after the 1950s. Archaeologists uncovered underground stone chambers, painted ceilings, warrior scenes, astronomical symbols, and complex burial structures hidden beneath giant earthen mounds. In 2004, several of the tombs became a UNESCO World Heritage Site because of their historical and archaeological importance. The most famous mystery surrounding the Goguryeo tombs is the incredible condition of the murals. Inside several chambers, paintings remain visible even after spending over 15 centuries sealed underground. Red mineral pigments, black carbon ink, and yellow compounds still cling into walls with unusual strength. Hunting scenes, celestial beings, dragons, armoured cavalry, and royal ceremonies can still be clearly identified. This shocked conservation experts because underground tombs normally suffer severe damage from humidity, bacteria, salt crystallization, and temperature changes. Researchers discovered that Goguryeo artists prepared walls using extremely refined plaster layers before painting. Some surfaces were polished so smoothly that they almost resemble stone. The pigments bonded deeply into these layers, creating durability comparable to Roman frescoes and Egyptian royal tomb paintings. But Goguryeo existed far from both civilizations, and historians still do not know how such advanced mural techniques appeared there independently. Even more mysterious is the fact that much of this knowledge vanished completely after the kingdom collapsed. Another major mystery involves the construction of the tomb chambers themselves. Many were built using enormous stone slabs fitted together without mortar. Some ceilings used corbel-style engineering, where layers of stone gradually overlap inward to distribute weight evenly. These chambers have survived more than 1,500 years underground despite earthquakes, frozen winters, and constant pressure from the soil above them. Modern engineers studying the tombs discovered surprisingly advanced weight distribution systems inside several structures. Some royal tombs required transporting multi-ton stone blocks across mountainous terrain, yet no records explain how Goguryeo builders accomplished this. Archaeologists also found drainage systems and ventilation channels designed to reduce moisture inside the chambers, helping preserve both the murals and the structure itself. The engineering appears far more sophisticated than what many historians once believed possible for the kingdom. Several Goguryeo tomb ceilings contain star maps and celestial symbols painted with remarkable precision. The four guardian deities of East Asian cosmology, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, frequently appear surrounding constellations and directional markers. Researchers noticed that some star arrangements closely resemble actual skies visible during the 5th and 6th centuries. If correct, this suggests Goguryeo possessed advanced astronomical observation systems centuries ago. The mystery is that very few scientific writings from Goguryeo survived. Almost everything known about their astronomy comes from the tomb paintings themselves. This leaves historians with visual evidence of sophisticated celestial knowledge, but almost no written explanation of how it was developed. Excavations throughout the 20th century completely changed understanding of Goguryeo civilization. Early researchers believed many mounds were simple burials, but deeper excavations revealed large underground complexes with multiple chambers and hidden passageways. The Anak tomb, number 3, became especially important after archaeologists uncovered detailed murals showing nobles, servants, architecture, and military equipment. Later discoveries at the Kangso tombs revealed even more advanced paintings and structural designs. Modern ground-penetrating radar also detected hidden anomalies beneath several unopened mounds, suggesting some tombs may still contain sealed chambers. Because many sites remain difficult to access, archaeologists believe major discoveries could still be waiting underground today. Chinese excavations near Jian uncovered murals showing cavalry warfare, hunting rituals, and diplomatic scenes, proving Goguryeo was not an isolated mountain kingdom, but a powerful regional empire connected to broader East Asian networks. A forest of stone rises from the rain-soaked hills of northeastern India, where enormous monoliths stand in silence across one of the wettest regions on Earth. Natiang monoliths is one of the strangest megalithic sites ever discovered in Asia, yet almost nobody outside India has heard of it. Long before modern roads, cranes, or steel machinery reached the mountains of Meghalaya, ancient builders somehow transported and erected gigantic stone slabs across steep hills covered in dense forest and endless rain. Even more mysterious, almost no written records survive explaining why these stones were built, what ceremonies happened around them, or how an isolated culture developed one of the largest megalithic traditions in the ancient world. The Natiang monoliths are located in the Jaintia hills of Meghalaya in northeastern India, around 65 kilometers from Shillong. The site is connected to the Khasi and Jaintia peoples, whose megalithic traditions survived far longer than many ancient stone-building cultures elsewhere on Earth. British colonial officials documented parts of the site during the 19th century, but serious archaeological investigation remained limited for decades. Unlike Stonehenge or Karnak stones, Natiang never became globally famous despite containing enormous monoliths comparable to some of the most mysterious stone sites on Earth. Much of the knowledge surrounding the site survives only through oral traditions passed down by local communities, making the stones themselves almost the only physical witnesses left behind by this forgotten culture. The greatest mystery surrounding Natiang monoliths is how ancient builders transported and raised such massive stones in one of the most difficult environments imaginable. Some monoliths rise more than 8 meters tall and weigh many tons. Meghalaya experiences some of the heaviest rainfall on Earth, with nearby regions receiving over 11,000 millimeters of rain annually. The landscape is filled with unstable slopes, muddy terrain, rivers, and dense jungle. Moving multi-ton stones across this environment without modern engineering appears almost impossible. Researchers believe the stones were likely dragged manually using ropes, wooden rollers, and large teams of workers, but no definitive evidence explains the exact techniques. The engineering challenge becomes even stranger when considering the soil conditions. Heavy rain constantly weakens ground stability and increases erosion, yet many monoliths remain standing after centuries of exposure. Some were erected without mortar, metal reinforcement, or deep modern foundations. Their survival suggests the builders possessed an advanced understanding of weight distribution, balance, and structural stability long before formal engineering science existed. This mystery places Natiang alongside some of the world's most unexplained megalithic sites, including Göbekli Tepe, Easter Island, and Sacsayhuaman. But unlike those sites, Nartiang exists in a tropical mountain climate where erosion and environmental destruction are constant threats. That makes the durability of the monoliths even more astonishing. Another major mystery involves the purpose of the stones themselves. Local Khasi traditions describe standing stones known as Maobina and horizontal stones called Maoshong, often associated with ancestors, clan leaders, or ceremonial functions. Some archaeologists believe the site may have served as a massive memorial complex connected to social hierarchy and tribal governance. Others suggest it functioned as a ceremonial gathering place where political decisions were made publicly beneath the monoliths. The problem is that almost no written evidence survives to confirm any theory. Unlike ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia, where inscriptions help decode monuments, the culture behind Nartiang left very little written documentation. Historians are forced to reconstruct meaning from oral tradition, stone arrangement, and local ritual practices that evolved over centuries. This creates a haunting possibility that much of the original meaning has already disappeared forever. Some researchers have also proposed astronomical connections hidden within the layout of the stones. Across the ancient world, megalithic cultures repeatedly aligned monuments with celestial events. Stonehenge tracks solar movements, while Nabta Playa may have functioned as an early astronomical calendar thousands of years ago. Certain alignments at Nartiang appear to face significant solar directions, leading to speculation that the site may once have tracked seasonal cycles or ritual calendars tied to the sky. However, proving this theory is extremely difficult. Many stones may have shifted over time due to earthquakes, erosion, or later human activity. Some monoliths were likely damaged or relocated long before archaeologists documented the site. Without precise original positioning, confirming astronomical intent becomes nearly impossible. Even so, the idea that these mountains once held a forgotten cosmic observatory continues to fascinate researchers. Archaeological investigations in Meghalaya uncovered evidence suggesting the region once supported an enormous and highly organized megalithic culture stretching far beyond Nartiang itself. Thousands of monoliths are scattered across northeastern India, indicating that stone-building traditions dominated the landscape for centuries. Excavations connected to Khasi and Jantia sites revealed burial remains, ceremonial areas, ancient pathways, and traces of structured clan settlements linked to megalithic activity. One of the most surprising discoveries was that megalithic traditions among Khasi communities survived into relatively recent history. In some areas, smaller memorial stones continued to be erected long after similar traditions disappeared elsewhere in the world. This shocked anthropologists because it suggested Meghalaya preserved one of humanity's longest surviving stone-building cultures. Kingdom of Dian was never meant to disappear from history. More than 2,000 years ago, a powerful civilization rose around the mountains and lakes of southwestern China, producing bronze artifacts so advanced that archaeologists still struggle to explain how such precision could exist in a kingdom once believed to be isolated from the major centers of the ancient world. The Kingdom of Dian left behind scenes of ritual sacrifice, severed heads, warriors, elephants, and mysterious ceremonies frozen in bronze with astonishing detail. Then the civilization vanished so completely that for centuries almost nobody knew it had ever existed. No surviving royal chronicles, no readable language, only buried tombs filled with artifacts that seem far too sophisticated for their time. The Kingdom of Dian existed around Lake Dian near present-day Kunming in Yunnan Province, southwestern China. The region sits between mountains, river valleys, and ancient trade corridors connecting China with Southeast Asia and the Tibetan Plateau. For centuries, Dian survived only as a brief mention in Han Dynasty records, until archaeologists made a shocking discovery in 1956 at the Shijiaishan cemetery site near Lake Dian. Excavations uncovered massive royal tombs filled with bronze drums, ritual vessels, weapons, masks, and thousands of miniature sculptures, unlike anything previously found in ancient China. One discovery changed everything. Archaeologists found a royal seal inscribed with the title King of Dian, proving the lost kingdom described in ancient texts was real. The discovery shocked historians because the artifacts revealed a civilization with artistic and metallurgical abilities far beyond what experts expected from ancient Yunnan. The most mysterious aspect of Dian is its bronze technology. Many artifacts discovered inside Dian tombs contain levels of detail that appear almost impossible for a remote mountain kingdom over 2,000 years ago. Some bronze lids contain entire scenes of warfare, rituals, musicians, prisoners, animals, and elite warriors arranged in complex multi-layered compositions. Certain figures are only a few centimeters tall, yet still display facial expressions, clothing folds, weapons, and anatomical detail. Archaeologists believe Dian craftsmen mastered the lost wax casting technique, one of the most advanced bronze production methods of the ancient world. The process required extremely precise temperature control and engineering knowledge. Similar techniques existed in parts of the Mediterranean and South Asia, but its appearance in ancient Yunnan created enormous debate among historians. How did Dian develop such advanced metallurgy in a region once considered isolated? Some researchers believe the kingdom independently created the technology using Yunnan's rich copper deposits. Others argue the similarities between Dian bronzes and artifacts from distant civilizations suggest ancient trade networks existed across Asia long before the Silk Road officially emerged. Even more mysterious is the scale of production. Several royal tombs contained enormous quantities of bronze, suggesting large mining operations and highly organized labor systems. Yet archaeologists still do not fully understand how Dian transported materials, controlled fuel resources, or maintained industrial production across such difficult mountainous terrain. Dian became famous worldwide because of the disturbing imagery carved into many of its ritual objects. Numerous bronze artifacts depict scenes of violence so detailed that archaeologists believe they reflect real ceremonies rather than mythology. Some vessels show prisoners kneeling before execution while warriors display severed heads as symbols of power. Others portray large ritual gatherings surrounding elite figures placed above bound captives and sacrificed animals. One of the strangest aspects of Dian art is how realistic the scenes appear. The figures do not look symbolic or exaggerated. Instead, they resemble snapshots from daily life inside a vanished civilization. Archaeologists have compared some of these practices to headhunting traditions later recorded in parts of Southeast Asia, while others believe the imagery represented military dominance, ancestor worship, or sacred rituals connected to political authority. The greatest problem is that Dian left behind almost no surviving written language. Historians can examine the scenes in extraordinary detail, but they cannot fully understand what the ceremonies meant to the people who created them. The bronzes therefore function almost like silent messages from a civilization that vanished before it could explain itself. The first excavations at Shijiaishan uncovered more than 50 elite tombs containing bronze drums, gold ornaments, cowrie shells, weapons, and ceremonial vessels. Later excavations at sites such as Lijiashan and Dabona reveal that Dian influence extended far beyond a single settlement. Archaeologists discovered evidence of long-distance trade, advanced workshops, and complex burial systems showing that Dian was likely one of the most powerful regional cultures in ancient southwestern China. Some tombs contained cowrie shells originating from tropical seas hundreds of kilometers away. Other artifacts displayed artistic influences linked to Central Asia or nomadic steppe cultures. These discoveries strengthened theories that Dian may have served as a major crossroads between China and Southeast Asia long before official Silk Road trade networks appeared. Bronze drums discovered in Dian tombs created another mystery. Similar drums later appeared across Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, and other parts of Southeast Asia. Archaeologists still debate whether Dian influenced those cultures, borrowed ideas from them, or belonged to a much larger interconnected bronze tradition spread across Asia. The excavations also revealed clear social hierarchy. Elite tombs were filled with luxury objects while ordinary graves remained relatively simple, suggesting Dian society may have been controlled by warrior elites who dominated trade routes and metal production. Around 109 BCE, the Han dynasty expanded into Yunnan and officially absorbed the Kingdom of Dian. Ancient records claim the Dian king surrendered and accepted Han rule. But the archaeological evidence tells a far stranger story. There are very few signs of catastrophic destruction or massive warfare. Instead, Dian culture appears to slowly fade away over generations. Traditional bronze designs disappeared, burial customs changed, and Han cultural influence gradually replaced older rituals. This created one of the greatest mysteries in ancient Asian archaeology. How could a civilization with such powerful artistic identity vanish so completely? Some historians believe Dian elites were absorbed into the Han system and slowly lost their independence. Others argue that political restructuring and trade disruptions erased the kingdom's traditions over time. But even today, nobody fully understands what happened to the people themselves. The Kingdom of Dian did not collapse dramatically like many ancient empires. It simply faded into silence, leaving behind bronze artifacts buried beneath the mountains of Yunnan as the only surviving evidence that the civilization had ever existed at all. What do you think the Kingdom of Dian really was? An isolated, lost civilization, or part of a forgotten ancient network connecting Asia long before recorded history says it should have existed? The stone mushroom figures of Guatemala remain one of the strangest unsolved mysteries in ancient Mesoamerica. Carved from volcanic stone more than 1,000 years ago, these bizarre objects resemble giant mushrooms fused with human faces, jaguars, spirits, and creatures that appear trapped between worlds. Archaeologists still cannot fully explain why ancient civilizations created them, why many were buried inside sacred sites, or why their imagery seems connected to altered states of consciousness long before modern science understood psychedelic compounds. Some researchers believe they were linked to forbidden ritual ceremonies involving hallucinogenic mushrooms. Others think they represented forgotten gods or secret shamanic traditions that disappeared before the height of the Maya civilization. The deeper archaeologists investigate, the stranger the mystery becomes. Most of the stone mushroom figures were discovered in the highlands and southern regions of modern Guatemala, especially in territories connected to early Maya and pre-Maya cultures, dating from roughly 500 BCE to 900 CE. Additional examples later appeared in El Salvador, Honduras, and southern Mexico, suggesting the tradition spread across a large ritual network rather than a single city. The first major discoveries began during the late 19th and early 20th centuries when archaeologists uncovered strange carved stones inside tombs, ceremonial plazas, and ruined settlements. Many objects were surprisingly small, some only 20 centimeters tall, yet their carvings were incredibly detailed. The upper section resembled a mushroom cap, while the lower stem often displayed faces, animals, or supernatural beings. Early researchers were confused because the sculptures looked unlike typical Maya statues or religious monuments. As more examples were excavated near important sites such as Caminaljuyu, archaeologists realized the objects represented a long-standing cultural tradition that had existed for centuries. The most controversial theory surrounding the Guatemala mushroom stones is their connection to psychedelic rituals. Many historians believe the sculptures symbolized sacred mushrooms containing psilocybin, a hallucinogenic compound capable of producing visions and altered perception. Modern science confirms that psychoactive mushrooms naturally grow throughout Central America. Indigenous groups in parts of Mexico continued ceremonial mushroom use even after Spanish colonization, leading some researchers to suspect the practice may have ancient origins stretching back thousands of years. What shocked archaeologists most was the imagery carved onto the stones. Many figures displayed distorted faces, enlarged eyes, transforming bodies, or hybrid human-animal forms. Jaguars, which appear frequently on the sculptures, were strongly associated with supernatural transformation in Mesoamerican mythology. Some experts believe priests or shamans consumed psychoactive mushrooms during ceremonies designed to communicate with gods or ancestors, while the mushroom stones acted as sacred ritual symbols. Yet there is a major problem. No surviving Maya text directly explains these objects. No codex clearly describes mushroom rituals connected to the sculptures. The theory depends almost entirely on symbolism, archaeology, and comparisons with later indigenous traditions. That uncertainty has kept the mystery alive for decades. Although many mushroom stones are relatively small, their craftsmanship presents another puzzle. Most were carved from dense volcanic rock using primitive stone tools, yet many display highly symmetrical shapes and polished surfaces that survived for over 1,000 years despite tropical erosion. Several figures contain detailed carvings only a few centimeters wide. Others balance oversized mushroom caps on narrow bases without collapsing. Researchers studying the stones discovered evidence of repeated grinding and polishing techniques, requiring enormous time and labor investment. Even more mysterious is the consistency found across distant regions. Similar artistic proportions and symbolic patterns appear on stones discovered hundreds of kilometers apart. This suggests ancient craftsmen may have followed strict ritual design rules or belonged to connected religious networks spanning multiple civilizations. Archaeologists still do not know where most of the mushroom stones were produced. No large workshops connected to their manufacture have ever been clearly identified. Throughout the 20th century, excavations continued revealing new examples buried beside elite tombs, jade ornaments, ceramics, and ritual offerings. Their placement strongly suggested ceremonial importance rather than decorative use. Some mushroom stones were discovered near temple platforms and ceremonial plazas, while others appeared intentionally broken before burial. Similar ritual destruction practices existed in many ancient cultures where sacred objects were symbolically killed after use. In the 1940s and 1950s, archaeologist Stefan de Bohegi became one of the strongest supporters of the psychedelic ritual theory, after studying dozens of mushroom stones across Guatemala. He argued the sculptures represented direct evidence of ancient sacred mushroom worship in Mesoamerica. His ideas sparked major controversy because many scholars believed the interpretation relied too heavily on speculation. Later discoveries complicated the debate even further. Some mushroom stones barely resembled mushrooms at all, while others clearly did. Certain figures depicted seated rulers, animals, or supernatural beings instead of spiritual transformations. This suggested the objects may have served multiple religious or political purposes over hundreds of years. Ash and superheated gas swallowed Herculaneum in 79 AD during the catastrophic eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. Entire buildings vanished beneath volcanic material within hours. Temperatures inside the pyroclastic surges were so extreme that wooden structures instantly carbonized and human bodies collapsed where they stood. Yet inside one buried Roman villa, the eruption created something almost impossible. A hidden library preserved for nearly 2,000 years. Inside Villa of the Papyri, archaeologists uncovered around 1,800 blackened scrolls fused into fragile cylinders of carbon. At first, they looked like pieces of burned wood. Some were accidentally discarded because nobody realized they were manuscripts. Others shattered the moment they were touched. Only later did scholars understand the scale of the discovery. These were the only surviving intact scrolls ever recovered from the ancient Roman world. The mystery surrounding the Herculaneum scrolls begins with a scientific contradiction that still fascinates researchers today. Papyrus is an extremely fragile material. It burns easily, absorbs moisture quickly, and normally disintegrates over time. Under ordinary conditions, surviving ancient scrolls are incredibly rare. Yet the eruption that destroyed Herculaneum somehow preserved an entire library instead of reducing it to ash. Modern studies suggest the scrolls underwent a violent process called carbonization. During the eruption, pyroclastic surges moving at enormous speed blasted through the city. Temperatures may have exceeded 300 to 500 degrees Celsius. Under those conditions, organic material should have been completely destroyed. But inside sealed rooms with limited oxygen, the papyrus did not fully ignite. Instead, the fibers decomposed chemically and transformed into carbon while still retaining their original structure. That accidental process preserved the shape of the scrolls while trapping the writing inside them. Researchers often compare the manuscripts to burned hard drives that still contain hidden data. The outside became brittle and fragile like charcoal, but deeper layers remained compressed together. The information survived, yet accessing it became one of archaeology's greatest challenges. For centuries, humans tried to physically open the scrolls. Many attempts ended in disaster. In the 18th century, scholars used blades, heated tools, chemicals, and mechanical devices designed to slowly unwind the carbonized papyrus. Some scrolls cracked apart instantly, others disintegrated layer by layer. Entire passages vanished before they could be copied. Even the most successful methods required months of painstaking work to open only small sections. Large amounts of ancient writing were likely destroyed forever during those early experiments. The deeper mystery was that the texts themselves had become almost invisible. Ancient Roman ink was commonly made from carbon-based materials. After the eruption, the papyrus and the ink carbonized together into nearly identical substances. Under normal light, the letters blended into the background completely. To the naked eye, many scrolls appeared blank even though writing still existed inside them. For generations, scholars believed the unopened manuscripts might remain unreadable forever. Then modern technology changed the situation completely. In recent decades, scientists began using advanced imaging systems capable of looking inside the scrolls without physically opening them. One of the most important breakthroughs came from X-ray phase contrast tomography, an extremely sensitive scanning method capable of detecting microscopic differences inside carbonized material. Unlike ordinary scans, these systems could identify tiny distortions created thousands of years ago by the pressure of a pen moving across papyrus fibers. Artificial intelligence pushed the discovery even further. Because the ink and papyrus had nearly identical chemical compositions, normal imaging methods could not clearly separate the writing from the background. AI systems were trained to detect microscopic texture changes, pressure patterns, and hidden letter shapes invisible to the human eye. Algorithms analyzed enormous amounts of scan data, searching for patterns buried inside tightly compressed layers. Eventually, the first hidden letters began to emerge. For the first time in nearly 2,000 years, humans were reading words from scrolls that had never been physically opened. The achievement was considered one of the most important archaeological breakthroughs of the modern era. researchers were effectively recovering lost voices from the ancient world using machine learning and high-energy imaging systems. This transformed the Herculaneum scrolls into far more than a historical discovery. They became a collision between ancient catastrophe and modern technology. Most texts identified so far appear connected to Epicurean philosophy, particularly writings associated with the philosopher Philodemus. The surviving passages discuss ethics, pleasure, music, emotion, poetry, and the nature of human life. But many historians believe the existing discoveries may represent only a small fraction of what still lies buried beneath Herculaneum. That possibility created another major mystery. Some archaeologists suspect deeper sections of the villa remain unexplored. Others believe additional libraries may still exist beneath layers of volcanic material and the modern city built above the ancient ruins. If true, thousands of unknown manuscripts could still be hidden underground. The implications are enormous because most literature from the ancient world disappeared forever. Historians estimate that only a tiny percentage of Greek and Roman texts survived into the modern age. Countless scientific works, philosophical writings, historical records, dramas, and technical manuals vanished over centuries of war, decay, censorship, and collapse. Entire intellectual traditions were effectively erased from history. The Herculaneum scrolls may represent one of the last untouched archives from that lost world. Some researchers speculate that unopened scrolls could contain unknown works from major classical authors, missing historical accounts, or scientific theories lost for nearly 2 millennia. While many of those ideas remain hypothetical, the mystery continues to drive global attention because hundreds of scrolls still cannot be fully read. At this moment, sealed texts from the Roman world remain locked inside carbonized cylinders waiting for technology advanced enough to decode them safely. The eruption itself adds another disturbing layer to the story. Recent forensic analysis suggests the pyroclastic surges that struck Herculaneum were far more deadly than previously believed. Victims appear to have died almost instantly from extreme heat. Some studies indicate temperatures may have been high enough to vaporize soft tissue within moments. Wooden objects carbonized rapidly. Buildings collapsed under thermal stress. Yet inside that same inferno, fragile papyrus survived in preserved form rather than being erased completely. That contradiction remains one of the most haunting aspects of the entire discovery. The same volcanic force that annihilated city also became the mechanism that protected its hidden knowledge. Without the eruption, the library might have slowly decayed over centuries and disappeared forever. Instead, the disaster sealed the manuscripts inside hardened volcanic layers, where they remained untouched for nearly 2,000 years. For generations, the scrolls seemed permanently silent, blackened, broken, impossible to read. Now machines are beginning to unlock them again. Artificial intelligence, high-energy scanning systems, and advanced digital reconstruction are slowly recovering words hidden since the height of the Roman Empire. Each newly decoded fragment offers another glimpse into a world long thought lost forever. And somewhere beneath the volcanic stone of Herculaneum, unopened scrolls may still remain in darkness. Ancient voices trapped inside carbonized paper, waiting for the modern world to finally hear them again. South of the Ural Mountains, beneath the empty grasslands of the Eurasian steppe, archaeologists uncovered graves that changed the history of ancient warfare. Buried inside the Sintashta tombs were lightweight chariots, sacrificed horses, advanced bronze weapons, and traces of a society that appeared far too technologically organized for its age. The discoveries dated to around 1800 BCE, making them some of the oldest known true chariot burials ever found. The site was first investigated during Soviet-era excavations in the 1970s. Archaeologists initially believed the circular settlements were ordinary Bronze Age communities, but inside several burial mounds, they discovered wheel impressions preserved in the soil, paired horse skeletons arranged beside vehicles, and weapon sets placed with ritual precision. What stunned researchers most was the wheel design itself. Earlier ancient wagons used solid wooden wheels. They were heavy, slow, and mainly designed for transport. The Syntashta wheels were completely different. They used lightweight spokes, reducing rotational weight and allowing much higher speed. But spoke wheel engineering is extremely difficult. Every spoke must distribute pressure evenly. A slight imbalance can shatter the wheel during movement. Experimental reconstructions have shown that Bronze Age spoke wheels required highly accurate wood shaping, precise symmetry, and deep knowledge of force distribution. That is why the Syntashta discoveries created such controversy. For a society living on the harsh Eurasian steppe to suddenly produce lightweight high-speed chariots seemed almost impossible. The environment was not rich like Egypt or Mesopotamia. Winters were brutal, resources were unstable, and settlements were relatively isolated. Yet somehow, this culture developed what many researchers consider the first true fast warfare vehicle in history. The graves reveal that these chariots were not ceremonial toys, they were functional machines. Wheel spacing suggests narrow, lightweight frames built for speed rather than transport. The paired horse burials indicate teams specifically trained to move together under control. Archaeologists also discovered cheek pieces made from bone and antler, likely parts of early bridles used for directing horses during rapid movement. Studies on horse teeth from related steppe sites revealed wear patterns possibly caused by bits, suggesting humans were already practicing advanced horse control techniques thousands of years earlier than once believed. This created another mystery. Driving a lightweight chariot at high speed across uneven ground is extremely dangerous. Modern experiments with reconstructed Bronze Age chariots showed that balance and coordination were critical. One damaged spoke could collapse the wheel instantly. A frightened horse could overturn the vehicle. Controlling two horses simultaneously while holding a spear or bow required enormous skill. Yet Syntashta society appears to have mastered this system nearly 4,000 years ago. Some researchers now believe the invention of the chariot was not a slow technological evolution. Instead, Syntashta may represent a sudden military breakthrough. The settlements themselves support this idea. Several Syntashta sites were heavily fortified with circular defensive walls, ditches, wooden reinforcements, and carefully controlled entrances. The famous settlement of Archaeum reveals concentric rings of houses arranged with remarkable precision. Drainage systems controlled water flow through the settlement. Defensive structures surrounded the outer perimeter. Some archaeologists argue these sites resemble organized military compounds more than ordinary farming villages. Evidence of large-scale metallurgy was also discovered throughout the region. Excavations uncovered furnaces, slag deposits, copper residues, and arsenic bronze production areas. Syntashta metalworkers were producing weapons and tools at a scale unexpected for Bronze Age steppe societies. Maintaining the temperatures required for arsenic bronze production demanded advanced furnace control and specialized labor. Some researchers believe this metal industry directly supported chariot warfare. The relationship between metallurgy and chariot construction may be one of the most important mysteries surrounding Syntashta. A high-speed chariot required more than wheels. It required durable axles, balanced frames, strong leather bindings, specialized woodworking, bronze fittings, weapons production, and trained horses. Every component depended on organized manufacturing systems. This suggests Syntashta society was far more technologically coordinated than historians once imagined. The burials themselves add another layer of mystery. Many graves were arranged with extraordinary ritual precision. Horses were positioned in carefully ordered layouts beside the chariots. Weapons and tools were placed according to consistent patterns. Some graves contained multiple sacrificed animals and elaborate offerings. Archaeologists believe these tombs belong to elite warrior groups who held enormous social power. This may represent one of the earliest known warrior aristocracies in Eurasian history. The rise of these warrior elites may also explain why chariot technology spread so rapidly across the ancient world. Within only a few centuries after the Sintashta burials, chariots appeared across Mesopotamia, Anatolia, the Levant, Egypt, and eventually China. In nearly every civilization that adopted them, chariots became symbols of royal authority and military dominance. The speed of this technological expansion shocked historians. Earlier ancient warfare depended mostly on infantry and slow transport wagons. Chariots transformed mobility completely. A fast-moving chariot could strike quickly, carry archers into battle, and create psychological terror on open terrain. Some historians compare the spread of chariot warfare to the spread of gunpowder in later history. Once introduced, warfare changed permanently. But perhaps the most debated mystery involves the origins of the people themselves. Many scholars believe the Sintashta culture may have been connected to early Indo-Iranian populations. Ancient texts like the Rig Veda contain detailed references to horse rituals, warrior elites, and chariot warfare that closely resemble the archaeological evidence from Sintashta graves. Some researchers argue that steppe groups associated with Sintashta later migrated southward, spreading both language and military technology across Central and South Asia. Thousands of strange carvings cover the dark rocks beside the Riet River in South Africa's Northern Cape. At first glance, Driekoppsieland appears to be nothing more than an empty stone field in a harsh desert landscape. But across these rocks are thousands of ancient engravings created by the San people long before written history reached southern Africa. Animals with distorted bodies, strange geometric symbols, human-like figures merging with beasts, and mysterious patterns stretch across the stone surfaces in enormous numbers. Archaeologists consider it one of the largest concentrations of petroglyphs in southern Africa. Yet the real mystery is not how many carvings exist. It is why they were created in the first place. The site gained major archaeological attention during the 20th century when researchers realized the markings were deliberate engravings rather than natural fractures in the rock. Ancient artists used stone tools to repeatedly strike the dark surface layer, exposing lighter rock underneath. This technique created powerful visual contrast without cutting deeply into the stone itself. What immediately shocked researchers was the density of the carvings. Instead of isolated images scattered randomly, the engravings appeared in concentrated clusters spread across large sections of exposed rock. This suggested Driekoppsieland was not a temporary stop or ordinary campsite. It may have been one of the most important ceremonial gathering places used by ancient San communities over thousands of years. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding the site is the extraordinary preservation of the engravings. The Northern Cape experiences extreme environmental conditions. Temperatures can rise dramatically during the day and fall sharply at night. Flooding periodically strikes the river system, while constant wind pushes abrasive sand across exposed surfaces. Under these conditions, shallow carvings should gradually disappear. Yet many engravings remain surprisingly sharp despite being exposed for thousands of years. Geologists studying the rocks discovered that the sand carefully selected surfaces covered in dark mineral patina. By removing only this thin outer layer, they created bright images without weakening the rock beneath. The technique allowed the carvings to survive far longer than expected. Similar preservation methods appear at other ancient rock art sites around the world, including altar rock carvings, where mineral-coated stone surfaces also helped preserve carvings for millennia. But at Driekoppsieland, the scale of survival remains astonishing considering the brutal climate. The carvings themselves are even stranger. Most images depict animals, especially eland antelope, one of the most spiritually significant animals in San culture. But these are not normal representations of wildlife. Many creatures appear distorted. Some have unnaturally stretched necks. Others seem partially human. Several appear twisted or bent into impossible positions. Early archaeologists assumed the engravings were simple hunting records. Modern research completely changed that interpretation. Anthropologists studying San spiritual traditions discovered that many carvings closely resemble visions described during trance rituals. In these ceremonies, shamans entered altered states of consciousness through dancing, chanting, exhaustion, and rhythmic breathing. Participants later described seeing geometric flashes, transforming animals, and sensations of leaving the physical world. Researchers began realizing the distorted carvings at Drikopsiland may not represent ordinary reality at all. Instead, they may be visual records of supernatural visions experienced during trance states. This theory explains why so many figures appear surreal. Human and animal forms blend together repeatedly across the site. Some figures appear to be transforming mid-motion. Others display rigid body positions associated with trance dancing observed in San ritual traditions. Similar imagery appears at Tassili Naja, where mysterious hybrid beings and distorted figures led researchers to similar conclusions involving altered consciousness and ritual practices. At Drikopsiland, the same symbolic system may have existed thousands of years ago. Some carvings become even stranger when viewed under changing sunlight. Certain figures were placed on curved or angled rock faces where shadows shift dramatically throughout the day. In morning light, some images suddenly become visible while others nearly vanish. As the sun moves, entirely different carvings emerge from the stone. Researchers suspect this was intentional. The San may have deliberately positioned engravings to interact with natural light during ceremonies. If true, the rocks functioned almost like an ancient visual system where images appeared and disappeared depending on time and viewing angle. The location of Drikopsiland raises another major mystery. Many Sanrock art sites are hidden deep inside caves or isolated cliffs. Drikopsiland is different. It lies directly beside an important water source. In an environment where survival depended heavily on water access, this location would have attracted people from large surrounding regions. Archaeologists believe seasonal gatherings may have occurred here for thousands of years. Different San groups could have travelled to the river for ceremonies, trade, healing rituals, and spiritual events. This would explain why the site accumulated such enormous numbers of engravings over time. Among the animal carvings are symbols researchers still cannot explain. Zigzag lines, circular shapes, abstract patterns, and strange footprints appear throughout the site. Some researchers believe these symbols may represent maps, water routes, or ritual pathways. Others think they are connected to neurological phenomena experienced during trance states. Modern neuroscience has shown that humans experiencing altered consciousness often see repeating geometric forms known as entoptic patterns. Many symbols at Drikopsiland strongly resemble these naturally generated visual effects. If correct, the carvings may represent one of the oldest surviving attempts to record internal psychological experiences rather than physical events. Dating the engravings remains extremely difficult. Unlike bones or charcoal, petroglyphs contain almost no organic material for radiocarbon dating. Archaeologists must estimate age using weathering patterns, mineral buildup, and nearby archaeological evidence. Some carvings may be several thousand years old, but researchers suspect parts of the site could be far older. Because new engravings were likely added generation after generation, the site may represent continuous ritual activity spanning immense periods of time. Another mystery involves the specific rocks chosen for carving. Not every surface was used. the sand consistently selected smooth, dark stones with highly visible mineral coatings. Some researchers also noticed that several engraved rocks produce resonant sounds when struck. This led to controversial theories that sound may have played a role during ceremonies. In many ancient cultures, echoing stones and resonant surfaces were associated with spiritual power or communication with supernatural realms. While impossible to confirm completely, the idea adds another layer to the mystery surrounding the site. What makes Drikopseland so fascinating is that it challenges modern assumptions about prehistoric societies. The sand did not leave behind massive temples, metal machines, or written records. Yet the carvings suggest an advanced understanding of symbolism, psychology, ritual experience, and environmental interaction. The site demonstrates that ancient humans were capable of creating deeply complex spiritual systems long before organized civilizations emerged elsewhere in the world. The engravings were not random decorations. They were part of something much larger, a ritual landscape shaped over countless generations. The repeated animal transformations, geometric visions, and carefully chosen stone surfaces all point toward a belief system centered around altered consciousness and communication with unseen forces. On the freezing Altiplano of western Bolivia, nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, stands one of the strangest surviving structures in South America, Iglesia de Curahuara de Carangas. From the outside, the church appears simple and fragile. Thick adobe walls rise from the dry earth beneath a sky filled with dust and freezing wind. Nothing about the exterior suggests that inside exists one of the most mysterious mural complexes in the Americas. Every wall, ceiling, arch, and corridor is covered in paintings more than 400 years old. Historians later called it the Sistine Chapel of the Andes. But unlike the Vatican, this masterpiece was built in one of the harshest environments imaginable. The church stands in a region where temperatures swing violently between day and night. Ultraviolet radiation is extremely intense, and adobe structures normally deteriorate rapidly over time. Yet the murals survived, and the deeper researchers studied them, the stranger they became. The church was built during the late 16th and early 17th centuries as Spanish colonial forces expanded across the Andes. Missionaries introduced Christianity into Aymara territory and constructed churches across the highlands. But Curahuara became different from almost every other colonial church in the region, because much of the artwork appears to have been created by indigenous Aymara artists themselves. That created a visual anomaly. The paintings contained Christian scenes, angels, saints, biblical stories, heaven, hell, and the final judgment. But hidden inside them are details that do not fully belong to European religious art. Certain figures possess indigenous facial structures. Some decorative elements resemble older Andean sacred patterns. Local animals and symbols appear inside scenes that should have followed strict European traditions. One of the most discussed examples appears in a depiction of the Last Supper, where a guinea pig, a sacred and important Andean food source, seems to replace the traditional lamb associated with European Christianity. To historians, this raised an unsettling possibility. The murals may not simply represent colonial religious teaching. They may represent a hidden fusion between Christianity and older indigenous belief systems that Spanish authorities attempted to erase. Across the Andes, the Spanish Empire systematically destroyed native temples and spiritual centers. Ceremonial sites were replaced with churches, and indigenous rituals were banned. Yet archaeologists repeatedly discovered evidence that native populations quietly embedded their own symbols into officially Christian art. Curahuara may be one of the clearest surviving examples of this hidden resistance. Inside the murals, researchers identified solar imagery connected to older Andean cosmology. Certain geometric designs resemble sacred textile patterns used long before European arrival. Some symbolic arrangements appear closer to indigenous visual storytelling traditions than to classical European church compositions. This transformed the church into something far more mysterious than a religious building. It became a coded archive. But the greatest mystery may be technological. The murals should not still exist. At nearly 4,000 meters above sea level, Curahuara experiences some of the harshest environmental conditions in South America. Ultraviolet radiation at this altitude is dramatically stronger than at sea level and normally destroys exposed pigments over long periods of time. Temperatures shift rapidly between intense sunlight and freezing nights. Seasonal moisture slowly destroys adobe structures from the inside. Across Latin America, countless colonial murals faded centuries ago under far less severe conditions. Yet many of the colours at Curahuara remain remarkably visible. Reds, blacks, yellows and earth tones still cover large portions of the walls, despite more than 4 centuries of exposure. Researchers believe indigenous artists may have used highly stable mineral pigments extracted directly from local geology. Iron oxides likely produced durable reds and yellows, while carbon compounds created deep blacks resistant to fading. Some conservation experts suspect the pigments were combined with organic binding materials derived from plants, cactus extracts, animal glues or egg mixtures. But even today, restorers struggle to fully replicate the durability of the original surfaces. That problem appears repeatedly across ancient civilizations. At Bonampak, Maya murals survived jungle humidity that should have destroyed them centuries ago. The frescoes of Sigiriya retained colour despite tropical exposure. In the Ajanta caves, pigments remained visible for over 1,000 years. Again and again, archaeologists encounter ancient painting technologies whose long-term stability modern conservation science still struggles to completely understand. Curahuara belongs to that same category of unexplained preservation. The structure protecting the murals is equally mysterious. The church was constructed largely from adobe, sun-dried earth mixed with organic material. Adobe architecture is highly vulnerable to water infiltration, cracking, and collapse. Yet the building survived centuries of extreme environmental stress in one of the harshest climates on Earth. Its survival suggests advanced environmental engineering hidden inside what appears to be a simple earthen structure. The walls are unusually thick, helping stabilize internal temperatures and reduce moisture fluctuation. Natural airflow inside the building likely helped control humidity levels that otherwise would have destroyed the murals from within. The geometry of the structure distributes pressure efficiently across the adobe mass, reducing structural failure over time. Many ancient civilizations developed similar passive climate-controlled systems long before modern engineering existed. Persian yakchals preserved ice in desert heat. Pueblo settlements regulated temperature through airflow and wall thickness, and ancient Andean civilizations learned to manipulate thermal behavior using earth, stone, and altitude. Curahuara may represent a fusion between European colonial architecture and older indigenous environmental knowledge refined over centuries in the Andes. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the church is psychological. The interior is overwhelming. Every direction is covered with imagery. Saints, angels, demons, judgment scenes, symbolic patterns, and biblical narratives surround the viewer completely. The ceiling itself seems to descend under layers of painted figures. Historians believe this immersive environment was intentional. Many indigenous converts could not read Spanish or Latin texts. So the murals functioned as a visual system designed to communicate fear, morality, punishment, salvation, and religious authority through images alone. In effect, the church became a 17th century psychological machine. Some historians believe the church was built atop an earlier sacred indigenous location, following a pattern repeated throughout colonial Latin America. Spanish authorities frequently constructed churches directly over native ceremonial centres in order to absorb symbolic power while erasing older religions. Yet in many regions, the original spiritual meaning of those places never disappeared completely. That possibility changes the meaning of the murals entirely. Perhaps the Aymara artists were not simply decorating a colonial church. Perhaps they were secretly preserving fragments of a disappearing worldview inside the very structure meant to replace it. Off the coast of Tanzania, surrounded by the warm waters of the Indian Ocean, the forgotten stone city of Kua ruins still stands in silence beneath tropical vegetation and collapsing coral walls. At first glance, the site appears similar to many abandoned coastal ruins scattered across East Africa. But archaeologists quickly realized Kua was hiding something far more unusual. Beneath the broken mosques, ruined houses, and eroded pathways was evidence of an ancient maritime civilization whose engineering knowledge and global influence were far beyond what historians once believed possible for the region. Kua was part of the Swahili civilization that flourished along the East African coast between roughly the 10th and 16th centuries. The city rose to power through Indian Ocean trade, connecting Africa with Persia, Arabia, India, and China. Excavations uncovered imported Chinese porcelain, Islamic coins, Persian glassware, and luxury ceramics buried among the ruins. These discoveries confirmed that Kua was not an isolated settlement. It was deeply connected to one of the largest international trade systems in the medieval world. But trade alone is not what makes Kua mysterious. The true mystery begins with the city itself. Most settlements in tropical East Africa during this period relied heavily on wood, mud brick, and temporary materials vulnerable to humidity and decay. Yet Kua was constructed using massive blocks of coral stone cut directly from ancient reef formations. Even after centuries of tropical storms, salt air, monsoon rains, and coastal erosion, parts of these structures still remain standing. Archaeologists studying the ruins became increasingly fascinated by how durable the city's engineering actually was. The builders used fossilized coral limestone known as a coral rag. When first extracted, the material was soft enough to shape with relatively simple tools, but once exposed to air, the coral hardened over time into a surprisingly resilient construction material. The technique allowed the Swahili builders to create large permanent structures in an environment where most architecture usually disappeared within centuries. Yet the coral blocks alone were not enough to explain the city's survival. Researchers discovered that Kua's builders also used a highly advanced lime mortar created from burned coral and shell materials. The mortar resisted cracking despite constant exposure to humidity, salt, and intense heat. In modern coastal environments, concrete structures often begin deteriorating after only decades due to saltwater penetration. Some walls at Kua survived for over 500 years. The exact production methods remain partly unknown. Archaeologists believe the coral was heated at carefully controlled temperatures before being processed into lime. Some researchers suspect organic compounds or plant-based additives may have been mixed into the mortar to improve flexibility and resistance against moisture. Similar mysteries surround Roman marine concrete, which also became stronger over time through chemical reactions with seawater. But unlike Roman concrete, the Swahili formulas used at Kua were adapted specifically for tropical marine conditions. the mystery becomes even more impressive inside the city's mosques. Several religious structures at Kua were engineered with thick coral walls, narrow ventilation openings, and carefully aligned interiors. These buildings naturally regulated temperature despite the intense coastal heat outside. Even without modern technology, the structures functioned almost like passive cooling systems. Archaeologists studying airflow patterns believe the builders understood how to manipulate ocean breezes to reduce indoor temperatures naturally. This level of environmental engineering should not have existed in what older historians once dismissed as a peripheral civilization. But Kua continued to challenge assumptions. The houses of wealthy merchants revealed complex urban planning rarely associated with medieval East Africa in older academic models. Excavations uncovered multi-room stone residences with internal courtyards, decorative niches, drainage systems, and imported luxury goods. Some architectural elements showed Persian influence, while others reflected local African traditions. Instead of being a copy of foreign cultures, Kua appeared to represent a sophisticated fusion of African, Arab, and Persian engineering knowledge. Then archaeologists uncovered evidence pointing towards something even more extraordinary. Kua's survival depended entirely on the Indian Ocean. To maintain trade with Arabia, India, and Asia, Swahili merchants needed extremely precise knowledge of monsoon wind systems. Ships crossing the Indian Ocean could not travel randomly. The timing had to be exact. Seasonal winds changed direction during different parts of the year, allowing merchants to sail eastward during one season and return westward during another. Missing the timing could strand ships for months or destroy entire trade expeditions. This required advanced maritime knowledge far beyond simple coastal fishing. Sailors operating from cities like Kua likely understood ocean currents, seasonal weather cycles, astronomical navigation, and long-distance route coordination with remarkable precision. Some historians compare the sophistication of Indian Ocean navigation to Polynesian open ocean navigation systems in the Pacific, yet almost none of the technical knowledge survived in written local records. That absence created one of the greatest mysteries surrounding the Swahili civilization. How did an East African maritime culture sustain a massive international trade network for centuries while leaving behind so few detailed technical texts explaining how it functioned? Most surviving accounts about the Swahili coast came from outsiders, Arab travellers, Persian merchants, and later Portuguese chroniclers. The voices of the Swahili engineers, navigators, and builders themselves are largely missing from history. For many years, colonial historians used this absence to argue that advanced urban culture on the East African coast must have originated mainly from foreign settlers. Some even claimed African societies could not have independently created such cities. Modern archaeology has almost completely destroyed that theory. Genetic studies, architectural analysis, and excavation evidence now show that Swahili civilization emerged primarily from African populations, while absorbing influences from across the Indian Ocean world. Kua was not a foreign colony, it was part of a powerful African maritime civilization, capable of competing within global trade networks centuries before European colonial expansion. This realization transformed the ruins into something far more important than a forgotten coastal city. Kua became evidence that entire chapters of African technological history had been misunderstood, and yet despite its sophistication, the city eventually collapsed. By the 16th century, major changes were spreading across the Indian Ocean. Portuguese fleets entered East African waters and violently disrupted older trade systems that had operated for centuries. Traditional commercial routes weakened as European powers attempted to dominate maritime commerce. Some historians believe Kua declined because the regional economy shifted elsewhere. Others point toward political instability, competition between coastal city-states, or environmental degradation caused by overuse of local resources. Rising coastal erosion may also have damaged infrastructure over time, but archaeologists still cannot fully explain why the city was abandoned. Unlike Pompeii, Kua did not vanish in a single catastrophic disaster. There was no volcanic eruption, no giant fire, no sudden destruction layer frozen in time. Instead, the city appears to have faded slowly from importance while the surrounding environment gradually consumed it. This slow disappearance may actually make the mystery even more disturbing. Civilizations often disappear not through sudden apocalypse, but through gradual collapse that leaves little trace behind. Trade networks weaken, political systems fragment, technical knowledge stops being transferred between generations, buildings decay, ports become silent, and eventually entire societies vanish so completely that later civilizations barely remember they existed. At the northern edge of Yemen's Al Jawf Desert, the ruined city of Barakish rises from the sand behind enormous stone walls that were never supposed to survive this long. The city was once one of the major centers of the ancient Minoan kingdom, a civilization that controlled part of the legendary frankincense route more than 2,000 years ago. Today, most of the world barely remembers the Minoans existed, but the ruins they left behind suggest they mastered engineering, water control, and desert survival at a level that still confuses archaeologists. The first major excavations revealed that Barakish was not a simple desert settlement. It was a heavily fortified commercial city designed with extraordinary precision. Massive limestone walls surrounded the city for nearly 2 kilometers, reinforced by dozens of defensive towers. Even after centuries of erosion, warfare, earthquakes, and brutal temperature shifts, large sections of these walls are still standing. That immediately raised questions. Ancient desert environments are among the worst possible places for long-term stone preservation. Daytime temperatures expand stone. Cold nights contract it. Wind-driven sand slowly erodes exposed surfaces like sandpaper for centuries. In most ancient desert cities, walls eventually crack apart, weaken and collapse. But Barakish endured. Researchers studying the masonry discovered that many stone blocks were cut with unusually high precision. Some joints remain tightly connected despite thousands of years of environmental stress. In several surviving towers, the weight distribution appears intentionally layered so pressure could spread across multiple structural points instead of concentrating in one area. This reduced cracking and improved long-term stability. The mystery becomes even stranger when considering the tools available at the time. The Minoans lived in one of the harshest environments in Arabia, long before modern engineering equipment existed. Yet they constructed fortifications durable enough to survive longer than many later medieval structures built with superior technology. Archaeologists comparing Barakish to other ancient fortified cities notice similarities with defensive systems seen in Persia and parts of the Hellenistic world. But Barakish was isolated deep within the Arabian trade networks. This raises the possibility that ancient South Arabian engineering traditions were far more advanced and influential than historians once believed. But the walls were only protecting something even more important: water. The greatest mystery surrounding Barakish is how a large urban centre survived for centuries in a region with extremely limited rainfall and no major permanent river nearby. A city dependent on large caravan traffic should have consumed enormous quantities of water. Humans required it, animals required it, trade operations required it. Yet the environment surrounding Barakish appears almost completely hostile to long-term urban survival. Excavations revealed a hidden system beneath the city. Archaeologists discovered wells, underground reservoirs, storage chambers, and carefully designed water collection systems capable of preserving water for long periods under extreme heat. Some reservoirs were built deep enough to reduce evaporation, while surrounding stone structures helped stabilize temperature. Certain channels appear designed to collect sudden runoff from rare desert storms before the water disappeared back into the surrounding terrain. This was not primitive survival. It was environmental engineering. Researchers began comparing Marrakesh to Petra and Jordan because both civilizations appear to have mastered desert hydrology centuries before modern technology. But while Petra carved elaborate channels through mountains and cliffs, Marrakesh created a fortified urban water network hidden within defensive architecture itself. Water here was treated like a strategic resource. Every part of the city depended on controlling it. That control transformed Marrakesh into one of the major economic centres of ancient Arabia. The city stood along the frankincense route, one of the most profitable trade systems in the ancient world. Caravans transported frankincense and myrrh across Arabia toward Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean. These substances were not ordinary luxury goods. In antiquity, they were essential for religious rituals, embalming ceremonies, medicine, and royal temples. Some historical records suggest their value rivaled precious metals. This created another major archaeological mystery. How did enormous caravans cross thousands of kilometers of empty desert with almost no permanent roads? Researchers believe astronomy may have played a central role. Inside Marrakesh stood the Temple of Nakhreh, one of the city's most important religious structures. Archaeologists noticed that parts of the temple and surrounding architecture may align with solar movement and seasonal positioning. Some experts suspect the inhabitants used astronomical observation not only for religion, but also for navigation and trade coordination. In the ancient Arabian desert, stars were survival technology. Without reliable navigation systems, caravans depended heavily on celestial positioning to move between trade centres. A mistake in direction could kill an entire caravan through dehydration and exposure. This means Marrakesh may have functioned as far more than a trading city. It may have been a navigation hub where religion, astronomy, and commerce merged into one system. The inscriptions discovered throughout the city strengthened this theory. Hundreds of Minoan inscriptions were found carved into stone across Marrakesh. Many recorded trade operations, religious dedications, taxes, and political authority. They revealed that the city maintained highly organized economic systems connected to multiple regions across Arabia. But many inscriptions remain difficult to fully interpret. Some references point to trade structures and administrative system historians still do not completely understand. Others mention rulers and networks almost entirely absent from later historical records. The deeper archaeologists studied the inscriptions, the clearer one fact became. Ancient South Arabia was once far more sophisticated than most historians previously imagined. Marrakesh was not isolated. It belonged to a larger civilization capable of large-scale logistics, long-distance trade management, advanced construction, organized writing systems, and environmental adaptation in one of the harshest climates on Earth. Then the city disappeared. Archaeological evidence suggests Marrakesh declined slowly as the ancient trade world changed. Sea-based trade routes became more efficient than dangerous overland caravan systems. Economic power shifted away from desert networks. Maintaining large water systems in extreme climates became increasingly difficult. Political instability likely weakened regional control as surrounding powers rose and collapsed. Eventually the caravans stopped coming, and once trade died, the city began dying with it. This pattern appears repeatedly across ancient civilizations. Petra declined after trade routes shifted. Palmyra weakened after losing strategic economic importance. Angkor struggled when environmental systems collapsed. In each case, the survival of the civilization depended entirely on maintaining highly complex infrastructure networks. When those systems failed, the cities followed. But Marrakesh never fully vanished beneath the desert. Its towers still stand above the sand today. Massive sections of wall still dominate the landscape. Temple ruins still preserve traces of inscriptions carved by people who disappeared from history thousands of years ago. And perhaps the most chilling part of the story came in modern times. After surviving ancient warfare, environmental destruction, and centuries of abandonment, parts of Marrakesh suffered damage during modern conflict in Yemen. Structures that had resisted the desert for over 2 millennia were suddenly threatened by modern weapons and explosions. Archaeologists described the destruction as tragic because many damaged sections had survived almost intact since antiquity. The irony was impossible to ignore. Ancient engineers built walls capable of surviving thousands of years of desert erosion. Modern civilization nearly destroyed them within decades. In the desert valleys of southern Peru, archaeologists uncovered a burial so well preserved that it seemed almost impossible. Inside the ancient chamber sat the remains of a powerful woman surrounded by ceremonial vessels, woven fabrics, metal ornaments, and symbols connected to the mysterious Tiwanaku civilization. The site would become known as the Tomb of Chirimaya Tuimia. But the deeper researchers investigated the tomb, the stranger it became. Textiles nearly 1,000 years old still carried visible colour. Human hair survived in the dry chamber. Metal objects showed levels of precision difficult to explain for a civilization without iron technology. And perhaps most mysterious of all, the burial suggested that Tiwanaku influence had spread across enormous distances through some kind of sophisticated political and religious network long before the rise of the Inca Empire. The tomb was discovered in Peru's Moquegua Valley during archaeological excavations connected to Tiwanaku settlements. Researchers immediately understood the burial belonged to someone of extraordinary importance. The woman had been wrapped in multiple layers of fine textiles and buried with elite ceremonial objects, including karoo, drinking vessels, ritual ornaments, woven bags, and decorated ceramics. What shocked archaeologists most was the preservation. Southern Peru's extreme arid climate had effectively sealed the chamber for centuries. Organic materials that normally decay rapidly had survived in remarkable condition. The tomb became one of the clearest surviving records of elite Tiwanaku culture ever found outside the civilization's central homeland near Lake Titicaca. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Chirimaya Tuimia is the identity of the woman herself. Ancient elite burials throughout the Andes often belonged to rulers, priests, military leaders, or political authorities. But this tomb challenged traditional assumptions because the burial belonged to a woman placed at the center of what appeared to be an extremely powerful ceremonial role. The quantity and quality of the grave goods suggested enormous status. In Andean civilizations, fine textiles were considered one of the highest symbols of wealth and power. Producing elite fabrics required specialized labor, rare materials, and advanced weaving knowledge passed down over generations. Some Andean textiles contain thread counts so high that researchers compare them to later industrial-era weaving precision. The burial raised a major archaeological question. Was this woman a noble connected to Tiwanaku elites? Or did she hold direct political or religious authority herself? Some researchers believe she may have been a high priestess responsible for ceremonial rituals tied to agriculture, astronomy, or regional governance. Others argue she represented a Tiwanaku ruling class that controlled distant territories through local elites, rather than direct military conquest. If true, the tomb could completely change modern understanding of power structures in ancient Andean civilization. The textiles inside the tomb remain among the most mysterious discoveries ever associated with Tiwanaku culture. Even after centuries underground, many fabrics retained visible colour and intricate geometric detail. Ancient Andean textile production was extraordinarily advanced. Some weaving methods used interlocking techniques so precise that reproducing them by hand today requires immense skill and patience. The consistency of the thread tension across large sections of fabric suggests highly trained specialists worked on the textiles for long periods of time. The dyes themselves remain partially unexplained. Red pigments likely came from crushed cochineal insects, while yellows, blacks and browns were created from minerals and plants native to the Andes. Yet the long-term durability of the colours continues to surprise researchers. Even accounting for the dry desert conditions, many experts believe the original dye chemistry was far more sophisticated than previously assumed. Some textile fragments also carried geometric patterns connected to Tiwanaku religious symbolism. Similar designs appear hundreds of kilometers away near monumental Tiwanaku temples, suggesting a massive cultural network capable of spreading identical symbols across distant regions without written language. The fabrics were not simply clothing. They were symbols of status, religious identity and political control. Perhaps the most difficult mystery surrounding the tomb involves the scale of Tiwanaku influence itself. The Tiwanaku civilization flourished roughly between 500 and 1000 CE near Lake Titicaca in modern Bolivia. Yet objects inside the Chirimaya Twimia burial displayed unmistakable Tiwanaku characteristics despite being located far from the civilization's core territory. This creates a major problem for archaeologists. Tiwanaku possessed no wheeled transportation for cargo movement and no large domesticated animals like horses or oxen. Despite these limitations, they maintained influence across huge sections of the Andes. Artifacts, religious imagery, textile patterns, and elite burial customs spread through mountain deserts, valleys, and dangerous terrain over distances reaching hundreds of kilometers. Researchers still debate how this system functioned. One theory suggests Tiwanaku established agricultural colonies in distant regions connected through trade and ceremonial alliances. Another theory argues they controlled territory through religion rather than military force, using elite rituals and sacred symbolism to unify different populations. Either explanation implies extraordinary organization. Maintaining influence across such hostile geography without modern infrastructure would have required advanced planning, food distribution systems, and long-distance coordination that many ancient civilizations struggled to achieve. The metal objects buried alongside the woman revealed another layer of technological sophistication. Tiwanaku metalworkers created ceremonial ornaments using copper alloys that required controlled heating techniques and advanced knowledge of metallurgy. Some objects discovered in elite Andean burials are so thin and symmetrical that modern experimental archaeologists struggle to recreate them using ancient tools alone. Researchers found evidence that Andean craftsmen understood how to manipulate alloys by combining copper with arsenic or tin to increase hardness and alter appearance. Certain ceremonial metals may even have been selected for symbolic colours associated with religious rituals. Unlike Eurasian civilizations that focused heavily on iron production, Andean societies developed highly specialized copper metallurgy adapted to their own environment and cultural needs. The technology followed an entirely different evolutionary path, yet still achieved remarkable precision. Southern Peru lies in one of the most earthquake-prone regions on Earth. Powerful seismic activity has repeatedly destroyed settlements throughout Andean history. Yet the Chirimaya Twimia tomb survived for centuries with much of its internal structure intact. Archaeologists believe the builders intentionally designed the burial chamber to resist collapse. Layers of compacted soil, carefully placed stone and organic filler materials may have helped distribute seismic pressure during earthquakes. This is particularly significant because similar earthquake-resistant concepts later appeared in Inca engineering centuries afterward. Massive Inca stone walls famously survived earthquakes that destroyed many colonial Spanish buildings built on top of them. The tomb suggests ancient Andean civilizations had already been experimenting with structural stability long before the rise of the Inca Empire. Several symbols connected to the burial appear linked to one of the most mysterious religious figures in ancient South America, the staff god. This figure appears repeatedly across multiple Andean civilizations separated by centuries and enormous geographic distances. Carvings, textiles, ceramics, and ritual objects depict a supernatural being holding staffs or ceremonial objects in both hands. Researchers still cannot fully explain why this symbol remained so consistent for so long. Some believe the figure represented a sky deity connected to storms, fertility, agriculture, or cosmic order. Others argue it symbolized political authority tied to sacred ritual systems. What makes the mystery even stranger is the mathematical consistency of some geometric patterns surrounding the imagery. Certain textile motifs appear carefully standardized, almost as if they functioned as encoded religious symbols understood across multiple regions. Without a surviving written language, much of the meaning remains permanently lost. A hidden chamber beneath the Temple of Zeus at Izanoi was once known as a place where animals mysteriously collapsed, while priests walked out alive untouched. Modern scientists later discovered that invisible volcanic carbon dioxide was leaking naturally through cracks beneath the sanctuary, creating a deadly layer of gas close to the ground. Measurements revealed concentrations high enough to kill within minutes, yet the ancient priests appear to understand exactly how the phenomenon worked nearly 2,000 years ago. Because carbon dioxide is heavier than oxygen, it sinks low to the surface, meaning a standing human could survive while animals closer to the ground suffocated. To ancient worshippers, it would have looked like divine power. To modern researchers, it may represent one of the earliest known examples of religious rituals built around scientific observation of natural geological forces. The Temple of Zeus itself presents another engineering mystery. Built during the Roman period around the 2nd century AD, the structure still stands despite surviving centuries of earthquakes in one of Anatolia's most unstable seismic zones. Massive limestone blocks weighing several tons were fitted together with extraordinary precision, and some sections remained stable even after severe tectonic activity devastated surrounding regions. Researchers studying Roman engineering at Izanoi discovered that the builders may have intentionally designed flexible foundations capable of absorbing seismic vibrations. Certain layers beneath the temple appear to distribute shock waves rather than resist them directly, a principle surprisingly similar to modern earthquake-resistant architecture. The survival of the structure raises an uncomfortable question. How much did Roman engineers truly understand about earthquakes nearly 2,000 years ago? The city's bridges create another unexplained anomaly. Several Roman bridges crossing the Pencalas River survived for centuries under constant water erosion, seasonal flooding, and changing climates. Some sections remained functional long after many medieval structures collapsed nearby. Engineers studying ancient Roman concrete found that certain Roman mortars become stronger over time through chemical reactions involving volcanic minerals and water exposure. Similar effects may explain why parts of Izanoi's hydraulic structures endured for nearly 2 millennia. The exact composition of some Roman construction materials still cannot be perfectly replicated today, leading many historians to describe Roman concrete technology as partially lost knowledge. Izanoi also contained one of the most unusual urban designs in the Roman world. Unlike most cities, its theatre and stadium physically connected into a single massive complex. The structure combined entertainment, athletics, politics, and ceremonial gatherings inside one interconnected architectural system. The engineering challenge was enormous. A Roman theatre required carefully controlled acoustics, while a stadium demanded open structural support capable of handling large crowds and violent movement. Somehow, the architects merged both functions into a stable design that still survives in fragments today. Historians remain uncertain why Aizanoi adopted such a rare layout, especially when nearly every other Roman city separated these buildings completely. Some researchers suspect the city may have hosted unusually large festivals, requiring multiple functions inside one centralized ceremonial complex. Beneath the visible ruins lies another hidden system that archaeologists still do not fully understand. Large portions of Aizanoi's water management network remain buried underground. Channels, drainage systems, and flood control mechanisms help the city survive beside the Penkalas River, despite recurring seasonal floods. Some tunnels appear designed to redirect excess water pressure beneath the city itself, protecting foundations from collapse. Ancient engineers in Aizanoi may have possessed a far deeper understanding of hydraulic control than historians previously assumed. Similar advanced water systems existed in places like Petra and underground Persian Qanats, but Aizanoi demonstrates that Roman Anatolia may have developed equally sophisticated environmental engineering. The city also revealed evidence of one of the earliest known market price control systems in history. Inscriptions discovered at Aizanoi preserved parts of Emperor Diocletian's edict on maximum prices, an attempt by the Roman Empire to control inflation across enormous territories during the 3rd century crisis. The stone inscriptions listed regulated prices for goods, wages, food and services, functioning almost like an ancient economic database carved directly into public space. It revealed that Roman authorities monitored economic instability with a level of organisation far beyond what most people associate with the ancient world. Long before modern governments tracked inflation indexes and national pricing systems, the Romans were already attempting to stabilise entire economies through centralised controls. But the most disturbing mystery of Aizanoi remains the invisible force beneath the Temple of Zeus. The idea that ancient priests may have manipulated naturally occurring toxic gas to simulate divine power changes the way many historians view religion in the ancient world. Were these ceremonies genuine acts of faith, or carefully engineered performances designed to terrify populations into obedience? The answer remains buried beneath the ruins of Aizanoi, where an invisible layer of deadly gas still seeps quietly from the earth, below a temple built for a god who ruled the skies. Sardis, once known as one of the richest cities in the ancient world, hid a discovery that completely changed what historians thought they knew about Jewish life under the Roman Empire. Buried beneath layers of collapsed stone in western Turkey, archaeologists uncovered one of the largest synagogues ever discovered from antiquity. The structure was so enormous, so luxurious, and so deeply integrated into Roman urban life that it shattered long-standing assumptions about Jewish communities in the ancient world. For centuries, historians believed most Jewish populations under Roman rule lived as isolated minorities with limited political influence. Sardis suggested the exact opposite. This was not a poor or hidden community surviving in secrecy. This was a community wealthy enough to build a monumental synagogue directly inside one of the richest Roman cities in Asia Minor. The Sardis synagogue complex was originally discovered during excavations in the 1960s near the massive Roman Bath Gymnasium complex of Sardis. Located roughly 90 kilometers east of the modern Turkish city of Izmir, Sardis itself was once among the wealthiest cities in the ancient world. It was the capital of the Lydian kingdom, the civilization often credited with producing the world's first standardized gold and silver coinage around the 7th century BC. Even under Roman rule, Sardis remained a major trade center connected to important commercial routes across Anatolia. Yet nobody expected that beneath layers of collapsed stone and earth rested a synagogue stretching nearly 80 meters long with marble interiors rivaling elite Roman buildings. The scale alone remains deeply mysterious. Ancient synagogues from the Roman period were usually modest compared to pagan temples or imperial structures. Sardis was different. The synagogue occupied a massive section of the Bath Gymnasium complex itself, placing it at the centre of public life rather than on the outskirts of the city. Historians still debate how a Jewish religious institution gained access to such prime urban space in a Roman city dominated by imperial culture. Some researchers believe the Jewish population of Sardis may have numbered several thousand people, making it one of the largest Jewish communities in the ancient Mediterranean outside Judea itself. More than 80 Greek inscriptions and donor plaques discovered inside the synagogue revealed names of wealthy patrons who financed sections of the building. Many of the names were written in Greek rather than Hebrew, suggesting deep cultural integration with the surrounding Roman world. But the architecture creates even greater questions. Nothing about the synagogue resembles the simple image many people imagine when thinking of ancient Jewish worship spaces. The floors were covered in elaborate mosaics featuring geometric patterns, coloured stone designs, and artistic elements strongly associated with Greco-Roman aesthetics. Marble columns lined the enormous central hall, imported stone-decorated walls and entrances. Large ceremonial spaces reflected advanced planning and engineering. Instead of separating themselves from Roman influence, the builders appeared to embrace Roman architectural luxury almost completely. This has triggered decades of debate among historians. Were the Jews of Sardis preserving their identity while adapting to Roman society? Or had Roman culture transformed the community into something entirely different from traditional Judaism elsewhere? The engineering of the complex is equally fascinating. Sardis stood in an earthquake-prone region of western Anatolia, where major seismic events repeatedly destroyed ancient cities. Yet large portions of the synagogue survived for centuries. Archaeologists studying the structure discovered advanced Roman construction techniques beneath the marble surfaces. Massive stone blocks were interconnected through carefully balanced weight distribution systems that reduced structural stress during earthquakes. Mortar mixtures helped absorb movement while thick foundation layers stabilized the enormous hall. Similar techniques appeared in cities like Ephesus and Aphrodisias, but the Sardis synagogue demonstrates how these technologies were adapted for one of the largest non-imperial religious buildings in the region. Some interior sections were also designed to maximize reflected light from oil lamps, causing polished marble surfaces to illuminate the hall with unusual brightness during ceremonies. Acoustic properties created by the long rectangular chamber and high ceilings amplified voices naturally, allowing gatherings without modern amplification. In some ways, the building functioned almost like a carefully engineered performance space. Then came the disappearance. By the 7th century AD, Sardis entered a period of decline caused by warfare, economic collapse, earthquakes, and shifting trade routes. Over time, the synagogue vanished beneath debris and abandoned ruins. For more than 1,000 years, one of the largest synagogues on Earth completely disappeared from human memory. Unlike famous monuments such as the Colosseum or the Parthenon, Sardis faded so completely that nobody even realized the synagogue had existed. Entire generations walked above it without understanding what rested below the soil. When archaeologists finally uncovered the structure in the 20th century, the discovery forced historians to reconsider the scale and complexity of Jewish life inside the Roman Empire. Perhaps the greatest mystery is what Sardis reveals about history itself. The synagogue challenges the simplistic narrative that ancient Jewish communities existed only as persecuted outsiders within Roman society. Sardis presents evidence of wealth, influence, integration, and technological sophistication on a scale few expected. The community operated openly within one of Rome's richest urban centres, while constructing a monumental religious complex comparable in luxury to elite civic architecture. Even today, researchers continue debating how such a powerful Jewish population emerged so far from Jerusalem and why historical memory of the site disappeared so completely after late antiquity. The Sardis synagogue complex is not mysterious because aliens built it, or because its stones cannot be explained. Its mystery is far more unsettling. One of the largest and wealthiest Jewish centres of the ancient world existed in plain sight inside the Roman Empire, then vanished so completely that history itself almost forgot it ever existed. High in the mountains of Naxos, Greece, enormous human figures lie abandoned directly inside ancient marble quarries, as if an entire civilization suddenly stopped working and never returned. Some of these statues are over 30 feet long, carved from single blocks of marble weighing dozens of tons, and even after more than 2,500 years, they still remain trapped inside the rock where ancient workers left them. Known today as the Naxos Kouros Quarry, this site preserves one of the strangest engineering mysteries of the ancient Greek world, because nobody fully understands how these massive statues were supposed to be removed from the mountain in the first place. Archaeologists believe the quarries were active during the archaic period of Greece, around the 6th and 7th centuries BC, when giant Kouros statues became symbols of wealth, religion, and political power. The word Kouros means young man, and these sculptures followed an unusually rigid design. Almost every statue stood upright with one foot stepping forward, arms pressed against the sides, and a strangely emotionless face. The proportions remained so consistent across different regions of Greece that some researchers believe sculptors may have followed strict mathematical templates similar to architectural blueprints. Others believe the style was heavily influenced by Egyptian stone carving traditions, because Greek traders had extensive contact with Egypt during this period. Yet unlike Egyptian statues, many Kouros figures were carved entirely from exposed marble blocks, directly inside mountains before being transported across rough terrain toward temples or wealthy cities. The island of Naxos was famous throughout the ancient Mediterranean for its marble. Ancient writers described it as exceptionally pure and bright, and even today geologists consider Naxian marble one of the highest quality stones in Greece. But that quality created an enormous problem. Marble is extremely difficult to carve accurately, because even small fractures hidden inside the stone can destroy an entire project after months of labour. At Naxos, several unfinished statues still contain visible cracks running through the torso or legs, suggesting ancient workers suddenly realised the stone would fail if completed. Some statues appear nearly finished while others remain partially attached to the bedrock itself, preserving ancient cutting marks that reveal how workers separated gigantic blocks from the mountain. The engineering methods behind these cuts remain one of the most fascinating aspects of the site. Ancient quarry workers likely used iron chisels, hammerstones, wooden wedges, and water expansion techniques to slowly detach marble from the rock face. Small channels were carved around the outline of the statue before wedges were hammered into narrow gaps. Water may then have been poured onto dry wooden wedges so the expanding wood gradually forced the marble away from the mountain. Similar techniques were later documented in Roman and Egyptian quarries, but the precision visible at Naxos still surprises archaeologists because many surfaces remain remarkably flat, despite being carved on unstable mountain terrain over 2 millennia ago. Some cuts are so clean that modern visitors often underestimate the difficulty of shaping marble using ancient tools alone. Yet carving the statue may have been the easy part. The true mystery begins after the sculpture was finished, because transporting these enormous objects down steep mountain slopes should have been nearly impossible. The largest unfinished Kouros on Naxos measures roughly 10.7 meters long and may have weighed close to 80 tons. Moving a block of that size without cranes, engines, steel machinery or paved roads would have required extraordinary planning. Researchers believe workers may have dragged the statues using ropes, wooden sledges, rollers, and lubricated pathways to reduce friction. But no complete transportation system has ever been found at the site. The terrain surrounding the quarry is uneven, rocky, and dangerous even for modern hikers. One mistake during transport could have shattered the statue instantly. This is why the abandoned Kouros figures feel so mysterious. They represent ancient engineering projects frozen at the exact moment something went wrong. At one quarry near Apollonus, a colossal unfinished statue still lies on its back, exactly where workers abandoned it thousands of years ago. Its rough facial features and partially carved body create the unsettling impression that the sculpture was interrupted mid-creation. Some archaeologists believe structural flaws inside the marble forced workers to give up. Others suggest economic collapse, political instability, or changing artistic styles suddenly made the project worthless before transport began. But no explanation fully answers why so much labour was invested into statues that never left the mountain. The Naxos quarries are often compared to other mysterious ancient stoneworking sites across the world, including the unfinished obelisk at Aswan in Egypt and the massive stone blocks of Yangshan Quarry in China. All three sites reveal the same strange pattern. Ancient civilizations repeatedly attempted projects involving stones so enormous that modern people still struggle to explain how they plan to move them. In each case, the abandoned structures provide a rare glimpse into engineering processes that were never supposed to remain visible. Instead of polished monuments standing in cities, these quarries expose the raw industrial side of the ancient world, where workers experimented with techniques that pushed the limits of their technology. What makes Naxos especially haunting is how complete the silence feels today. The unfinished statues still rest among the mountains, exactly where ancient sculptors left them more than 25 centuries ago. Chisel marks remain visible on the marble. Sections of rock still surround partially freed bodies. Entire projects appear paused rather than destroyed, creating the eerie feeling that the workers simply disappeared before the final stage began. The quarry is less like a ruin and more like a perfectly preserved ancient construction site abandoned in the middle of production. Far from the famous pyramids of Egypt and buried deep within the dry landscapes of northern Sudan, the forgotten ruins of Banganati hide one of the strangest Christian sites ever discovered in Africa. Archaeologists first began major excavations here in the early 2000s near the Nile River, uncovering the remains of a massive medieval Nubian church complex that had been buried beneath sand and collapsed mud brick for centuries. But what made Banganati truly mysterious was not just its age. It was the discovery that an entire sacred building had been constructed directly on top of an older hidden church below it, almost like the site had been reused again and again for reasons nobody fully understands. Instead of demolishing the earlier structure completely, the builders preserved large sections beneath the newer church, creating layers of sacred architecture stacked on top of one another across generations. Some researchers believe the location may have been considered too holy to abandon, while others think ancient Nubian rulers were trying to preserve a powerful spiritual centre connected to healing, pilgrimage, or royal authority. The upper church, known today as the Raphaelion, dates to roughly the 11th century and was dedicated to the Archangel Raphael, a figure strongly associated with healing in Eastern Christianity. What shocked historians was the incredible sophistication of the paintings covering the walls. The frescoes inside Banganati looked nothing like what many expected from medieval sub-Saharan Africa. Instead, the art showed powerful Byzantine influence, with detailed halos, layered robes, symmetrical facial structures, and highly advanced pigment work comparable to paintings found thousands of kilometers away in regions connected to the Eastern Roman Empire. Some of the colours survived for nearly 1,000 years despite brutal desert heat, intense sunlight, sandstorms, and seasonal Nile moisture. Even today, specialists still debate how Nubian artists created pigments and plaster mixtures durable enough to preserve these paintings for so long under such extreme conditions. Among the most mysterious discoveries were the enormous portraits of Nubian kings painted alongside saints and archangels. The rulers were shown in highly symbolic poses beneath protective religious figures, almost as if the kings themselves were being elevated into sacred beings. Several paintings displayed unusual geometric balance and stylized eyes that many researchers described as strangely hypnotic. Unlike typical royal propaganda found elsewhere in the ancient world, the art at Banganarti blended political authority with spiritual protection in a way that felt deeply ritualistic. Some historians believe these images were meant to reinforce the idea that Nubian kings ruled through divine approval granted directly by heavenly powers. The deeper archaeologists dug, the stranger the sight became. Hundreds of inscriptions written in Greek, Old Nubian, and other regional languages covered the walls. Many were personal prayers left behind by visitors asking for healing, protection, or forgiveness. Some inscriptions specifically mentioned blindness, sickness, physical pain, and suffering. This led researchers to suspect that Banganarti may have functioned as a massive pilgrimage destination, where sick travellers crossed dangerous desert routes, hoping for miraculous cures connected to Saint Raphael. If true, it would mean this isolated settlement became one of the most important healing centres in medieval Nubia, despite standing far from the major political capitals of the time. The engineering itself added another layer of mystery. Much of the complex was built using mud brick, a material many people assume should rapidly collapse in harsh desert environments. Yet sections of Banganarti survived for centuries. Studies of Nubian construction techniques suggest builders may have mixed organic materials into their bricks and mortar to increase flexibility and resistance against cracking caused by temperature swings between scorching days and freezing nights. Some walls also reveal advanced structural planning designed to distribute pressure more evenly across the building. Similar techniques appear at other Nubian sites, but Banganarti remains one of the clearest examples showing that medieval African engineering may have been far more sophisticated than historians once believed. Even more surprising was the level of international cultural influence visible at the site. The Greek inscriptions and Byzantine artistic elements prove that medieval Nubia was not isolated from the wider world. Through trade routes and religious networks connected to Egypt and the Eastern Mediterranean, ideas travelled into the heart of Sudan centuries before many people imagined such connections existed. Banganarti reveals the existence of an advanced Christian civilization south of Egypt that most of the modern world completely forgot. At its height, the Kingdom of Makuria controlled large territories along the Nile and successfully resisted invasions for centuries. Yet today, its monuments remain almost unknown outside academic circles. Then came the disappearance. By the late medieval period, many Nubian Christian centres began collapsing due to political instability, economic decline, environmental change, and the gradual spread of Islam throughout the region. Banganarti was eventually abandoned, buried by sand, and erased from memory. For hundreds of years, nobody knew what lay beneath the ground. The churches vanished. The paintings disappeared into darkness. The pilgrimage routes died out. Entire chapters of African history simply faded away. What makes Banganarti so haunting is that it feels like the remains of a lost world hidden between civilizations. Beneath the sand of Sudan stand the ruins of layered churches, mysterious healing rituals, forgotten kings, advanced paintings and engineering techniques that survived nearly 1,000 years in one of the harshest climates on Earth. And even now, archaeologists still do not fully understand why this remote desert settlement became so sacred that generation after generation continued rebuilding directly on top of the same holy ground. Hidden deep in the rainforests of southern Belize, far from the massive and famous Maya capitals like Tikal or Calakmul, lies the forgotten city of Nimli Punit. At first glance, the site does not look extraordinary. Its pyramids are relatively small, its population was limited, and for decades archaeologists believed it was only a minor regional settlement on the outer edge of the Maya world. But beneath its quiet ruins, archaeologists uncovered one of the strangest and most mysterious objects ever discovered in Central America, a gigantic jade pendant so unusual that it completely changed the way researchers viewed this lost city. The artifact was discovered buried beneath a ceremonial plaza during excavations in 2015. Measuring nearly 19 centimeters long and weighing close to 1 kilogram, it became the second largest carved jade object ever found in Belize. For the ancient Maya, jade was more valuable than gold. It symbolized life, fertility, divine power, and royal authority. Yet, this object was unlike normal Maya jewelry. Its size alone was extraordinary, but even more shocking was the precision of its carvings. More than 30 hieroglyphic symbols were engraved onto its surface with astonishing detail, despite the Maya having no steel tools, no iron blades, and no advanced cutting machinery. Researchers still debate how artisans achieved such clean and symmetrical engravings on an extremely hard mineral thousands of years ago. The glyphs themselves deepen the mystery. Some inscriptions appear to reference ancient rulers, ceremonies, and political alliances dating back over 1,000 years. One section may describe a royal ritual connected to weather and wind gods, while another possibly references a ruler from a distant Maya kingdom. This immediately created another unanswered question. Jade did not naturally exist in southern Belize. The nearest major jade sources were hundreds of kilometers away in the Motagua Valley of present-day Guatemala. Somehow, this relatively small jungle city obtained massive quantities of one of the rarest luxury materials in the Maya world. Archaeologists believe Nimli Punit may have been connected to an enormous trade network stretching across Central America, but the true scale of that network remains unclear. Even stranger was the way the pendant was buried. It was intentionally placed beneath the plaza, almost as if someone wanted to hide it forever. There were no signs of robbery or accidental loss. This was a deliberate act. Some researchers believe the object was part of a ritual sacrifice during a political collapse. Others think it may have been hidden during a crisis to prevent enemies from capturing it. But no definitive explanation exists. The artifact remains one of the greatest unresolved mysteries of Maya archaeology. The city itself raises equally difficult questions. Nimli Punit was never a giant metropolis, yet it somehow managed to construct enormous stone monuments known as stelae. Some of these carved stones reach over 9 meters in height and weigh several tons. Moving such massive monuments through dense tropical jungle would have been an engineering nightmare. The Maya had no horses, oxen, or wheeled transport systems for heavy cargo. Every block had to be dragged by human labour alone. Researchers still debate the exact techniques used to transport and raise these monuments upright, without modern engineering equipment. Similar mysteries appear at larger Maya cities, but at Nimli Punit the puzzle is even stranger because the settlement itself was comparatively small and remote. Many of the city's structures also appear carefully aligned with astronomical events. Certain stairways and plazas correspond closely with the position of the sun during equinoxes and solstices. This suggests the inhabitants possessed remarkably advanced knowledge of celestial movements. The Maya were famous for astronomy, but what confuses archaeologists is why such a distant regional centre required this level of astronomical precision. Some theories suggest Nimli Punit functioned as a ceremonial observatory connected to agricultural cycles and royal rituals. Others believe astronomy was used politically, allowing rulers to present themselves as intermediaries between humans and the gods. The survival of the ruins presents another technological mystery. Southern Belize experiences intense rainfall, humidity, plant growth, and soil erosion. In these conditions, ancient structures normally collapse rapidly over centuries, yet many platforms and carved monuments at Nimli Punit remained standing for over 1,000 years. Excavations revealed sophisticated drainage systems beneath plazas that redirected water away from foundations. Stone layers were arranged to stabilize structures against erosion, and traces of unusual mortar mixtures suggest the Maya may have used organic binding materials that improved durability in tropical climates. Similar unexplained construction methods appear across the ancient world, from Roman marine concrete to Persian waterproof mortars, but many Maya building techniques remain poorly understood. Then, around the 9th century, the city suddenly declined. Construction stopped. Ceremonies disappeared, entire districts were abandoned to the jungle. Yet unlike cities destroyed by invasion, Nimli Punit showed little evidence of catastrophic warfare. Valuable objects remained behind. Some scientists believe prolonged drought destabilized agriculture across the Maya world. Climate data taken from lake sediments and cave formations throughout Central America suggests severe droughts struck during the period of collapse. Others think trade networks failed, cutting off access to luxury goods like jade. Political fragmentation may have weakened royal authority until the system simply collapsed from within. But no single explanation fully solves the mystery. Perhaps the strangest detail of all is how little is known about the rulers mentioned in the city's inscriptions. Several names appearing on the stela do not clearly match famous dynasties from larger Maya capitals. It is possible Nimli Punit was home to an isolated royal lineage, almost completely erased from history. The jungle preserved fragments of their existence, but not enough to fully explain who they were or why they vanished. Akirtis is one of the most confusing abandoned megastructures in the ancient world. Hidden within the dry grasslands of southern Kazakhstan, the enormous redstone complex was built on a scale that should have belonged to a major empire. Yet historians still cannot explain what it was actually supposed to be. Its walls stretch across hundreds of meters. Multi-ton stone blocks were transported across harsh terrain. Sophisticated water systems were engineered in a semi-arid environment. But the entire project appears to have been abandoned before completion, leaving behind one of the greatest unsolved mysteries connected to the Silk Road world. The ruins are located near the city of Taras, close to ancient Silk Road routes that once connected China, Persia, and the Middle East. Soviet archaeologists began large-scale studies during the 20th century, but the site immediately created problems. The complex was far larger than expected. Thick stone walls surrounded a massive rectangular layout nearly 200 meters wide. Some sections appeared heavily fortified, while others looked ceremonial or administrative. The deeper researchers investigated, the more contradictory the structure became. The first major mystery is the redstone itself. Akirtis was built using enormous reddish sandstone blocks transported from quarries several kilometers away. Some blocks weigh more than a few tons, yet the surrounding landscape is mostly dry open steppe with limited natural resources. Historians still debate how ancient builders moved such heavy materials across this terrain. Unlike forested regions where large timber rollers could be used easily, Akirtis existed in an environment with far fewer logistical advantages. The engineering challenge becomes even stranger when considering the scale of the project. Thousands of massive stones were shaped, transported, aligned, and placed with surprising precision. The amount of labour required would have been enormous, suggesting that Akirtas was once politically or strategically important enough to justify a gigantic state-sponsored construction effort. What makes the mystery deeper is that the complex appears unfinished. Certain walls stop abruptly, some corridors seem incomplete. Multiple interior sections show signs that construction suddenly ended before final decoration or full occupation. Archaeologists discovered evidence that builders may have abandoned the site rapidly, almost as if the project collapsed in the middle of development. But why would an empire invest huge amounts of labour and resources into such an ambitious structure only to leave it incomplete in the middle of nowhere? One theory suggests that Akirtas was linked to the early Arab expansion into Central Asia during the 8th century. Some researchers believe it may have been intended as a military fortress or administrative centre controlling Silk Road trade routes. Others argue the architectural style contains strong Persian and Sogdian influences rather than purely Arab designs. The site combines several cultural traditions at once, creating a strange hybrid architecture that does not fully belong to any single civilization. This has led some historians to describe Akirtas as a crossroads structure, built in a region where multiple empires, religions and trade networks collided. The water system creates another major puzzle. Akirtas sits in a semi-arid environment where sustaining a large population would have been difficult. Yet archaeologists found traces of sophisticated hydraulic engineering around the site, including canals, reservoirs and carefully planned water distribution systems. This raises disturbing questions. Why build such a gigantic water infrastructure in such an unforgiving location? Was Akirtas designed for thousands of residents? Was it intended to become a major city? Or did its builders possess access to water management systems far more advanced than historians expected for this region? The complexity of the hydraulic system suggests long-term planning rather than temporary military occupation. Some channels appear engineered to control seasonal flow with surprising efficiency. Similar ancient water management techniques existed in Persia and parts of the Roman world, but Akirtas sits far from the major centres usually associated with those technologies. Once again, the site refuses to fit neatly into conventional historical categories. The layout of the complex only deepens the confusion. Its thick, outer walls resemble defensive architecture, yet many areas inside feel ceremonial rather than military. Large courtyards, symmetrical passageways, and carefully aligned rooms suggest elite or administrative functions. Some historians propose that Akirtas may have been an unfinished palace for a regional ruler attempting to create a new political centre along the Silk Road. Others believe it functioned as a giant caravanserai for merchants moving across Central Asia, but the structure seems too monumental for an ordinary trade station. The amount of labour invested rivals some ancient royal complexes despite the site's isolated position. Satellite imaging and modern archaeological surveys continue revealing additional buried features surrounding the complex, including smaller structures and possible extensions of the water system. This suggests Akirtas may once have been part of a much larger urban vision that was never completed. Some researchers even speculate that environmental collapse or water shortages may have forced abandonment before the city could fully emerge. If true, Akirtas may represent the ruins of an ancient project that failed before history had the chance to remember it. Local legends add another layer to the mystery. Some stories claim the site was cursed and could never be completed. Others describe it as a forgotten fortress, abandoned after a catastrophe. While folklore cannot explain the engineering behind Akirtas, the persistence of these stories reflects how unusual the ruins appeared even to later generations living nearby. massive red stone walls standing alone in the empty grasslands must have looked almost supernatural. Today, Akirtis remains one of the least understood ancient complexes connected to the Silk Road world. Its builders possessed the ability to organize huge labor forces, transport multi-ton stones, and engineer advanced water systems in an unforgiving landscape. Yet their identity, purpose, and ultimate fate remain uncertain. The structure exists almost like a frozen blueprint for a civilization that vanished before completing its vision. And perhaps the strangest part of all is that despite its scale, despite its engineering, and despite its strategic location, Akirtis was nearly erased from global historical memory, leaving behind only ruins, theories, and one enormous unanswered question. Why was something this massive built here in the first place? Archaeologists excavating the ancient site of Sanghol in Punjab expected to find the remains of a small forgotten settlement. Instead, they uncovered advanced sculptures, massive Buddhist structures, complex burial systems, and artistic techniques connected to civilizations thousands of kilometers away. The deeper they dug, the less Sanghol made sense. A city barely mentioned in historical records was suddenly revealing evidence of international trade, highly skilled engineering, and artistic realism that seemed far ahead of its time. The site contains layers from multiple civilizations, including late Harappan communities, Indo-Greek influence, and the Kushan Empire around 2,000 years ago. That alone is unusual. Most ancient settlements belong to one dominant culture before collapsing or being abandoned, but Sanghol appears to have survived through centuries of political and cultural change. Archaeologists uncovered homes, workshops, religious monuments, defensive structures, and repeated rebuilding phases, suggesting the city remained important for an extremely long time. Yet despite this, Sanghol almost disappeared from history completely. There are no major surviving records describing it as a powerful city, no famous rulers connected to it, and no detailed historical accounts explaining why it mattered. But the artifacts tell a completely different story. The most disturbing discovery was the level of craftsmanship. Stone carvings found at Sanghol display extraordinary realism and detail. Human faces show emotion rather than the stiff, symbolic expressions common in many ancient cultures. Hair, jewelry, and clothing folds were carved with incredible precision. Some figures even appear to capture movement naturally, something rarely seen in regional art from the same era. Archaeologists quickly noticed similarities with Gandharan art. The style created after Greek influence spread across parts of Asia, following Alexander the Great's campaigns. This means Sanghol may have been connected to enormous trade and cultural networks stretching across Central Asia and into the ancient Hellenistic world. That creates a major mystery because Sanghol sits deep inland in northern India, far from the Mediterranean world where many of these artistic influences began. Yet the sculptures strongly suggest foreign techniques and ideas reached the city through Silk Road trade routes. Ancient merchants crossing Asia transported far more than goods. They carried engineering methods, religious beliefs, artistic traditions, and metallurgical knowledge between civilizations separated by thousands of kilometers. Sanghol may have operated as a hidden crossroads inside that system. Some archaeologists believe migrant craftsmen from different empires work there together, combining local Indian traditions with foreign artistic influence. Others think Sanghol may have been a major production center for Buddhist religious art distributed across ancient trade routes. Either explanation transforms the site from a forgotten town into a potentially critical center of ancient globalization. The Buddhist structures uncovered there make the mystery even stranger. Excavations reveal the remains of a large stupa complex surrounded by carved stone railings and decorative panels. The engineering behind these structures was far more advanced than expected. Punjab experiences severe monsoon flooding, temperature shifts, and unstable soil conditions capable of destroying ancient foundations over time. Yet portions of Sanghol's architecture survived underground for centuries. Researchers studying the foundations notice carefully compacted earth layers and structural techniques designed to reduce erosion and collapse. Some materials also appear unusually resistant to weathering compared to nearby ancient sites from the same period. This has led to speculation that builders at Sanghol may have used specialized construction mixtures or forgotten engineering methods that are still poorly understood today. The terracotta figures found at the site may be even more mysterious than the stone carvings. Many depict ordinary people rather than gods or rulers. Musicians, dancers, women adjusting jewellery, and individuals standing in relaxed poses appear throughout the collection. The realism feels shockingly modern. Instead of symbolic religious objects, they resemble frozen moments from real life nearly 2,000 years ago. The firing techniques used to preserve these details were also highly sophisticated. Tiny facial expressions and delicate ornaments survived underground for centuries without completely eroding away. Some researchers believe artisans at Sanghol possessed a level of kiln temperature control that historians have underestimated in ancient Indian societies. The burial grounds uncovered at Sanghol revealed another